We are live at Collecco. Welcome everybody to the machine. 5:30. Who would think Chad would be on time? Can we hear it for Chad? And the crowd goes wild. Awesome. Are we connected right now? Test 1, 2. Okay, there we go. That's the longest it's ever took to get a first comment, Mike. I'm not joking. Probably nobody's expecting me to be live right now. Is Twitch not working? Okay, Twitch is working. Boy, that was the longest I've ever seen for a first comment to come in. I mean, seriously, no one... That was the longest it's been in a while. No one's expecting me to be live right now on time. But I have responsibilities. I'm keeping Otis again tonight. And so, because of my dog responsibilities, I'm having to get up. I'm having to get up earlier, and I'm having to go pick up Otis. And because of all that, I'm here earlier. Now, Otis is staring at me. Let's go check your water bowl, maybe. He's staring at me really weird. I just took him outside, but the last time he was staring at me like this, he needed a refill on water, and I thought he had to go outside. So maybe he's already lapped down this water. It's still pretty full. I'll go ahead and top it off, okay? Otis, big Otis here. I'll go ahead and top it off. But Uncle Chad's at work now, and I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Just like the Bruce Hornsby song. So there's his food and water. I'm dog sitting again. I'm here for a Saturday night. There's football games on, but I could care less about them. So it's either come here and make money or sit on the couch and eat Oreos. And I would rather, much rather be at work. So here we go. Oh, great neck adjustment that was. All right. So Otis is there, I'm here, and he's fed and watered and peed, and we're ready for nonstop action. Here we go. Get up and get your grandma out of here. Man, now. Baby. Dun. Worth a toast. Do you mind if we sit on the couch indoor? No, y'all sit on the couch, watch football. I want y'all to be on the couch, eating Oreos, watching Chad and football. And if you have no interest in football, then just be watching me. I know a lot of people who just cast me to their TV every night, and they're like, Chad, I'm going to be honest. I may buy one thing, I may buy 100. But here's what I'll do. I'll put you on my TV every night and watch you. And I'm like, hey man, that's okay with me. That's one extra view for the algorithm. They're like, there's nothing else on TV. Maybe sports occasionally, and I'll still have you in my lap. I'll have the sports in my lap and you on my TV, and I watch you every night. And I'm like, that gets me motivated. That's like, thank you. That means I'm responsible for putting on a show every night for people. I'm like Dan Rather. Okay, I'm like Walter Cronkite. I don't know how that has to do with anything, but I hear Otis over there lapping up that water. All right. The Rob Zombie is something that they just bought in a collection yesterday. It's some kind of die-cut wood. I'm about to look it up. It's like 1999. That's the year. It's some kind of original item. Let me clear off the table. Let's see here. Somebody needs one of these for their order. somebody bought one of these and it got put on somebody else's order, and we found another one, and we got to make sure it goes to the right person. So I haven't asked Ed. I'm sure Ed knows. I got to ask Ed. I got to ask Patrick Lear. Patrick Lear bought this Curtis Mayfield. I got to remember our price. Looks like John brought me more 45s, but it's we still got this box here to run through. Let's see here. All right, we got Lucky Charms, M&Ms, and Batman. Those are $39.99 each. I'm going to go ahead and get that first crate. While I'm walking up front, I'm going to share. And Otis was just about to lay down. Now I'm walking up front. He's probably going to follow me up here. Here we go, Otis. All right. Get up and get your grandma out. All right, and we got to get this first crate here, Otis. I bet those crates have. I knew I should have put those crates out up there when I had the chance. It's okay. All right. So let me schedule this for 7 o'clock. New CD collection in. We will be getting to these later tonight on our live stream. And I'm going to tag Collecco. Schedule. Let's do it for, I'm going to post that hot. I've got like a hot picture for CD scheduled for 7 o'clock in the group right now. I hope. Hold on a minute. Was that for today? You got to be careful scheduling these posts. You'll accidentally do it for the next day. There we go. All right. I'm going to move these toys. I'm going to go ahead and take these up front unless anybody definitely doesn't want them right now. So Lucky Charms, M&M, Batmobile, cool stuff here. $39.99. New die-cast toys. I love stuff like that. I'm going to go ahead and take these up here. Put those out in the store at some point. All right. And I don't think I've actually shared. Let me do that right quick. Let me refresh this over here so I can see views. It'll refresh this. All right. Where's everybody watching from tonight? Always cool to see people watching from all over. So welcome everybody. What we're going to be doing is a live Facebook record sale. We're also on YouTube and Twitch right now. Over there on the right side of the screen, you'll see all kinds of different icons. That's where different people are watching. That's the master feed. We're streaming right now to Twitch. We're streaming right now to YouTube and Facebook and over on X. You can watch over on X as well. And we do this every night. The stuff I'm about to lay in the back are going to be auctions. And the stuff out of the bins are buy it nows. It's $8 unlimited shipping. We got viewers from Georgia, Minnesota, Colorado. My mom is watching from our car at Sonic. Interesting. I wish I had a cheeseburger right now. North Carolina, Ohio. Welcome everybody. And let me close out all these apps. And where's Otis? There's the good boy. There's the good boy. Let's hit share, copy link. And let's get this over here in the hot picture. Idaho, Alabama, always cool. Look at all these states. So we ship to about every 50 states and several countries every 30 days. Always cool to see people, the power of social media. Otherwise, if there was no social media, we would just be here and we'd pretty much be waiting for people to walk in our store every day and buy records. But luckily, through this format, we can reach literally unlimited amounts of people. Just unlimited, as long as everybody is interested in buying records. I have your nieces and nephews. Hello, nieces and nephews. That's with my mother. Caden, Trenton, Chesney, Harvey, Kennedy. I have 5 nieces and nephews. They're always going after my wallet. I'm like, gosh, can't I just get a hug? All right. Look, Mom, people's asking for pies. There's already people on here asking for your pies. Oh, don't worry. Thanksgiving's coming up. I'll stay at her house for like 24 hours straight and just do nothing but eat. That's what I do. I stay there for about 24 hours at her house and eat and take naps, and then I eat, and she warms up more food, and then I'll eat some more. Otis is over here lapping up more water. And I'm almost done. I'm almost done sharing links. I went ahead and done a full link share since I started early. We got links posted in comments. We got links posted on our story. And we're almost done. I'm almost ready. I'm on my last link. I'm on my last link. There we go. Boom. And live now. All right. I think the auctions are still on Laura's desk. I'll go get those in a second. We don't need those for a while. I've got plenty of other stuff up here. First thing, I got some more singles that we didn't get to last night when I was sorting everything. So let's go ahead and put up some of those. First thing I have going up right now is Parliament. We're going to start with 2 singles, Parliament and a promo Doors. How cool is this? So Parliament, I've been watching you move your sexy body and bop gun Endangered Species. Parliament is not bad whatsoever. George Clinton, Parliament is a $7 start. And then over here we have Doors, Don't You Love Her Madly, a white label promo. Boy, take a look at that. And the B-side on that one is You Need Meat, Don't Go No Further. Love Her Madly promo. And Parliament. So Parliament, a $7 start, and Doors, a $10 start, okay? That's going to go right over here. And we have, what else? Let's go ahead and slip in a Japanese. So this is a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar Tropico with the big song We Belong Together. And Tropico is going to go up for a $25 start. Pat Benatar Tropico. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert, and there's the cover and obi. So Pat Benatar is a $25 start. Okay. We're also going to go ahead and pull up. This video right here from this morning. We're going to start showing the stuff that was posted in Whole Lot of Records. And let me do that by adding Chad. Clicking on Chad in our private group, and I'm going to pull up a video that was posted this morning, and there it is, and here we go. All right, so here's some of the claims from this morning. Accept, Metal Heart, Judas Priest, Point of Entry, Pantera Live, Zach Sabbath, Entombed, Left Town Pain, Mr. Bungle, self-titled, U2 Joshua Tree, Pink Floyd Philadelphia, Sammy Hagar, both Black Sabbath albums, Zach Sabbath album, The Cult, AC/DC, David Lee Roth, and the Christmas album. Pantera Live, Disturbed and Thin Lizzy, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, all AC/DCs, George Harrison, Pink Floyd, Testament, Duran Duran. Holy crap. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So first thing we have is Motley Crue from the beginning. Now this is that newest compilation. It's a 2 LP. It's called Motley Crue from the beginning. Now there's several Motley Crues, and I think there was a couple Motley Crue claims, but this Motley Crue is still available. It's relatively new. It's $38.99. It's what it means by from the beginning. It starts from the beginning and it goes all the way to their newest thing where they did a duet literally with Dolly Parton. $38.99. They probably, when they first started, didn't think they would ever be doing that in their career, but there they are. Pat Benatar is a $25 start. The Doors has one bid for $10. It's a white label promo of Love Her Madly, and Parliament has one bid for $7. So those are final calls. Black Sabbath Paranoid is $29.99. This is a 2012 remaster. Sarah L. Morgan was first on this one. I have more if anybody else wants one. This is definitely sold to Sarah L. Morgan. That is $29.99. That's Black Sabbath Paranoid. And then we have David Lee Roth Skyscraper. That was a sealed original pressing. I probably can get more of these. I probably have them around here somewhere, but that was in fact also sold to Sarah L. Morgan, $28.99 as stickered. Some of these I probably can come up with more if you decide you want one. And then we have Testament. And then Testament here is on copper vinyl, and this is a fairly new release. It is called Parabellum. It's a 2 LP copper colored vinyl, $44.99. And this one is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. That is sold to you. There's 2 extra copies of that Testament. This one didn't have a sticker on it, so please, whoever's watching, make sure that one gets tagged for $44.99. Avenged Sevenfold. Avenged Sevenfold is a 20th anniversary orange and red swirl. Avenged Sevenfold is $36.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP, and that went unclaimed, so Avenged Sevenfold is in fact still available, and so is Megadeth. I know I have 2. There's one here, and then you see the one back here in the corner. That is a 40th anniversary on opaque silver vinyl. Megadeth is $29.99. And this, in fact, went unclaimed, so we still got 2 copies of Megadeth laying around. And let's go ahead and sell these first auctions. Doors Love Her Madly is sold to Matt Nichols for $10. Scott Dwallow on Parliament for $7. And then Pat Benatar Tropico is a $25 buy it now. We belong together. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Pat Benatar Tropico, a $25 buy it now, okay? $25 buy it now. Are those Rhino Hi-Fi? No, they are not high fidelity pressings. No, I heard those are coming back out as a repress. I've got them back ordered for whenever they show up. Benatar can be picked up for $25. All right, let's go ahead and put up another single. Next thing is called Man on the Moon. And just earlier I mentioned Walter Cronkite. He narrates this. It's a narration of the Apollo 11 mission, informational, like spoken word by the legendary Walter Cronkite. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Very cool Apollo space-related record there. And then I've got David Bowie's Sorrow and Amsterdam. Sorrow is on this orange RCA label. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Here's the Faces album, Ooh La La. Now, this is Rhino Hi-Fi. Rhino Hi-Fi, limited edition numbered, and that's cut by Kevin Gray, $39.99. And then Duran Duran's Greatest Hits. We're down to our last copy. And this was, in fact, sold to Ed Hickey. Thank you, Ed Hickey. That was sold to you, $39.99. So that's gone. And then we had Kicks, Hotwire. Kicks, let me see what color this is, because I might actually write it on the sticker. These don't come sealed for Friday Music, so you can peek in them. Yeah, it's like a, what do you call that, a teal? It's actually blue-green. It's actually like a blue-green color. So Friday Music, most of their titles now are not coming sealed and shrink-wrapped. I think they think that helps sometimes with the seam splits. I don't know if that's all relatively accurate, but there it is. So y'all saw the color. It's like a blue-green, $46.99 on Kicks. Last copy, and those are currently not in stock. Several mastodons here. The first one is Left Hand Pain. That's $44.99. Hushed and Grim. Why did I just say Left Hand Pain? That's not Left. That's an Entombed album that's coming up. This is Mastodon, Hushed, and Grim, $44.99 on that, and then Mastodon the Hunter, $36.99. That's black vinyl, technically an import, and then Hushed and Grim is a 2 LP with etching. So Man on the Moon's at $12 with Brad Waits. That means Oh So Adventure, You're Out, and Tim Graham, You're Out, and then David Bowie's a $7 start. Our next auction, I'm going to go ahead and select another Japanese pressing. And our next Japanese pressing is going to be Wings, London Town. And this is going to go up as well for a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect. My favorite words. There's the LP, there's the original inner sleeve, there's the insert, and Wings London Town's a $25 start. Next is Mastodon Remission, more Mastodon. So there's 3 there, $33.99 for Mastodon. And then Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs. This is sold to Dustin Riviera. That is on red vinyl. Sell that to Dustin Riviera. Thank you, Dustin Riviera. That's so to you. There'll be a waiting list for that. Coming in just a second, because the waiting list, there's at least 2 other people that claim this, but I'll wait till the end of the video, the end of the feed, the end of this session here before I tell all the waiting lists. So there's already for sure going to be a waiting list for this and anything else I've already sold out of, which is Duran Duran, Testament. I mean, any of these, if they're not in the crate, I can order you a copy. And because it's Saturday night, it's not going to be here till next week anyway. Yeah, Mastodon the Hunter is still available. It is. Here is Silverchair Frog Stomp, and that's that newest pressing from Music on Vinyl. 30th anniversary. They did 7,500 on yellow and green. That is $54.99. So all of a sudden, we got Man on the Moon. Man on the Moon is at $18 of Brad Waits, and David Bowie's at $7. Okay, and that's with Sarah Weiberdink. The Hunter is $36.99. London Town is a $25 start. Terry Reid Pass. Terry Reid, is that something that's in the hot picture? If it's a record you saw in a hot picture, those will be auctioned sometime tonight. You just got to stick around and wait for it to come up, or sometime after probably 7, I'll start working that into the rotation. Entombed is sold to Paul Cruz, C-R-E-W-Z. That is Entombed, $34.99. Anything we ever post for a hot picture is never available for a buy now. It's always an auction. They will always be auctioned. They're sold to the highest bidder. They usually start sometime after 7, and we'll get them requested if we need to put them up. Mastodon is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to you. We have Sleep's Holy Mountain, a Record Store Day essential on green and transparent merge effect colored vinyl. Sleep is $34.99. This is Wretched. Name of the album is Decay. Blackout, gray, white, and red marble vinyl, $39.99 for that. And then Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. And this was also sold to Sarah L. Morgan. She said both Black Sabbath albums. So I got more of these around here somewhere. If not, we can get you one. It's on green vinyl. It's essentially a Black Sabbath compilation. All right, so the last bid on Man on the Moon was Brad Waits at $18. Tim Graham, You're Out. David Bowie, just one bid to Sarah Weiberdink. That's $7. And then over here, we got London Town. That is a $25 buy it now. London Town, Paul McCartney and Wings, Deanie Lane and Linda McCartney there on the cover. Those are, that's available for a $25 buy it now. Chad, what's on your far left? A Checkerboard album. That is Pink Floyd The Wall, a 2 LP remaster, $49.99. Okay. Tim Graham gets London Town for $25. Thank you, picking up that buy it now. Also, we got Entombed, Wolverine Blues. Entombed is $33.99. And then Ghost, Meliora. This is a 10th anniversary, 2 LP, green vinyl with Papa 3, Mummy Dustbuck. Ghost is $39.99. Our next auction is going up right now. The Cure, Just Like Heaven. Wow. The Cure, Just Like Heaven in the original sleeve. And it is really nice. EX Plus near mint minus. The Cure is a $10 start. Man on the Moon's at $20. Brad Waits, you've been outbid, just FYI. Thin Lizzy actually did get sold. This Thin Lizzy is on gold vinyl, Thunder and Lightning, and Thin Lizzy is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. And then George Harrison, Dark Horse, the remaster here. This, in fact, did sell to Scott Beebe, B-E-E-B-E. That's sold to Scott Beebe. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Dream Theater, Image and Words. This is, in fact, available. Their 1992 album on clear vinyl. Dream Theater is $29.99. And we have the Distillers, Coral Fang. And the Distillers is $29.99. This is, in fact, available. It's on red and black splatter. Final Call, Man on the Moon for $20. Wow, The Cure, Just Like Heaven. A $10 start on that original single, going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and this is Eric Clapton's Behind the Sun. The vinyl on this is near mint minus and pristine. It is a beautiful copy. Man on the Moon has a new bid for $22. There's the insert, and there is this, and that is a $25 start. Oh, the Checkerboard album. This is Pat Benatar Tropico. Yeah, $25 buy it now. That was a no bid. Japanese buy it now. Pat Benatar Tropico. I thought you was talking about this checkered board kind of right here, but I guess that's not a checkered board. That's Pink Floyd The Wall for $49.99. We got Sammy Hagar, $39.99. That's that live album. This is sold to Jason Waldron, W-A-L-D-R-O-N. Thank you, Jason, on that. And then this Christmas picture disc is, in fact, sold to Sarah L. Morgan. That's sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. That is sold to you. And then in here, we have Deftones Adrenaline. Deftones Adrenaline is $29.99. That is available, and so is Mr. Bungle. Now, this self-titled album did sell, but we have more of them. Paul Peterson gets Mr. Bungle self-titled. All right, Man on the Moon, it was up to those two guys. One's out, so Tim Graham, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $25. The Cure, Just Like Heaven, is going to sell for $10. It's a final call if nobody else bids. Michael Snare did lock in a bid. Clapton's a $25 start, and let's go ahead and grab and brag on another single. The next single we have is Xanadu, ELO, and it's a promo copy. Xanadu, Electric Light Orchestra, very cool, and I'm Alive. And this is actually marked a oh, my bad, I got a correction. This is a double-sided promo of I'm Alive from Xanadu. That's going to go up for a $10 start. It's a double-sided promotional copy. Stone Temple Pilots self-titled, that's on red vinyl, even though I can't believe they didn't put that on the hype sticker. $29.99 for STP. That's been out of print. OGs used to be a couple $100. The Cult, Hidden City. The Cult is $59.99, red and white vinyl. This is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. If anybody else wants one of those, I think we still got one maybe laying around here somewhere. And then we have Disturbed. This actually got sold. Disturbed got sold to Greg Preston along with a Thin Lizzy he got earlier. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to you. And then Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits. Fleetwood Mac is $33.99. That's from the Greatest Hits. I'll take a quick pause just to tell everybody if you're wondering, like, if you're new and you're like, where is he getting all this? So this is a private group called Whole Lotta Records. That's me, Chad Williams. This was posted at 6 a.m. this morning. It's a pre-recorded video, me talking and narrating all these records. And if you tune into that video anytime up until right now, you can watch and claim records. And it's kind of a recap in case you didn't get to watch live. And that's where I'm pulling all this. I've got it sorted by the first comment all the way to literally somebody bought something an hour ago. And it all is the same thing. Anything you buy here, it's live. Anything you buy live, anything you buy in our group, anything you pre-order, anything you claim in the group, it all invoices on Monday for $8 in limited shipping. So I'm pulling stuff that was literally bought at 6 a.m. this morning. We hold it. It's all behind the counter. And this is how I start the show every night. Because also some people are tuning in. They didn't get to watch the video and they didn't watch last night. So they're seeing all this like House of Pain. Fine Malt Lyrics with Jump Around. House of Pain is $33.99. We also have Tool Opiate. That's still available for $24.99. Tool Opiate is $24.99. And then Floyd E. Wilson on the Deftones. Okay, Floyd E. Wilson on the Deftones. I got you. Thank you on that. And that was Floyd E. Wilson Jr. And then Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless War. Robert Plant, $44.99. All right, The Cure. Michael Snared, congratulations on that, $10. I figured that'd do a little bit more. If anybody wants to bid on Xanadu, it's a promo of I'm Alive. $10 on that. I'm going to lay it right over here. And now Clapton's a buy it now for $25. Let's go ahead and just clear the board, Otis. Clear the board. Tear down the wall. Tear down the wall. Okay, and then over here we got Eric Clapton, and that's Behind the Sun. You can pick that up for $25. Alrighty, so let's do that. And then the last thing in here is Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, and I'm pretty sure there was a claim for this. Maybe, maybe not. Blizzard of Oz is $29.99. Black Sabbath, AC/DC, Pantera. Okay, so this is still available. $29.99. Tony Freeman's going to get the ELO for $10, and then Stan McNessie is going to get Eric Clapton for $25. Okay, I'm going to go get that other crate up front because a lot of stuff out of there sold. This was actually the leftovers of Hatchet Ed. The only thing that is still available is about this many pre-owned records and one unpaid auction. So this is Ozzy, Robert Plant. Question on Tool, why is that album $24.90? It's actually $24.99. Fear Inoculum $75. Well, this is a single LP, and it's kind of an EP. So it's 6 tracks. It's just one LP. This has historically always been a very inexpensive album. I remember when I first started ordering vinyl, the wholesale cost on these were like $9. And it used to be really crazy how cheap you could get these. Fear Inoculum is a new album. It's deluxe packaging, and it's 3 LPs. So when you start getting a band like Tool with new deluxe packaging and 3 LPs, usually each disc adds another $20 sometimes, just because of the cost of the vinyl and the overall production cost. So double LPs are like 40, triple LPs are like 60 and 70 now. So it's mostly because of how many discs. If you notice, most new double LPs are $40, $50. Triple LPs get up around that $60, $70 range. Ozzy, Robert Plant, Tool, House of Pain, Fleetwood Mac, Stone Temple Pilots, The Distillers, Dream Theater, Ghost, Entombed, Wretched, Sleep, Silverchair, Mastodon, Kicks, Faces, Megadeth, Avenged Sevenfold, Testament, and Motley Crue. That's all still available. Let's go ahead and put up another couple singles. I got The Cult, She Sells Sanctuary, and this is a double-sided promo. The Cult, She Sells Sanctuary, really nice copy too. The Cult is going to go up for a $10 start, and then right next to that is David Allan Coe, Mona Lisa Lost Her Smile, and Someone Special. David Allan Coe is also going to go up, really nice copy. Let's put DAC up for a $7 start. I'm going to step up front, and we're going to get that other crate. As soon as I said step up front, here comes Otis the dog. Paul Brothers says he wants anything Otis Redding. Okay, I can do that. And here's Otis the dog. I'm going to pet him right quick. I'm going to scratch his ears. Alrighty. Okay, give you a good rub down. And now, Otis, I got to head up front and get another crate. Okay, buddy? You want to follow me up here? I'm sure you do. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go get this other crate. Ba-bum, ba-dun, dun, dun, dun. That's the he knows. And if you ever saw Otis, you would even think he glows. Then all the other dogs used to laugh and call Otis' name. Then he bit their face off. Otis would never do that. He's too nice. He's too nice. Yes, I am in fact dog sitting again tonight. So we got a partner here. Actually, John, Jill, and Jake is still here. We got the Jays in the house. Just missing Jack. He'll be here Monday morning. We got Jake, Jill, and John still here with me too. Okay, first thing we have is Kiss, Ace Frehley. The Ace Frehley solo album is $33.99. That is available. And then AC/DC, Razor's Edge. So the first claim for an AC/DC came with Sarah Morgan. She wanted Razor's Edge. That's sold to Sarah L. Morgan. And then over here, Scott Beebe says all AC/DC. So this one also goes to Scott Beebe. Sarah L. Morgan, Scott Beebe. If anybody else wants an AC/DC, let me know. I had one copy of the Joshua Tree, and this is in fact sold to Clifford Umstead. Amazing album here, $46.99. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. With or Without You, Where the Streets Have No Name, and then here's where it's getting good. Bullet the Blue Sky, In God's Country. That's some good stuff there. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead, on that. I got one copy of Smashing Pumpkins' Siamese Dream. That's that newest remaster they've done with the original artwork, $46.99. David Allen Coe is at 10 with Danny Thomason, and the Colts at 12. So Matt Nichols, you're out on the Colt, and Danny Thomason has David Allen Coe for 10. Everybody else is out. How about we slip in a laser disc? Japanese, I've got these over here, but how about we slip in a laser disc? I've still got a few more over here I haven't put up. Let's see here. Here is Airport 77, and this is the one where the plane gets stuck underwater. This is probably a double disc. Airport 77, that's a laser disc, $10 start on that. We might can get into some Christmas for sure, yeah. First thing though, we have Motley Crue. Dr. Feelgood is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to you. That was my last copy, if anybody else wants one. Pink Floyd Live is, in fact, sold to Dave Kavanaugh. And if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. It's $44.99. Back in Black, AC/DC is sold to Scott Beebe. He said all AC/DC, so that's sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you on that one. James Hicks wants on the AC/DC Razor's Edge wait list. Green Day American Idiot. I've got one copy left at $39.99. And then we have Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. I don't think anybody claimed a Shout at the Devil, so that's still available at $33.99. Yep, Shout at the Devil, $33.99. And then we have Chevelle, the North Corridor. Chevelle is $24.99, the North Corridor. And then AC/DC, once again, sold to Scott Beebe. So he also gets Highway to Hell. All right, let's jump over here. And David Allen Coe is, in fact, sold for $10 to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. The Colt is sold for $12, and that is, in fact, sold to Michael Snared. And then one bid on Airport 77. This is sold to Paul Brothers for 10. So, yeah, I mean, time is ticking away. I've been talking about this for a while now, but, you know, I've got to do at least 2 shows up front, you know, where I walk through the store and, you know, we're going to do like some epic marathon, 24 hours if we can do it and figure out how to do it logistically. I'm going to try to do 2 like that before the end of the year. But that's the thing. I've got to get it planned and have all the team ready, and we got to get all the stuff priced. I mean, the thing about the store is there's millions of unique individual items if you count everything. I mean, it would be insane. Every little toy and CD and record and vinyl and CD and book and magazine. But the problem is getting it all out and ready and priced. You know, it's not easy when it's just in tubs and nothing's priced. And so we got to do like a big rush and just help everybody help me get stuff unboxed and just laid around. And it's going to be an endeavor, but it's coming soon. Motley Crue is $33.99. This is a 40th anniversary remaster. I've got 2 of those. And then AC/DC sold to Scott Beebe. Scott Beebe got Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. And then Dio, Killing the Dragon. That is a 20th anniversary red and orange. Dio is $34.99. Our next single is Michael Jackson, She's Out of My Life. And Get on the Floor. MJ is going to go up for a $7 start. MJ, as in Michael Jackson, and we got another Parliament. And this is Parliament Starchild and Super Groovy Solistic Funsification. So Parliament is going to go up for a $7 start. We have Bruce Dickinson, Balls to Picasso. That is a expanded edition on splatter vinyl. Bruce Dickinson is $44.99. Stone Sour is still available. That is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press. I've got one left. And then Judas Priest, Point of Entry. This is, in fact, sold to Mark Morris, M-A-R-C. Morris. Thank you, Mark Morris. He also got Accept Metal Heart, $39.99 for Accept Metal Heart. And we have Cinderella still climbing. Cinderella is music on vinyl, $38.99. Official Live Pantera, 101 proof. This is sold to Mark Morris. Thank you, Mark Morris. That's sold to you. And we have Metallica's Ride the Lightning. And Metallica's Ride the Lightning is sold to Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you on that. And then there's one Ride the Lightning left. I have that if anybody wants it. And Van McCoy and the Soul City Symphony Disco Baby Zoetrope picture disc. So these Zoetropes, when you play them, it looks like it's moving. That gets you the best effect right there. See how that's going to happen? $36.99. And Mark Morris also wants a pack of outer sleeves. You got it. Brandon Jones wants a Metallica Ride the Lightning. How could you go wrong there? Okay, now we got to take waiting list from the video. Okay, waiting list from the video. Put down Sarah L. Morgan for Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Okay? Sarah L. Morgan for Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Red vinyl. Make a note, red vinyl. So waiting list for Sarah Morgan. She got everything else. Brandon Lack on Pantera Live waiting list. Brandon Lack, Pantera Live waiting list. Scott Beebe got everything. David Dull on Pink Floyd Live Philadelphia. Pink Floyd Live Philadelphia wait list for David Dull. So I think about 3 waiting lists from the videos. Everybody else is tagged and got everything they wanted. Sean Miller on Girls, Girls, Girls. Quick update. Michael Jackson's at 10. Calvin Ward, you're out. Donna has Michael Jackson for 10. And Wayne Carr has Parliament for 8. Calvin, you're out on both singles. Is the Led Zeppelin 2 going up? Justin, I don't really know. I got to go get the auctions off Laura's desk. You know, I really hadn't looked at any of them. Let me go get those off her desk. Get off the floor, and She's Out of My Life. Michael Jackson. She's Out of My Life, and get off the floor. High bid right now on MJ is 10, and Parliament is at 8, and Calvin's out on both of them. Brad Waits also wants on that Pantera Live 101 proof. You got it, okay? And that's all. That's actually the new stuff for this week right there in that crate. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's do, this is a pretty cool laser disc here. Death Wish. Death Wish. Video laser disc. This is a laser disc. Death Wish is a $10 start, okay? Anybody else on anything in here, including Otis? Do you need anything else? Otis, he's got his toy. Okay. Cindy just sent us a message here on Facebook. Sorry to hear about your husband passing away. So you probably seen our ad on Facebook. I bet we've had about 50 inquiries today on collection leads. I mean, Paul's got to be pretty overwhelmed. We get a message about every 10 minutes, somebody trying to sell a record collection. So that's probably how you found our ad. So thank you. And all you got to do is just send us a message, and Paul will get back with you pretty soon. I think he's literally replying to people right now. So sorry for your loss, but that's what we do best. We come in after people has passed away, whether it was planned, you know, kind of they knew they were passing away and they had to sell stuff, or they pass away suddenly. We come in and buy record collections because it can be overwhelming. We dealt with a man in Murfreesboro here locally for years. He had so much stuff. It took years to buy everything. And then he trusted us and his daughter with purchasing his entire life collection. So that's what we do. You just message us. Well, if it's what we need, if it's something we're looking for, we'll come to you and we'll buy everything. That's simple. And obviously, what I tell everybody is we move a lot of vinyl, so the only way we can get more is by buying it, and people trust us for the cost. So, okay, so MJ, the last bid over here is Donna for $12. Parliament's at 11, and Death Wish is at 15 with Jeff Brindley. Okay, here's what's left in here. Kiss, $33.99. So the simplest way, before I go any further, the simplest way to contact us if you have a Facebook account is just sending us a direct message. Just say, I have a record collection for sale, and then Paul will probably reply. He'll probably get your number, and he'll probably give you a call. Okay, cleaning cloths. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the price on these. I think they're $5.99 is what we sell them for. Let me log in here and get the new list. You know, some of these things that's branded like vinyl style, I have to sign off that I won't sell it below a certain list price. Like those guitars. Those guitars, I have to mark them a certain price, and I'm actually obligated not to mark them down. They're actually like that with some new vinyl titles. It's like you can't sell it below this price. So yeah, the price on the cleaning cloths, the minimum advertised price is $5.99, and that's on these right here. So I brought some of these back in, and we've been asked about them a lot. They're cleaning cloths. They're kind of lubricated, and it's an 8x9, kind of like a chamois microfiber. I don't recommend these for like deep cleaning. You know, you don't want to like scrub on a record of one of these to get dirt out of the grooves. That's not good practice. Thank you, John. John's heading out. This is perfect for like knocking off dust and knocking off fingerprints, okay? So the turntable I use up front, I kind of clip it. I leave it inside here. I kind of like it after they dry out a little. I mean, they're pretty damp right now. They're pretty lubricated. And I mean, you can see right there. I mean, you can see kind of they're wet. So I kind of wait for them to dry out a little, but then I'll use them like to just knock off dust. They're $5.99. I've got 2 whole boxes, okay? So I don't recommend for deep cleaning, but people love them. I mean, I've sold thousands. We have sold cases full of those things. $5.99 if anybody wants one, okay? I've never had anybody complain about them. Over here we have Death Wish. This is a laser disc. Death Wish is a laser disc. This is not vinyl. This is a laser disc. And Death Wish is at $15 of Jeff Brindley, okay? Everybody else is out. And then we're about to sell Parliament. Parliament's at 11. I'm going to make sure Wayne Carr's out. And then over here, MJ Calvin went out. Let's go ahead and sell MJ then to Donna for $12, okay? Here we go over here. And then Charlie Buck, laser, yeah, it's a laser disc. All right, we're going to start counting out cleaning cloths. I got a couple boxes over here full of them. These are $5.99. And let's sell 2 to Dan White. Thank you, Dan. We've got 3 for Scott Dwallow. There's 3 for Scott Dwallow. We got 2 for Paul Brothers. And we have 1 for Jeff Brent RTO. So I've got as many as you can want. Probably people will recognize them back there. And those are $5.99. Okay. And then Death Wish is at 17. Jeff Brindley, you're out. Kevin Brown wants 2 cleaning cloths. Thank you, Kevin Brown. Those are sold to you. And I'm going to make sure Wayne Carr. Quick recap here. Let's get into another crate. And then let me take a picture of this table. So later tonight, I'm going to get into this CD collection. We just got a new CD collection. And then I'm going to snap a picture of this table and say, I got to clean this off tonight during the sale. So here's a table that sits next to me, and look at all the stuff that's on it. That's autographs, books, toys, CDs, comic books. That's about 5 steps to my left. And my goal is to kind of try to go through all this stuff tonight, clean off this table. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing it tomorrow, Sunday. I'll be doing that Sunday during, when I'm here tomorrow night, because I've got to get organized back here in the back. So what I'm going to do is make sure we have we have an opportunity to go through that tonight. And I actually have a hot picture scheduled for the CDs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to approve all these people in the group. And then I'm going to add to this hot picture. Okay, let's go to scheduled post. We have not sold any auctions. There won't be any until 7 o'clock. We've only been live since 6. We got started about 5:30. And Hold on 1 second. All right, let me add to this post. Let me just close that off. Facebook's weird. It won't let you edit a post after you scheduled it. It's the keyboard goes crazy. All right, good enough. Okay, sorry about that. Last thing I do there. All right, and then we got 2 more cloths. So to David Dole, okay? Thank you, David. There's the last 2 cloths, or not last 2. That was the next 2. Let me lay a few more back here so everybody knows we have them in stock. $5.99 on those vinyl style. Thank you on that. Parliament then is sold to Calvin Ward for $13. Thank you, Calvin. And then Death Wish was up to Jeff Brindley. Jeff, I've lost you. That's Paul Brothers at $17. Okay, so Ace Frehley, $33.99. Smashing Pumpkins, $46. Green Day, $39. Motley Crue, $33. Shout out to Devil. Chevelle, North Corridor, $24. Motley Crue, $33. Girls, Girls, Girls. Dio Killing the Dragon, $34. Bruce Dickinson, $44. Cinderella, $38, Stone Sour, $39, and Van McCoy, Disco Baby, $36.99. Our next single is Johnny Cash, Orange Blossom Special. Johnny Cash is really nice. Orange Blossom Special on the original company sleeve. $10 start on that. And then over here is this, I Saw the Light. I Saw the Light on blue vinyl, Todd Rundgren. How cool is that? I saw the light in your eyes. That is going to also go up for a $10 start. Mark Morris wants a cleaning cloth for $5.99. Thank you. So cleaning cloths back in stock, $5.99 on those. Death Wish is about to sell. I'm going to go ahead and take this little stack of cleaning cloths and 45s in here on the miscellaneous table. Whoa! Otis just had a toy fly across the room. We need to keep him active. Tanner, that's one reason I have him here, because he does not want to be in a cage. Here, let me get that thing, Otis. Go get it. Okay. All right. Cinderella is music on vinyl. Yes. Do you know what color the Green Day is? I don't. Cinderella is music on vinyl, $38.99. Johnny Cash, 10. Todd Rundgren, 10. And then Death Wish is sold to Paul Brothers for $17. Thank you, Paul Brothers. That is sold to you for $17. All right, let's put that away. Cool laser disc there. And let's get some more auctions going. Over here. I am dog sitting. Otis is with me. He's dropped his toy down in this crate. All right, let me get that out for you, buddy. And I'm going to go throw it across the room and poof, go get it. All right. Okay, that's done. That's done. Let's keep going here. All right. Now, last night we sorted a ton of 45s to auction. And let's see, what do we need to do now? What do we need to do now? Let's do the leftovers over here of a flip crate. Yep, we need to do these leftovers of a flip crate. That'd be a great way to start new vintage stuff right now. So 6, 9, lots of 6, 9, and 14. Okay, here we go. Vintage discount. Vintage discount going up right now. Todd Doris also needs a pack of outer and inner sleeves. You got it. He needs a pack of outer and inner sleeves. And while Todd Doris is watching, let's put up this copy of Revolver. So John had this stickered, and I'm going to start it pretty dang close to what he had it stickered, but I figured it was worth every bit of that and then some. This is not a bad copy, VG Plus of Revolver. It's a stereo press in shrink wrap. Now the shrink wrap is a little torn. It's torn over here on the edge, but the fact that it's been remained in shrink wrap for 50 years, pretty cool. and it's a very clean VG Plus. So that's a 66 OG, a $50 start on that. That is, excuse me, a $45 start. $45 start on that. And then I Saw the Light, Todd Rundgren's 12. Nobody bid on Johnny Cash. You can go ahead and pick him up for $10. Orange Blossom Special and Olive Garden's Children ain't free. That's a buy it now for $10. Okay, the first record in here is $14.99. That's the Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out. That's a discount at $14.99. The Rolling Stones, $14.99. And then the Alarm Declaration. The Alarm is $15 off, more than half off, $9.99 with the original hop sticker. That is marked down to $9.99. The Stones is $14. And then Sting, also just $9.99. This is some of the leftovers from a flip crate, I think, earlier in the week, maybe last week. And Sting is just $9.99. So the first couple records, everything in here is already discounted. Heading out, Jake. Thank you. Everything in here is already discounted. So these are the final prices. $9.99 on Sting, $9.99 on the Alarm, and $14.99 on the Stones. I Saw the Light. Is sold to Chris Frazier for $12. The Beatles has a bid for $45 with Todd Doris. That is one of my favorite albums and arguably one of the most important albums in music history. Hard to disagree with that. Here is Lita Ford with Ozzy Osbourne. Take a look at this. Lita Ford, Close My Eyes Forever with Ozzy Osbourne. That is going to go up for a $10 start. That's that Lita Ford Ozzy duet. And then we have $6.99. Everything here is $6.99. Just $6.99. Mr. Big, Sweet Silence. 1975 UK, Mr. Big, $6.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Aurora. Jean-Luc Ponty, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Lines and Ghost. Velvet Kiss, Lick of the Lime. $6.99 on Lines and Ghost. And then Stony Inn, Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies. That is in shrink, $6.99 on Linda Ronstadt. And Iron Butterfly Ball, VG Plus, original Unipack top sleeve. This is a Unipack when it opens like this and the record tucks inside. Iron Butterfly, just $6.99. All these right here, $6.99, okay? Lita Ford 10, Ozzy 12, Lita Ford 15, and then Kevin Brown on Mr. Big. That is sold to him for $6.99. Thank you. $6.99 on that. Also, Robert Palmer Pressure Drop. Robert Palmer is $6.99. That's a VG condition record. And then also $6.99 is Mark Allman 2. Has that original like flip-up envelope top cover. Kevin Brown on Iron Butterfly for $6.99. And then All That Jazz. That's a gold stamp promo. 1987, $6.99 on that. Ozzy's at $15. Ozzy's at $18. And Final Call on the Beatles for $45. Okay, and then over here, I'm going to throw up another $45. And we have the Cult Wildflower, and this is a double-sided promo from the Cult. Once again, a beautiful copy, the Cult, and it is a promotion copy, $10 start. Revolver is a very solid VG Plus. It's a very solid VG Plus. No, not Near Mint Minus. That would be insanely, honestly, a Near Mint Minus original 60s US Beatles album is near impossible to find. That would be a near impossible feat. This is a very, very clean VG Plus. It's in shrink. Okay, so for $6.99, those, and then we're about to change up prices again. Genesis is $9.99. The shrink has been kind of torn, but it has that original hop sticker. $9.99 on Genesis, Wind and Weathering. $9.99 on Genesis, Wind and Weathering. I'm going to put that back here with the other $9.99 stuff. Also $9.99 is Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. Just $10 for Bob Dylan. This is some vintage discount flip crate stuff. Gentle Giant Freehand. It's EX, just $9.99 for Gentle Giant. And Beach Boys, Spirit of America. That is a 2LP. That is also just $9.99. Ozzy's at $18. Lita and Ozzy. The flip side is Lita Ford, Under the Gun. So it's actually a Lita Ford record. It's the duet with Ozzy, Close My Eyes Forever. And the B-side is Under the Gun. The Cult doesn't have a bid yet. Timer's up on Revolver. We're about to sell it for $45. Also, we have OC Becia Heads is $6.99. This is in VG Plus condition. $6.99 for OC Becia. That's called Head, $6.99 on that. And also $6.99 is Alcuin, Nobody Can Wait Forever. $6.99 on Alcuin. Kevin Brown going to get the Gentle Giant for $9.99. All right, we'll go over the Beatles revolver one more time. This was actually in a crate of stuff John Price yesterday. It's a 66 OG Abbey press. And it is a original stereo capital press with the original inner sleeve. And it is a VG Plus record in partial shrink wrap. It has one bid for $45. It has one bid for $45, and we are about to sell it. He's had it for a while. Just a couple people have hopped on and asked what it is. Ozzy and Lita Ford is now at 20 and now at 22. The Colt is a final call, no bid yet. And Holbrook CM on OCBCS $6.99. The Colt is Wildflower. It's a double-sided promo, near mint minus. Double-sided promo, near mint minus. Also, we have Jewel Shear, The Eternal Return. That is also $6.99. And we have Lines and Ghost, Wild Garden. This is in shrink. Wild Ghost is $6.99. Now we have another bid on Revolver for $50 and another bid on Revolver for $50. So all of a sudden, we got some bids for 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, down. That's Taxman, by the way. Okay, $6.99 for Double Fun, Robert Palmer. EX, $6.99 on Robert Palmer. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. That's in shrink, just $6.99, no condition notes. Some cool stuff in here. Lots of cool stuff in here, and everything is pretty much discounted. It is discounted, and these are the final prices. I'm going to finish off my first can of Monster for the night. And Chad needs a drink of water to go with that. I gotta go check on Otis's water. I've learned my lesson. When he comes over here and starts pawing at me, he needs water. The good news is we have not sold any advertised auctions. I'm not putting any of them up until 7 o'clock. No, I don't even have them over here yet. They're around the corner in the back of the store on Laura's desk. None of the advertised auctions have even been brought up yet. They're going to start going up at 7 o'clock. All right, Kevin Brown on Birds. That's sold to Kevin for $6.99. Ozzy's at $25. The Colt did not get a bid. It did. Michael Snared has it for $10. Final call on that. Ozzy's at $26 with Calvin Ward. And then over here, Revolver is at $60 with Todd Doris. Everybody else is out, okay? Over here, we have Cat Stevens. This is also $6.99. Catch Bullet 4. VG Plus $6.99. Adventures in Utopia with Todd Rundgren. VG Plus $6.99. And then Todd by Todd Rundgren, a 2LP in shrink. That is $6.99. And Savoy Brown, Rock and Roll Warriors. That's in shrink and hop. Savoy Brown, Kim Simmons, just $6.99 on that in shrink with hop sticker. And then a Savoy Brown a step further, also $6.99, no condition notes. Wow, some clean, nice records in there for just $6.99. This is a discount bin. These have already been severely reduced. Michael Snared gets the Colt for $10. Revolver is now at $65. And Ozzy looks like it's a final call for $26. Let's go ahead and put up another single. And this next single caught my attention. It's the Jackson 5 Dancing Machine, but it's on Canadian Motown. Never seen that label before. Canadian Motown. And the flip is It's Too Late to Change the Time. The Jackson 5 Dancing Machine with Michael Jackson. VG Plus, maybe even better. A $10 start on that one. Kevin Brown over here. Kevin Brown over here. He wants Kevin, you're first on Todd Rundgren. Do you want Todd, self-titled, or Adventures in Utopia? Okay, then Mike Ospaw gets both Savoy Browns. He gets both Savoy Browns. Kevin Brown, you were second on Savoy Brown, and Holbrook, you were third. Let me know if you want just Todd or his band Utopia. Happiness is Dean Martin. Dean Martin is $6.99. Stephen Douglas, you were next on Savoy Brown. Jackson 5 has a bid for $10. Kevin wants the 2LP Todd Rundgren. Okay, so Utopia is still available. Stephen, you were next on Savoy Brown. Marion Faithful, Broken English, $6.99 on that. And then Jackie Lomax, did you ever have that feeling? Jackie Lomax is $6.99. The Best of Hoyt Axton, that's on VJ Records, $6.99 for that. Ozzy is officially sold to Calvin for $26. And right now, Revolver's at $65. Todd Doris, it's up to you. The Jackson 5 has a bid for $10. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that is I almost did a Michael Jackson. We got him already up there. Let's go to the front of the box. Let's do something a little bit different here. Adam and the Ants, Young Parisons, Adam and the Ants on Decca. The flip is Lady and Young Parisons. Those are S's. Okay, in the picture sleeve, it's on an import Decca label. Made in England, $10 start on that. Marion Faithful, no condition notes. I would say minor cover wear. We'll give it a VG+. And it feels like there's something extra. Well, it's been stored in a MoFi sleeve, so that's a good sign. And it does have the original under sleeve. So, yeah, not a bad copy. Nice. $6.99 on that for Brad Bolin if he wants it. Gerald Whitworth gets Utopia. And Brad's already in on Adam for 10, and so is Denise, okay? He's out on the Beatles. We're about to sell Revolver for $65 to Tim Graham. Seals and Crofts, Taking It Easy. That's $6.99. And Head East US 1. Head East is $6.99. Hall & Oates No Goodbyes is also $6.99. EX, it's got some crazy writing on the back, but not bad for $6.99 on the vinyl. EX, Pat Travers Heat in the Street is VG for $6.99. And then Rare Earth, yeah, this was Monday's Flip Crate. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $6.99. Marion Faithful is, in fact, sold to Brad Bullen for $6.99. Okay, Jackson 5 is sold to Donna. That's sold to Donna for $10. Thank you on that. And then Kevin Brown on Head. That was Head East to Kevin Brown for $6.99. And then the Revolver is, in fact, sold to Tim Graham for $65. Okay, got a couple more over here that I told you last night, and Todd bought a lot of them. We had a lot of Beatles and solo Beatles stuff. We priced them, and I pulled out like 3, and I was like, well, they might sell for less. They might sell for more, but regardless, what I'll do is I'll throw them up for auction tomorrow. And that's what we're doing. The first one's gone, and that was Revolver. Okay, and then next is Brad Bullen's at 15 on Adamant. Pat Travers sold to Kevin Brown, and Paul Cruz was second. So first thing we're going to do is grab another one of these Beatles records over here. And that was, if we're going to do Revolver, we might as well do Rubber Soul. Now, this is a kind of a later label, but pretty collectible. And not a bad pressing. It's on the what they call Green Target label. So this is like a late 60s press. I think they used that just temporarily in the late 60s. Rubber Soul, VG Plus condition, a $30 start on the Beatles. Stephen Douglas on Rare Earth for $6.99. Now, Stephen, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've said your name too many times. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I've bought before. Donna or Michael Fropp, whoever else was bidding, Brad Bolin has Adam and the Ants for $15. Everybody else is out. Our next auction is going to be the Rembrandts. Yep, the Rembrandts. I'll Be There From You, the theme from Friends. Now, when I saw that last night, I was like, holy crap, I've never seen that before on vinyl. I'll Be There From You, and it literally says theme from Friends, the Rembrandts. I've never seen that before. And, of course, there is like a Friends vinyl record that is new that they make. It's kind of like a compilation of all the music. I still think they should do that for Seinfeld, but they haven't yet. Either way, though, the Rembrandts, I'll Be There For You, theme from Friends, a $10 start. Didn't know that existed until last night when I was sorting these. $10 start on that, okay? And I've sent my first info. I've sent my info. Okay, great. First-time buyers, welcome, everybody. This is a great night. Saturday night, unless you're watching football, even if you are watching football, you can have me on as well. We're going to be going through crate after crate after crate of vintage records, maybe some new records. We got 45s. Later tonight, we got a new CD collection. It's mostly rock. It's pretty much all rock. I will post some pictures. They're uploaded to 7. I've got miscellaneous, the stuff to clean up. We got a lot of stuff. So great night to be watching. But this is the last night for unlimited shipping. So $8 unlimited shipping. And so if you just buy that one record tonight, When we bill you on Monday, it's $8. If you buy 20 more records tonight, it's only $8. But this is the last night, and we don't combine invoices. So whatever's on your invoice after tonight, that's the final warning. Whether you buy 100 CDs, 50 records, it doesn't matter to me, or if you just have one cleaning cloth. If you buy one cleaning cloth, it's going to be $8 shipping. So make sure you purchase and spread out wisely. Right, Otis? Otis he's pretty good spirits right now. I probably need to go get his treats. Let's scratch his neck. Oh, yeah, there you go, buddy. Oh, yeah, getting a good neck scratch. Okay, here we go. So the only $14.99 record is the Rolling Stones. This is the only $14.99 record left. Get your yayas out. It's a great Rolling Stones live album. It's well known for that live version of Honky Tonk, Midnight Rambler. That well-known live version of Midnight Rambler comes from that album. Get your yayas out, okay? The Rembrandts just has one bid for 10. And now let's go ahead and sell Adam and the Ant. That's sold to Brad Bolin for 15, and the Beatles is at 30. Here in 20 minutes, we'll start the advertised hot picture auctions, okay? Then we had a selection of great $9.99 records. The first one was The Alarm Declaration, clean, no condition notes, gold stamp promo, like literally near mint minus. Genesis Wind and Weathering, in shrink hop sticker. That's $9.99 for Genesis, unless somebody claimed it earlier. Did somebody claim that earlier and I didn't pull it? No, that was Gentle Giant. Okay, Genesis is still available. Also $9.99 is Bob Dylan Slow Train Coming. I don't even want to tell you what we had that originally marked for. The Beach Boys is a great 2 LP compilation. It's called Spirit of America. No condition notes. Beach Boys is $9.99. And then Sting. You may know him from the band The Police, one of his big solo albums here. And this is The Dream of the Blue Turtles, $9.99. Stephen Douglas getting Genesis. Thank you on that. $9.99. Make sure that goes in for $9.99. Michael Snare gets The Alarm. That's $9.99. And we have the Rembrandts. So if y'all missed this, this is the Rembrandts. I'll Be There For You, the theme song from Friends. And Mike Codrini has that for $12. Calvin Ward, You're Out. And the Beatles has two $30 bids. The first $30 bid was Joe DeGato, and Todd Doris, you tied him. Scott Dwallow getting the Sting album for $9.99. So that just leaves Beach Boys, Dylan, and Stones. Okay, the rest of this crate, one more time, is $6.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Aurora. Lines and Ghosts, Velvet Kiss, Leak of the Lime. Stoney's Inn, Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies compilation. Robert Palmer Pressure Drop, that one was VG. Mark Almond 2 was $6.99. All That Jazz, $6.99. And we got new crates from John. So Paul was off today. He just got back last night from that bond trip. And Laura got all the auctions ready, and we got plenty of stuff. Plus, their stuff, I think they marked the night I wasn't here, and I haven't been through that. So there's a lot of opportunities to see new stuff tonight for sure. Also, $6.99 is Alquin, Nobody Can Wait Forever. Jules Shear, The Eternal Return. Lines and Ghost, Wild Garden. A lot of 80s stuff in here. I don't know a lot about them, but they're available. Robert Palmer, Double Fun. Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. Dean Martin, Happiness Is. Jackie Lomax, The Best of Hoyt Axton, Seals and Croft. And Hall & Oates, No Goodbyes, okay? Now the Beatles at 35. Now the Rembrandts is at 15. And let's put up another single. And this single here is going to be the following. This is, we're going to sell these two together. This is 2 promo copies from The Muppet Movie. So Rainbow Connection, Kermit, Jim Henson, The Muppet Movie, Rainbow Connection, and that's a double-sided promo. And then moving right along, Kermit and Fozzie, Jim Henson, also The Muppet Movie, and that's a double-sided promo. So they're double-sided promos. Both of those together, The Muppets is going to be a $10 start. The Rembrandts is at 15, and the Beatles is a final call at 35. I'm going to make sure everybody's claimed what they wanted out there. We'll offer this for one opportunity as a bundle deal. One opportunity as a bundle deal. And while they're doing that, I'm going to grab a handful of 45s, and these are all $6.99. These are buy it nows for $6.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go, one of their big hits. Paul Hardcastle, 19. That's a cool song. White label promo. Hall & Oates, One on One. That's a double-sided promo. Carly Simon and James Taylor, Mockingbird. Platinum Blonde, Somebody Somewhere, double-sided promo. Patty Austin, Baby Come to Me. And Angel, Flying with Broken Wings Without You. Angel on the Casablanca sleeve, $6.99. So all those are available for buy it nows, okay? Info on Dean Martin. Dean Martin is called Happiness Is. Happiness Is. It's an original pressing on the Tricolor Steamboat label. No condition note, $6.99. All right, the Rembrandts is sold for $15. Friends, I'll be there for you. That is sold to Mike Quadrini for $15. And then Rubber Soul is sold to Todd Doris for $35. Thank you, Todd, on that. That was the Beatles Rubber Soul. And then over here, we got Dean Martin sold to David Jennings for $6.99. And then the two Muppet Movie records is a $10 start. Angel was sold to Kevin Brown for $6.99. And Calvin on 19 for $6.99. Okay, thank you on that. I'm going to try to mix in, because we've kind of really filtered all the 45s, and we're really going to try to mix in the buy it nows tonight, kind of early during the show. Like this right here. New Kids on the Block, Tonight and Hold On. Hall & Oates, Did It in a Minute. Take Me Home Tonight, Eddie Money. Cheap Trick, I Want You to Want Me from Budokan. And 38 Special, Second Chance, okay? The cleaning cloths, we've already sold a pretty good stack of them. They're $5.99. 8x9s. They're lubricated, and they are perfect for like knocking off dust and fingerprints. Those are $5.99, okay? Here's going to be a bundle deal on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 records there. We're going to get those 15 records down to just $375, and then we're going to do this one for $5 and that one for $5 instead of $10. So $10 for both of those, and we're going to make the Stones 10. So $76.25, $75 for the rest of these records. $75 for the rest of these records, okay? And 38 Special is sold to Calvin for $6.99. He also gets Cheap Trick for $6.99. And we got Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight, Hall & Oates, Did It in a Minute, and New Kids on the Block. All those are $6.99. Cleaning cloths, $5.99. We got one sold to Stephen Douglas, one sold to Broken Sconce. I've got a whole box full of them if anybody else wants them, okay? Kevin Voitosh has the Muppets for $10. That's going once and going twice. Our next single is going to go up right now, and that is Whole. Yes, as in like Courtney Love. Whole, Doll Parts, and Plump. Never seen that too often on vinyl. And that's an original single from Geffen Records. $10 start on Whole. And now we need another Beatles record. This is a reissue or a later pressing of the Beatles Yesterday and Today. It's on the Green Target label. These are songs, this is kind of like past masters, okay? These are songs that really wasn't on a lot of their albums. Like We Can Work It Out and Day Tripper. Y'all know that was later not on any of their albums. So, and this is technically a compilation known for the famous Butcher cover. VG Condition, $20 start on that. Bundle deal on everything in here, $75. Hall & Oates, Seals & Croft, Hoyt Axton, Jackie Lomax, Cat Stevens, Robert Palmer, Lines and Ghosts, Jules Shear, Alquin, All That Jazz, Mark Allman. Robert Palmer, Linda Ronstadt, Lines and Ghosts, Jean-Luc Ponty. Those were pretty much $3.75 a piece. And then Beach Boys for $5, Bob Dylan for $5, and the Rolling Stones for $10. And then I knocked off $1.25 and made it a flat $75. Final call on that. The New Kids on the Block is called Tonight and Hold On. Tonight and Hold On. We're about to get into a new crate of new vintage stuff as soon as I show another quick little handful of 45s for $6.99. First thing is Supertramp. Give a Little Bit. These are all $6.99. Give a Little Bit. Survivor, Burning Heart from Rocky IV, Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue, Billy Joe promo, Say Goodbye to Hollywood, Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever, and from Record Store Day, Otis Redding and Aretha Franklin, Respect. And buyer beware, that record could have gassing, I think it does, which could affect playback, okay? They'd made a horrible decision storing this in plastic, just FYI, okay? So, over here, Calvin on Supertramp for $6.99. And that leaves Otis Redding, Aretha Franklin, Pac-Man Fever, Billy Joe, Debbie Gibson, and Survivor, Burning Heart, okay? The two Kermit the Frogs, Kermit is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $10. And Whole has one bid for $10. And the VG Green Target cable Target label yesterday and today is a $20 start. Let's go through a new crate of new vintage stuff. Okay. Oh, Paul Brothers just said he'll take anything, Otis Redding. Okay, there's that sold to Paul Brothers, and that's sold to Jeff Brindley. The Debbie Gibson is out of the blue and out of the blue. One side's probably instrumental. Edited dub. Original cut and edited dub. Jim B was next on Otis Redding. Too sad, too bad. Sorry, Jim. Sorry. Otis. All right, we gotta get a good look at him. Let me take a picture of him. And here's what's staring at me right now. That's what's staring at me right now. Over to my right, and he's just like, please, Chad, please stop working and play fetch with me for the next 5 hours. Just please feed me treats and throw my toys around the store so I can chase them. Okay, Debbie Gibson is sold to Jeff Brindley. All right, let's pick out our first crate. He's wagging his tail. Sorry, Otis. I'm just coming over here to grab a crate of records. He looks so sad and lonely. Just sitting over here like, please play fetch with me 5 hours nonstop. I know, he's sad. All right, Otis, I'll tell you what, if you go get me your toy, I'll throw it as long as you want me to, okay? Okay, Chad, that sounds good to me. Wow, did y'all hear that? He actually talked back. He's got a mic on. Sometimes he talks. All right, nobody bid on the Beatles. You can pick that up for $20. And Hole is sold for $10. And Hole is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10, okay? Thank you on that. And I'm going to go ahead and set this little stack in here. Otis, you want to get me one of your toys, buddy? Let's see. Let's lay that right there. Got a couple stacks of records, a couple stacks of cleaning cloths going. We're doing some buy it now 45s. Bring me a toy, buddy. Where are they? Go get me a toy. All right. What's the Mingus? Okay. Charles Mingus is an acoustic sound series from Verve, audiophile, mastered at QRP. Or excuse me, mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP, tip-on jacket. Mingus is $34.99. Preston Rose on the Beatles for $20. Thank you, Preston Rose. And now we got more 45s to put up. Just Beat It. And this is a cool one here. You're a Wonderful One. That's a great Marvin Gaye song. And the original Hitsville Motown sleeve. It's got some pretty wicked scuffs on it. Non-feelers, I'd have to call it a VG. And then Michael Jackson Beat It from Thriller. It's also got a scuff on it. We'd have to call that VG as well. So $7 start on Michael Jackson and Marvin Gaye. Nothing that's going to affect back play. Those are 7 and 7. And let's also go ahead and grab this right here. So this is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles Blue album. Beautiful, near mint minus, no obi, but it has the inserts with it. A $25 start on that, okay? $25 start on the Beatles 67 to 70. This is an incredible crate of new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. Oh. Ooh. Sorry, I'm popping all my knuckles back into place. We got Leonard Skinner Gold and Platinum. VG Plus condition. This is essentially a 2LP Leonard Skinner compilation. $24.99. Fleetwood Mac self-titled. The first album with that new lineup with McVie and Buckingham and Nix. VG Plus, $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Also, Tom Petty, that is his debut album. VG Plus, self-titled. It's on a later label, like an 80s pressing. $24.99. No barcode. No barcode. We got Waylon. This is called The Ramblin' Man. Waylon Jennings is EX condition. $22.99 for Waylon Jennings. EX $22.99. Stephen Douglas on the Leonard Skinner. That's sold to Stephen Douglas. And then over here, we got the Beatles at $30, going once, going twice. Marvin Gaye, we're looking for a $7 start. And Stephen Douglas also wants Tom Petty. And Donna Turner has MJ for 7, and that's going once, going twice. David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. David Bowie is in VG Plus condition. It's on this original tan RCA label. $24.99. And John Prine, Diamonds in the Rough. John Prine, VG Plus, $29.99. And Van Morrison, common one. Van Morrison's VG Plus, $24.99. The Rolling Stone Some Girls, that's VG $14.99. Now keep in mind, these are all buy it now best offer, so you can claim them or make an offer, and then we negotiate from there. Yes, buy now best offer. Donna gets MJ for $7. Thank you, Donna. No, she got Marvin Gaye for $7. She got Marvin Gaye for $7. MJ is a buy it now. Beat It in VG condition. $7 buy it now on that. Okay, and then next is Johnny Cash. This is Ghost Riders in the Sky. And the flip is I'm going to sit on my porch and pick on my old guitar. That is Johnny Cash, a $7 start on that. Next is Beatles right now, started at 25. It had bids for 30, 31, 33. Beatles 21. No Beatles in the bin. The bid on the Beatles right now is 33. Donna also gets MJ for 7. And then Dennis C. on Waylon, $17. That was the Rambling Man. It was marked $22.99. I've got to go ahead and sell that to him for $17. Gregory, you were next. Michael offered $1 more. I just shot myself in the foot over $1. It won't be the first time tonight. And then the Stones is sold to Melanie Jennings for $13. That was marked $15. I'll do $13. So do you. Now the Beatles at $33. Johnny Cash is a $7 start. And then our next single is an Freebird. Leonard Skinner, Freebird. And this is from One More From the Road. So that's that live cut, and the flip is Searching. Leonard Skinner's a $7 start. David Bowie is Diamond Dogs, VG Plus $24.99. The original label for this would be an orange RCA label. So this is like tan. They only used that about 1 year, around 75, 76. So it's probably like the repressing of it, or maybe reissue, but it's still mid-70s. And that is David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. And Diamond Dogs is $24.99, okay? Next is Stacy's in on Freebird at 10. Final call on the Beatles. It's really up to Joe Delgado if he wants to bid again. And we have the Doors, Waiting for the Sun. This also has Hello, I Love You, Won't You Tell Me Your Name, The Unknown Soldier. Spanish Caravan, that's a cool one, 5-1. VG $24.99. And we have the best of ZZ Top, EX $32.99. Yes, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube, and you've subscribed and followed. We do this every night, sometimes Sundays, sometimes not on Sundays, but you can catch me here most nights, okay? For $6.99, Journey, Separate Ways in the picture sleeve. I Love Rock and Roll. Joan Jett, We Got the Beat by the Go-Go's. The Bangles, Eternal Flame, and Billy Squire, Everybody Wants You. Those are all $6.99. I hadn't even mentioned it, but we got an incredible collection of Elvis Presley EPs. So when I'm done with this little stack of auctionable 45s over here, we're about to get into this insane Elvis collection we've got. Pretty cool stuff. All these singles are $6.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. 38 special Wild Eyed Southern Boys. And this has You Can Be My Fantasy Girl on it. And this is VG $12.99. Why is the back of the sleeve so dusty? We need to clean this off at some point. Boy, I don't know what happened. Looks like the sleeve was dusty. VG $12.99, brand new sleeve, and it's dusty. Master Ma on the Bangles for $6.99. That's sold to Sean for $6.99. Calvin Ward got Journey for $6.99. Calvin got Billy Squire for $6.99. And that leaves the Go-Go's for $6.99 and Joan Jett for $6.99, okay? Stacy, you get Freebird for $10. Johnny Cash is sold for $7 to Jeff Brindley. And the Beatles here, the Beatles is sold to Mitch T for $33. Thank you on that, Mitch. You'll be very happy with that. Hallbrook said 5 off on the Doors. You got it. That's sold to him for $20. And we have Queen, News of the World. We Are the Champions. We Will Rock You. VG Plus $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Britney Spears, From the Bottom of My Heart. and You Drive Me Crazy, Jazzy's Jim's Hip Hop Mix. Don't see much original Britney Spears singles. This even has the jukebox strip with it, probably manufactured for jukebox. So a lot of these 90s singles and 2000s, about the only reason they were still being manufactured was pretty much for the jukebox industry. You know, there still wasn't like MP3 or CD jukeboxes that existed, definitely not digital ones in 99, 2000. So they still had to make a lot of 45. So that's why you see a lot of 90s artists on vinyl, jukebox industry. $7 start on that, and pretty much the same thing for this one. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Blue on Black, and Blue on Black. Kenny Wayne Shepherd. This is also going to go up for a $7 start, and it even includes the jukebox strip, okay? So $7 and $7. Those are up for bid. Jerry Rock on 38 special. Sell that to him for 10. And whoever's watching, let's get something and try to clean that dust off on the back, please. That's sold to Jerry for $10. Corey Ross, I'm going to go ahead and sell you ZZ Top for $25. And Stacy needs a platter pack. I will be on the lookout for you, okay? Britney Spears 7. And then over here, we have Kenny Wayne Shepherd 7, Kenny Wayne Shepherd 7, 7, 10, okay? Very cool there. And let's see what else I have over here. First thing I have is, got another Beatles record. Which one is this one? Nice, the Beatles 6. Now, John had this one marked up there. Well, no, this is not the one I was thinking about. Okay. This is cool. Different one. This is the Beatles 6. It's an original Scranton mono press. This is an original Scranton mono press. This is mono VG Plus, a $35 start. The Beatles 6. Very cool. There's Paul. $35 start. Okay. There's John. There's George. There's Ringo. Let's not forget about those other guys, you know. We got James Gang passing through. VG Condition, $14.99. Billy Joel Piano Man, Billy Joel's VG Plus $14.99, and Boston. Don't look back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Original label $24.99. I don't have any turntable mats. No, unfortunately not. Sorry. Also, we have Elton John's Greatest Hits, VG Condition $14.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits. That is VG $14.99. The Beatles at $35. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is at $15 with Mike Pierce. Everybody else is out. Robin Glenn gets Britney Spears for $7. That is sold. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's now with $17. Blaine's and the Beatles for $35. And going up for auction right now is this right here. Tigers of Pantang, Life of Crime, and Rendezvous. It's on white vinyl. It came in original plastic sleeve like this. Tigers of Pantang, white vinyl, Rendezvous, and Life of Crime. $10 start on that. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. First thing is Dave Seretna on Elton John. $10 on Elton John, sold to Dave Seretna. Okay, over there, let's go ahead and fill up this crate. Where's all the boomers? You mean millennials. Most of this music is being purchased by millennials. This is Elton John, sold for $10. Thank you on that. And then let me grab a new empty crate and fill this up. So let's see. When I was in line for Paul McCartney, the girl behind me was 21. The girl behind her was 19. And then the next two guys were 24 and 27, and they were with their girlfriends that were about the same age. That was the first two people ahead of me and about the 5 people behind me in line to see McCartney. And then when I was looking around, it was amazing how many people there was my age. I was like amazed. Now there's a lot of older people there for sure. Some people coming in on like walkers and wheelchairs. That's the same age as Paul McCartney, 83. But it was amazing how many people there in the 20s and teenagers were there to see Paul McCartney. It's amazing. It was, I mean, I met so many people my age. It was incredible. Tigers of Pantang 10. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band 21. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band 22. Corey Ross on Queen for $20. That's sold. And then Boston, Dave Seretna. Dave Seretna, I will do this for $20 if you want it. It was marked 24. And then over here we have next The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, VG Plus, $17.99. And some of those people I was talking to is like, man, all the concerts they've been to, like all those people younger than me had already seen bands that, you know, like I hadn't got to see yet. And I was like, oh man, like it was amazing. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, VG Plus, $17.99. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy, $17.99 on that. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's $25, $23.25. And this is Tigers of Pantang. It's called Rendezvous and Life of Crime. It's on white vinyl. And the last bid on that was Jeff Brindley at $10, and he's the only bidder. Right now, the Beatles 6 has just one bid for $35, and that's going once, going twice. Sinatra for the Collector, Volume 1, the V-disc year. Never had that before. VG Plus, $9.99. Sinatra. Also, Bob Seger, The Distance, VG, $12.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, VG, $12.99. And we have Kansas. It's the Point of No Return. VG Condition, $9.99. Kansas, The Point of No Return. And Deep Purple, Burn. Deep Purple, EX, $27.99. Deep Purple, Burn. Also, we have Neil Young, Harvest. VG Condition, $14.99. Neil Young, Harvest. Oh man, take a look at my life. $14.99. I think this upcoming generation, even people younger than me, when they start getting a little bit older and they start earning more money to actually buy records, I think we'll see even a bigger demand with vinyl. I think a lot of people right now, same age, I was talking to people, they all pretty much discovered this music about the same age I did. And it's a small group, but it's big enough that they'll probably always be buying vinyl because it's kind of expensive. New vinyl's so expensive. Finding collectible original copies of Zeppelin and Pink Floyd, what everybody wants right now, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds that are getting into this, they really don't understand it, and they just know it's expensive. But I think as they get older, they get out of school, they start earning money, they get a job, and then they start, you know, they're not going to be listening to modern music from their era. They're going to be listening to stuff probably now their grandfather listened to. And it's going to be pretty amazing. So I'm confident about the industry I'm in, knowing that there's like millions of, even, it's not even, I think it's the newest generation that's going to be finding out about the Beatles. They're going to be finding out about, you name them. I mean, it could even be metal. It could be Cinderella, Metallica. It could be any of this stuff, but anything probably 1995 or 2000 back, it's going to be pretty dang popular, I think. Hopefully. It's my job to help distribute it. Paul Cruz on Neil Young, he got that. And then Jason Thomas got The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. Tigers of Pantang has a new bid for 10, 11, 12, and now 15. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's at 30. Mike Pierce is out. And let's go ahead and sell this Beatles 6. And the Beatles 6 is sold, and that just got that one bid for $35. And $35, and that seems like a long time ago now. When was that? Holy crap, this was up for a long time. Who bid on this for 30? What? I think it was Blaine Zapnick. Yeah, $35 sold to Blaine Zapnick. Okay, $35 on that, Blaine Zapnick. Yep. Okay, let me go to the back and get Laura's auction crate. But first, we're going to show 38 Special Forces, VG $12.99, and ZZ Top Eliminator. ZZ Top, VG $14.99. ZZ Top Eliminator. All right, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band still getting bids. This is Tigers of Pantang, Rendezvous and Life of Crime. It's a white vinyl 7-inch import. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is blue on black. $31 right now, and that means Mike Pierce, you have been outbid, okay? I'm going to go get this crate off Laura's desk. But yeah, I think what's, you know, a lot of kids that want to get in vinyl, unfortunately, it's not a cheap hobby. So they won't like, they see these foreign objects known as records and like, what are these? How can I obtain them? Then they kind of find out it's expensive. And, you know, I'll see them working and they come in and they'll go to shops and they might can buy one $40 record or something that's new, or they get thrifty and try to find pre-owned used stuff, you know, if they're smart about it. So, you know, it's the, they could easily just hit a button and stream, but I think they like the fact of owning something and you listen to it the way it was used in the day, the 60s and 70s and the 80s. So they'll learn about it. It's a complicated thing to collect. It's not an easy entry level thing. Vinyl, it's pretty complicated. First thing in here is this. Tigers, Kenny Wayne Shepherd 31. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, the condition, near mint minus. It pretty much is unplayed looking. Stephen Douglas on 38 special on ZZ Top. Tigers of Pantang 1618. And Tigers 19. Okay. There's that. Kenny Wayne Shepherd 35. Okay. Tigers at 20. There we go. All right, so I've got all the advertised auctions. We're going to start right now with this one right here. Demon is going to go up right now. Demon is a 1985 Euro original with the original sleeve. EX condition. Demon is called British Standard Approved. That's a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Okay. There's that. Yeah, I think a lot of people's pretty smart about music. So, you know, kids, they're probably like, they're just, you know, if they hear something, you know, if they're going to be like, whoa, what was that? You know, and it's going to be something that's timeless, you know, like all these bands we sell every night. They're going to be like, okay, that caught my ear. That doesn't sound like anything that's being put out today. And then they start learning, and next thing you know, they're wearing a Pink Floyd shirt. We have Slade by Slade, VG Plus, $14.99. Slade by Slade, or Slade by Slade, that's VG Plus, $14.99. Honeymoon Suite, VG Plus, $17.99. I mean, there's videos on YouTube. If there's, you know, they video people for the first time listening to like Comfortably Numb, and I mean, if you play that for somebody that's literally never heard it before, they're probably going to be like, what the heck is this? You know, it's like something, if you've never heard it, try to erase your memory from hearing that song for the first time and then hearing it again. You're probably going to be like, well, what the heck is this? We have the Cars, self-titled, VG condition, $14.99. That's their debut album. Kevin Brown on Slade. These are new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. First come, first serve. You can go ahead and claim them or make an offer. Next is Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. This is a final call. Calvin's out. Mike Pierce has it for $35. The last bid on the white vinyl Tigers of Pantang was Jeff Brinley at $20. Everybody else is out. Demon went ahead and opened at $15 and $15, and Jeff Brinley bid $15. Kevin Brown bid $15, and then Scott Arnold over here is sold to on the Cars. Okay, there's that, and we have Johnny Van Zant Band, the last of the wild ones, VG Plus $14.99, and Van Halen Fair Warning, VG condition $22.99. Van Halen, great stuff there. VG $12.99. Those are 45s in the back. I've read off that we've already shown once. I'll read them again when we're done with everything. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun on the butterfly label, VG $14.99. That reminds me, I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful. So these are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. I've got the Eurythmics, Right by Your Side, the Moody Blues, The Present, Stephen Steele, Stranger, the Machinations, and then Go-Go's, Head Over Heels, War, Galaxy and Galaxy Part 2, and Robert Palmer, You're in My System. Those are all $6.99 each. First is Matt Nichols on Van Halen. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Stephen Douglas on Johnny Van Zant. Melanie Jennings on the Doors. ST was second on the Doors. Great new vintage rock in here, including Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, Refugee, Here Comes My Girl, Even the Losers, Get Lucky Sometimes, Don't Do Me Like That, VG $14.99. And then Patti Smith Group Easter. And this is VG Plus $17.99. Van Halen's already sold. Tigers of Pantang is sold. And Tigers of Pantang is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. Over here, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is sold to Mike Pierce for $35. And then Scott Dwallow on Tom Petty. That is sold. Demon is still tied at $15. Can I hear back from one person, please? Kevin Brown. Kevin, do you want back in on this for more than $15? John Howard next on Tom Petty, then Stephen Douglas, then Larry Gonzalez. This is Johnny Cash Orange Blossom Special. It's a no bid, $10. $10 on Johnny Cash. These were $6.99. Robert Palmer, War, Go-Go's, The Machination, Stephen Stills, Moody Blues, and Eurythmics. Those are all $6.99. Also, Journey, this one's Infinity, EX $17.99. Also, Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, VG Plus $24.99. And Van Morrison, Wavelength, VG $14.99. I'll tell you something that has really helped this whole industry, them making all these new movies, like the movie about Elvis, the movie about Bob Dylan, and now they're making a biopic about Michael Jackson. That could be huge. They're making a movie about Michael Jackson. That's going to be huge. Triumph, Surveillance, a 1987 US OG Gold Stamp promo, original on her sleeve, VG Plus. Triumph is just going to be a $15 start. Now Demons at $16. So Kevin did come in. Now Jeff Brindley, $19. Over here, we got Johnny Cash is sold to Jason Boxell for $10. I've got some more singles to slip in. But first, here's Queen, The Game, VG Plus $24.99, and Winwood. That's that great 2LP compilation, EX $27.99. Okay? Next thing in here is the following. We need a couple more 45s. By the way, Jason Boxell, if your friend Steven is watching over there in England, tonight's the night we start slipping in the Elvis record. So hopefully he's watching. I'm going to go ahead and put this one up right now. And we have Elvis picture sleeves to start mixing in all night long. Speaking of Elvis, we got them. We have them right over here. And we have also got Weird Al. We've got Weird Al Yankovic. This is called Just Eat It. Just Eat It. Weird Al Yankovic. The flip is That Boy Could Dance. Weird Al's a $10 start. And Elvis Presley in Kid Creole. And this is Elvis Presley, Kid Creole, an original 50s EP, and it's clean. It is nice with about a VG Plus sleeve. Elvis Presley, or excuse me, that's Kid Galahad. Sorry, Kid Galahad, $10 start for Elvis, okay? Let's go back to the top. So, Stephen Douglas, if you want to bid on Triumph, make sure you put the price, okay? So, Triumph, put Triumph 15, and that means you're bidding. The Journey was, in fact, EX condition. Yes, Journey EX condition, $17.99. Look, the cover, I never noticed that. The cover art by Kelly Mouse. I didn't realize Kelly Mouse did the cover art for that. That's who did all the, like a lot of the 60s psychedelia, especially like Grateful Dead stuff. I've seen this album thousands of times, never noticed it said Kelly Mouse there. Steely Dan is sold to Paul Cruz. That is sold to Paul Cruz. And then over here we have Weird Al 10. Dave Seredna offered 20 for Steve Winwood. And that is right here. Steve Winwood sold for $20 to Dave Seredna. Elvis has a bid for 10. Elvis has another bid for 10. Elvis has a bid for 15. And Journey is sold for $15 to Scott Arnold. Okay? Now, Triumph's an auction. It's a $15 start. And in fact, speaking of auctions, I got to make sure we're done on Demon. Kevin Brown, you in fact got outbid on Demon again. It's as soon as you bid, he bid $19. So Kevin, you're out again on Demon. Weird Al's at 20. And then over here, we have Edgar Winter if they only come out at night. And this has the song Frankenstein on it. One of my favorite instrumentals. It's up there with YYZ for me. VG $12.99. VG $12.99, okay? Scorpions and George Strait request. Roxy, I'll get those on deck as soon as I can. Okay. Okay, so the first comment is Scott Arnold says Queen Info. That's The Game. It's VG Plus $24.99. Another one bites the dust. Last night for $8 unlimited shipping. And don't forget, we got a new CD collection in. So after tonight, when I think we've exhausted as much as we can out of vinyl, probably 11:30, we've got box after box. We've got about 3 nights worth of CDs, honestly. And we're going to be doing CDs for $6.99. In the meantime, for about the next 4 hours, it is vinyl auctions, vinyl crates, vinyl until it comes out your ears. Now, Michael Snare, earlier you said info on Patty. Oh, Patty. Okay, I thought you were trying to say Tom Petty, and I was just ignoring your comment because Tom Petty sold. This was VG Plus $17.99. I'll go ahead and answer your question. Patty was VG Plus $17.99. Triumph at 16, Demon 20, and then we have Demon 22, and then we're good to go. Okay. So I want to let everybody know the hot picture should be uploaded now. I had it scheduled for 7 o'clock in the group. Yeah, 7 o'clock. The hot picture should upload it in the group. And it was, I took some pictures of the boxes. It's pretty much all rock. It's just like all rock CDs, okay? And let me see if that uploaded like it should have. It should be uploaded now. Yeah. So yeah, there's, I posted pictures. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Holy crap. There's a lot. Okay. So everybody remain calm. Okay? I just scared Otis to death. I scared Jill too. Everybody remain calm. It's like Michael Scott when The Office catches on fire. he in fact does not remain calm. Okay, so, oh my gosh. So I have no idea where we're at on these auctions. I better take a quick time out and sell Michael Snared Patty Smith for $15. Let's first start on Demon. Demon's at $23 of Kevin Brown. This is Demon, British Standard approved. Okay, Kevin Brown's out. That's impossible. You have the high bid for $23. Jeff Brindley bid $25. Final call, $25. $25, Jeff Brindley on Demon. Okay, that's the final call. It is an 85 euro original with the original inner sleeve. Weird Al. I'm showing Weird Al, and this is a final call to Tim Voldness at $20. Now, if somebody thinks they're higher or you want to be higher, I want to take you higher. That's Sly on the Family Stone. If you want to be higher, you can go listen to Sly, or you can bid more than $21, okay? And then Elvis Presley and Kid Galahad. Elvis Presley and Kid Galahad. This original 50s EP, I'm showing Joseph McCormick 15. Joseph McCormick still has it for $15. If you want to be higher, $15, Joseph McCormick, okay? And then Triumph Surveillance. Triumph Surveillance. This is at 16 with Stephen Douglas. It's an 87 USOG in VG Plus condition. Those are all final calls because they've been back there a while and we got a bunch of auctions to get to. We're only halfway through this new crate of new vintage buy it now best offer. So let's get started. ELO, a new world record. VG Plus, $14.99, a classic album. Original inner sleeve, Electric Light Orchestra, $14.99. Elvis is now at 17. Triumph is now at 17. We also have The Who by Numbers. VG Plus, $14.99. Mama has a squeeze box she wears on her chest. And when Dad comes home, he never gets no rest because Uriah Heep is VG, $9.99. Demons and Wizards. And Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, The Early Years, Volume 2. EX Condition, $12.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, that is their self-titled album. It's called Crosby, Stills, and Nash. VG, $9.99. Okay? Over here, Triumph 17, Triumph 18. That means we can go ahead and say where Al beat it. Or Eat It is sold to Tim Voldness for $20. And then over here we have Demon, and Demon is sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. They're still bidding on Elvis. They're still bidding on Triumph. Kevin Brown gets Uriah Heep, and that is sold to Kevin Brown, Uriah Heep. And then we have Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey. Man, there's some good songs on here. VG, $14.99 for Tupelo Honey. And we have Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. VG Plus, $36.99 for Layla. $36.99. Let's take a look at the label. That could mean a lot. It's either yellow, Atco, red Polydor, or RSO. Yellow Atco. That's the first label. VG Plus, $36.99. Let's put up another auction, okay? The next auction, we have a request. We got Rolling Stones, George Harrison, John Denver, the White Album, Gang of Four. I don't know. That looks like Eno, Van Halen, Pink Floyd, Y&T, Deep Purple, Van Halen, Triumph, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper, Venom, Psychedelic Furs, Whitesnake, Scorpions. I don't know. David Bowie, John Mayall, Allman Brothers, Pitcher, George Strait, Ultravox, Terry Reid, Bing Crosby, Motorhead, AC/DC, Zeppelin. What is this? It's not an RL, but it's a really nice copy. Soul Asylum, Jimi Hendrix, Nuclear Assault, Black Sabbath, Jane's Addiction, Metallica, and Black Sabbath. So here is George Strait. George Strait is an 85 U.S. Gloversville press, VG minus condition. Unfortunately, it is in VG minus condition, and that is a $5 start. Yeah, you can use this one right here. Yes. Tell me the status of that water bowl over there. We have Elvis at 25, request for Allman Brothers, King's X. I have not. I think they're all pretty much out of stock. Okay, so first thing I have is ZZ Top DeGuelo. VG condition, $14.99. 38 special is EX, $22.99. And Boston, third stage, VG Plus, $24.99 on Boston. Blois de Colt Extraterrestrial Live, BOC, EX, $32.99. The Fix, Reach the Beach, One Thing Leads to Another, VG Plus, $17.99. Elvis, Kid Galahad, 6-track EP, and that is at 25 of Joseph McCormick. Calvin Ward, you're out. Triumph, I hope we were done. The last bid is Stephen Douglas at $18. It is up to Kevin Brown to bid again. Kevin, you have not set out. Final call to you. And then Scott Arnold says ZZ Top 12. Sold to Scott Arnold for $12. Is Big Brother. I don't think there's a Big Brother in here. No Big Brother in this crate, just FYI. And then next is Matt Nichols on BOC. Elvis has a new bid for 26. George Strait's VG minus $5 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Keith Whitley. Quitting Time and Hard Living. Keith Whitley's an original RCA single, very nice. Keith Whitley, a $10 start. George Strait is OG, but he is VG minus. David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, EX, $32.99. And we have Deep Purple, Stormbringer. Deep Purple is EX, $27.99. Also, Hard, Dreamboat Annie, classic album. Does have a little bit of damage right there. VG Plus, $19.99. Yes. Yes, I'll take another one. Was his bowl empty? Wow. George is at 7, Elvis 30, Keith Whitley 10. Aerosmith Rocks, VG Plus $19.99. Willie Nelson Stardust, VG Plus $9.99. Patsy Cline Showcase. Look how cool this is. This is an original Deco record, and it has the crazy hype sticker on it. That's pretty dang cool. Patsy Cline, $19.99. Also, James Gang Rides Again, VG $9.99. And Dolly, 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 EX, $22.99. Dolly Parton, EX, $22.99. Okay? So Keith Whitley is at 10, George Strait's at 10, and the last bid on Triumph, I think I lost Kevin Brown. We got to go ahead and sell this. This is sold. And Triumph is sold to Stephen Douglas for $18. I lost a bidder there. You can put it right there. Thank you. Okay. I'll be right here for the next 12 hours, maybe 100 hours. I'm going to see how long I can stay awake without blinking. Calvin gets Keith Whitley for 10, sold. Elvis is sold to Joseph McCormick for 30, and George Strait is a final call to Joe Sontag for 10, okay? The only no bid tonight is Pat Benatar Tropico, a Japanese pressing for a $25 buy it now. That's the only no bid so far tonight. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Metallica, S&M2, 4LP, half and half splatter, CD, Blu-ray, and 28-page book. So, wow, this is the SM2. I wonder if Brandon's watching. Brandon, this is the one that's now out of stock. Looks like Laura's tagged one for auction. This is the OG pressing from 5 years ago. It is 4 LPs on silver and orange vinyl, 2 CD Blu-ray. It's sealed, a $95 start. Let's also grab another Elvis EP, and folks, we got some cool ones. We're going to keep them rolling all night long, okay? This one is another EP. I don't see this one as often. Pretty cool one here. Tickle Me. Tickle Me. And that one is a $10 start. Blue back with ads. And that is Elvis Presley, a $10 start, okay? Great first crate here of new check condition stuff. Metallica has a bid for $95. George Strait is sold to Joe Sontag for $10. There's Metallica. There's Elvis. And George Strait sold for $10. And then let's grab another single over here, okay? This is Luke featuring the 2 Live Crew. And Luke is Banned in the USA. Banned in the USA. Luke featuring the 2 Live Crew. And that is going to go up for a... that's about VG with some jukebox scuffs, a $10 start on that. Otis, I heard that you obliterated your water over here. Let's go check it. And now it's just me and you. John has left. Jake has left. Jill, my sister, just left. And now it's just me and Otis until his parents come back for him. And Otis, he just brought me a toy. All right, your water's full. You got food. You should be good to go, okay? I'll go get the box of treats here in a second for you, because I'll feed you a treat every now and then. I'm dog sitting again tonight. I'll do it every night if they let me. I'll do it every night if they let me. All right, here we go. The song name, Banned in the USA. Like Born, but Banned. They actually credit Bruce Springsteen on it. Yes, this is colored vinyl. Metallica is, in fact, colored vinyl, yes. Elvis has a bid for $10, and then 2 Live Crew is a $10 start. Elvis is at $15. Here's what's left in here. If you want a price or if you want to make an offer, just let me know. I'll go ahead and remind you some of the prices. Fleetwood Mac is VG Plus $24.99. Van Morrison, common one. The first Van Morrison common one is $24.99, VG Plus. John Prine was VG Plus $29.99. David Bowie Diamond Dogs, VG Plus $24.99. James Gang is VG $14.99. Billy Joe Piano Man, that's definitely an earlier press, no barcode. VG Plus $14.99. That's the only song. Most of these 45s are double-sided. Most of these, when you get into the promos, they're double-sided. It's Banned in the USA. That is the only song. It's on both sides. Elvis is at 17. Metallica is at 120. Yes, it is the color vinyl, the original pressing from 2020. Boston, Don't Look Back, VG Plus $24.99. Sinatra's VG Plus $9.99. And Bob Seger, The Distance, VG $12.99. John Prine is sold for $25 to James Young. We have not sold Nuclear Assault yet. Nope. No Nuclear Assault, and we're about to show another handful of 45s that are all $6.99, okay? We're still mixing some of these in at $6.99. That little stack you see back there in the back is the ones we've already read through. These are $6.99. April Wine, this could be the right one. The B-52's Good Stuff from 1992. George Hamilton IV, Abilene. Willie Nelson, Living in the Promised Land, white label promo. California Dreamin', the Mamas and Papas. Roy Orbison, Mean Woman Blues. And James and Bobby Purify, I'm Your Puppet. Those are all $6.99 buy it nows. Quick little handful of those, $6.99. So Calvin Ward first on April Wine for $6.99, and then Wolverine on Roy Orbison for $6.99. That leaves James and Bobby Purify, also sold to Wolverine. And now we have the Mamas and Papas, Willie Nelson, George Hamilton, and the B-52s. The last bid on Elvis that came in was Wolverine at 22. Joseph McCormick's out. I don't think anybody's bid on 2 Live Crew, so final call on that for 10. Metallica was at 120, 150, 175, 200, and now 220. Jeremy Merck on Fleetwood Mac for $20. That's sold to Jeremy Merck. Now Metallica's at $250. Kansas, The Point of No Return, VG $9.99 on Kansas. And Deep Purple Burn, EX $27.99 on Deep Purple Burn. Honeymoon Suite is VG Plus $17.99. And Van Morrison Wavelength. This is VG $14.99. Let's go ahead and make Luke featuring 2 Live Crew a buy it now for $10. Elvis is at $30, and Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. VG $12.99 on that. Queen, The Game is VG $24.99. Christopher Yoakum gets Patsy. Great price on that. Christopher Yoakum, $15. And we have ELO, a new world record. VG Plus, $14.99. Rich Krulak on Honeymoon Suite for $12. Sell that to Rich for $12. Elvis is at $32. Let's grab another single, and this is POD Alive and Youth of the Nation, an original single from 2001. POD Alive and the hit and the A side, well actually Youth of the Nation's B side and Alive's A side. They're both pretty big songs. $10 start on POD. Next in here is The Who by Numbers. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits, the early years. That's EX, $12.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, VG, $9.99. Also, Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, that one's VG, $14.99. We have Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, VG Plus, $36.99. 38 special was EX, $22.99, and that one's called Rockin' Into the Night. Rockin' Into the Night. And now let's do another quick little handful of $6.99 singers. $6.99 singles while I'm singing. Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Sammy Davis Jr., The Candy Man. Mr. Big from Lean Into It. Green Tinted 60s Mind. Joan Jett, What Can I Do For You? REO Speedwagon, Throw the Chains Away. Honey Drippers, Sea of Love. And Stevie Wonder, You Are the Sunshine of My Life. Over here, we got POD 10, Metallica 300, POD 10, Metallica 305, POD 12, Holbrook on Tupelo for 10. Sell that to Holbrook for 10. 38 special, sold to Michael McCullen. Sammy Davis Jr. sold to Wolverine, the Candy Man. That's sold to Wolverine. Ivan, you were second. Metallica 3 1/4. Wolverine on Stevie Wonder. Stacy Metternich on Leo Sayer. Jeff Brindley on Mr. Big. Stacy next on Sammy Davis. Holbrook next on Stevie Wonder. That leaves the Honey Drippers. That leaves REO Speedwagon and Joan Jett. Stevie Wonder's already sold. Okay, and then Holbrook was next, and then Joseph. So Elvis, the high bid right now is, in fact, with Wolverine, and it's up to Joseph McCormick. I'm going to make sure he says out. POD is at 12 with Mike Cadrini. Everybody else is out. And Metallica's at $330. Boston third stage is VG Plus, $24.99. The Fix, Reach the Beach, One Thing Leads to Another. Saved by Zero, VG Plus, $17.99. David Bowie, the full album, Never Let Me Down Again, EX, $32.99. Deep Purple, Stormbringer, EX, $32.99. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, VG Plus, $19.99. Aerosmith Rocks, Back in the Saddle Again, VG Plus, $19.99. Willie Nelson Stardust, VG Plus, $9.99. James Gang Rides Again with Funk 49 and The Bomber, that's VG, $9.99. And Dolly, and the name of the album is Dolly, 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 EX, $32.99. All right, so Metallica's a final call to Brandon Jones for $330. It's the 2020 OG colored vinyl 4LP silver orange split with 2 CDs, Blu-ray, and it's sealed with hype, never been open. It's a final call for $330. He's out on Elvis, so this is sold to Wolverine. Elvis Presley is sold for $32. Tickle Me EP. We're going to try to do all the EPs first. Those are highly collectible. And POD is a final call, Alive and Youth of the Nation, an original single from 2001. And that is at $12, and it's a final call. Next thing is info on Diamond Dogs. So it's probably a second label. The original's orange. This is a tan label, which they used for just a couple years in the mid-70s. It's VG Plus, $24.99. The Fix, 13, 12, and 14. So the first person on the Fix is Kevin Tays. Kevin, if you want it, it will be $14. If you're okay with that, it's yours. If not, it's Stephen Douglas's, okay? I'm going to make sure that 007 Platinum says Alan Metallica before we drop the hammer on that one. Our next Elvis is going to go up right now. This might be one of the earliest ones we have of the night. This is pretty cool here. This is Strictly Elvis. EPA 994, and this is 1957. And look, from Fred Goodwin's collection. He bought that in 1958. We're into some of Elvis's. I wonder if this one, that one didn't have any writing on it. No. All right, so we're in some of Fred Goodwin's Elvis collection. Fred Goodwin bought that in 1958. If you don't know who Fred Goodwin is, long story. we had this man's collection. He had 100,000 LPs, not counting 45s and 78s. It took us years to finally buy, and we're still selling all of his collection. He passed away earlier. He bought that in 1958. He used to write his name and when he bought records. So I know it has writing, but that's pretty dang cool, isn't it? Knowing that he bought that back in the day. And it was in his collection up until probably, well, we got all these about a year ago. So he owned it that entire time since 1958. That's up for bid. POD's at 16 and now POD's at 18. All right, Brandon Jones, you get the Metallica. That's sold to you for $330. Thank you. And we've gone through this crate twice now. First thing, Kevin Tays is going to get the fix. So Stephen Douglas, you were second. That sold to Kevin Tays for $14. He was first making an offer. And then over here, we got price and condition on Aerosmith. Aerosmith Rocks is VG Plus, $19.99. And we're about to go into a new crate. That one was pretty epic. We've sold 2/3 of that crate there, all new vintage stuff. And Otis, what can I do for you? You got food, got water. I'm about to rub your neck. You want me to throw this toy for you? You want me to throw that over there? No, you don't want to go play fetch. Here, let's move your cot the way it was so you can sit here. We'll put sold records there. I'll turn this where you can, if you do want to lay down, you can look right there at me, okay? Comfy pet cot. Is that okay? Okay, Otis? All right, big seller tonight. We got cleaning cloths back in. Cleaning cloths back in. This is very popular lubricated 8x9. We've sold a big stack, and I've got hundreds more, literally. $5.99 for the cleaning cloths, okay? All right, let's put up another auction. Elvis is at $22. POD is at $18, and those are the high bids. Now Elvis is at $30. Let's grab another auction. If you need something requested, just yell at me. We'll try to get it bumped up in rotation. I think it's time to go ahead and throw this up, and that is going to be White Snake, Come and Get It. White Snake, Come and Get It is an 81 German OG, an original German press. That's what the label looked like, Liberty, and this is beautiful. It's near mint minus. White Snake, a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Yes, we, Otis, and I'm about to go do that, actually. He's got a bone chew toy thing over here. I'm actually about to go get his jar of treats up here. I'm going to go do that right now. He's definitely going to follow me up here. And we're going to get that, right, Otis? Dang right, Chad, we're going to freaking get that toy, too. We're going to get that freaking toy. Where's my freaking bones at? There they are. Well, if you're going to get a treat, I better get one too. I better get a payday over here. I better get a payday. Crab chips. I'm about to tear into those later tonight. All right, follow me back here. Follow me back here, buddy. Do you make me feel like dancing? All right, phase 2 is about to begin. Sorry for the delays. Here we go. And let's go ahead and swap out crates. If anybody decides you want anything else in there tonight, just let me know. And let's grab a new crate over here that John's marked for today. Okay, let me take a quick peek in it. These look like they're EX Plus to near mint minus and just loaded with great titles. Oh yeah, just loaded with great titles. Awesome. All right, let's do these buy it now best offer. So that last crate was graded individually. This crate is all the same grade, EX Plus or better, okay? And it's time. Look, that literally looks like Otis. That's why I bought these. That literally looks like him here on the top. His nose is sniffing, and here you go, buddy. Oh, wait a minute. Sit. Shake. Shake. Okay, there you go. Okay, good job. All right, there you go. Awesome. Great dog. Fantastic dog. Back to selling records. POD is sold for $18, and that's sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Elvis is at 40 with Joseph McCormick, and he also has Whitesnake at 45. Corey Ross making an offer from the last crate, and somebody made an offer on Aerosmith. Let's go ahead and pull those right now and call those sold. So these are sold, and the first thing is Aerosmith got an offer, and Aerosmith is sold to Jeremy Merck for 15. Thank you, Jeremy. And Sinatra is sold to Corey Ross for 10. Alrighty, these are all bought now or best offer. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. No condition notes. It has the original on her sleeve. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. We also have Fleetwood Mac Live. That's a double LP. Fleetwood Mac is $34.99. Deep Purple, made in Japan. Double LP, no condition notes on any of these. $39.99. Elvis is at 42. Whitesnake's at 45. The other bidder was Kevin Tays, okay? Let's go ahead and grab another auction right quick, and this is going to be Michael Jackson, Rock With You and Working Day and Night. MJ is pretty nice, probably VG Plus EX. Michael Jackson's a $10 start. MIT Lab on Cleaning Cloth. Yeah, did anybody claim those? MIT Lab did, sorry. I missed that. And anybody else on a cleaning cloth, $5.99 on those, okay? Thank you, MIT Lab. So do you. Donna is in on that. Joseph, you're out on Elvis, but you do have the final call on Whitesnake at $45. Waylon, look at this, in shrink with hop sticker, $26.99, that says includes Buddy Holly melody with Waylon and the original Crickets. Of course, as y'all know, Waylon famously was going to get on that flight that killed Buddy Holly, and they like flipped a coin or something, and Buddy Holly got on the plane, and Waylon didn't get on the plane. He was playing with Buddy Holly at the time. So, if y'all didn't know that, kind of a crazy moment in music history there. Also, the Beach Boys' Endless Summer. This has the poster. It's a double LP, $29.99. It has that really cool airplane poster with it too, $29.99. Waylon is $26.99. And Danny, if you don't want it, then Jeremiah Stasich does. Elvis is now at 50. Donna's the only bidder on MJ. Final call for 10. And the Deep Purple is made in Japan. It is an original. It has no condition notes. It is not an original. This is actually a second label. So that is not a 80s press, but like a later club copy, but it's near mint. And that is $39.99. We can go ahead and sell Whitesnake to Joseph McCormick for $45. Elvis is at 50. Joseph, you're out on that. And of course, we're about to sell the Michael Jackson. Let's sell the Black Sabbath Volume 4 Super Deluxe. Man, how cool is this? Let's see here. Black Sabbath Volume 4 Super Deluxe. Black Sabbath Volume 4 is the 2021 Deluxe box set. 5 LPs, poster, and book. All the discs are EX or better, and Black Sabbath is a $75 start. So that's the Super Deluxe box set for Volume 4, $75 start. Danny said he will take the top copy, Waylon. That's so to Danny Thomason. And then we have Bo Diddley, Big Bad Bo. Don't see that one too often. That's a cool one. Bo Diddley is $34.99. Donna gets MJ for 10, and Wolverine gets Elvis for 50. All right, let's put up some more 45s. And Jeff Brindley said he would do Band for 7. All right, Luke and the 2 Live Crew for $7 to Jeff Brindley. Black Sabbath already has a bid, and now going up for bid right now is the following. Let's do let's see here. Okay, now I've told you before about Songbird. I'm thinking about Silver Springs. This is not the one I'm thinking about. Okay, I'll make this a buy now. I'm thinking about Silver Springs. Songbird. Yeah, Silver Springs. This is $6.99. Dreams and Songbird. I'll just go ahead and make that a buy now. Yeah, there was last night I was looking at this and I was like, why isn't this as expensive as I thought? So Dreams and Songbird is a pretty popular common single. Very nice though, near mint. If you ever find Silver Springs, that's the one that wasn't on Rumors. That is that great Stevie Nicks song, and it's only available as on that 45. You can probably get it elsewhere, but on a compilation or something, but that's the only way you get that. But that's just a really clean copy of Dreams and that. Wow, look at this. A real 71 Pink Label original. This is the Allman Brothers Band, a 71 Phillips OG with the original label. EX Edition, the Allman Brothers Band, a $35 start. $35 start. Fleetwood Mac sold to Wolverine, Silver Springs, Maryland. There you go. And then Black Sabbath is at 100 of Mark Stanley. So 2 auctions, 2 good ones here. We got, boy, the camera really changes colors when I lean over that white shirt. I'm wearing my Hatchet Edge shirt, and then the camera has to refocus. I'm usually wearing like a black or gray shirt. It doesn't affect the colors too much. All right, Allman Brothers says a bid. Black Sabbath at 110, and I'm going to go ahead and flash some more $6.99 45s before we put up 2 more 45 auctions. So we got Roy Orbison in Dreams, the 4 tops, a promo. It's all in the game. Scandal featuring Patti Smythe, Beat of a Heart, and another Pac-Man Fever, Buckner and Garcia. So those are all $6.99. Roy Orbison, the 4 tops, Patti Smythe, and Pac-Man Fever. Everything in here is a buy it now or best offer. Neil Young Comes a Time, $34.99 for Neil Young Comes a Time. And Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99. And Bob James, too, on the CTI label. Bob James is $19.99. Bob James, too. She said, disregard my post. Okay. That means Jason Boxell gets Roy Orbison for $6.99. He gets the 4 tops for $6.99. And Scott Arnold gets Pac-Man Fever for $6.99. Scandal featuring Patti Smythe is still available. Jeff Brinley wants that. Quick update. Scandal is sold to Jeff Brinley. Black Sabbath is at 120, and this OG Allman Brothers is a final call, just 1 bid for $35. I always mention this when I pull up and read albums on Wikipedia. Very few say this. This album has been deemed culturally and historically significant by the Library of Congress, and it's been archived. So every once in a while, the Library of Congress will take master tapes and pretty much archive them and vault them, and deem the album important for American history and culture. And they have assigned that to this album. And that's a pretty special feat. And just shows you the importance of this album in rock history. So up until then, the Allman Brothers really wasn't that popular. And then everybody heard them live, and this became a hit, and then the rest is history. So that's a really good album there. And that's the OG first label. So anytime I read about an album on Wikipedia and I read that sentence, I'm like, whoa. They usually do it for a lot of really older albums, you know, like stuff that maybe the tapes are like really important to keep, but that tells you a lot about that one. So, all right, let's do another Elvis. And the next thing we have over here is this, and this is another really cool earlier EP, Heartbreak Hotel. Here we go. Elvis Presley, Heartbreak Hotel. It's a 4-track, 1956, a little bit of wear on the back, and the vinyl is not bad. Just a couple scuffs, VG+, but 1956 Elvis. Speaking about American history, $10 start. That's now up for bid. All this right here is important. Oh my gosh. Sabbath, one of the most quintessential bands of all time. Elvis, Game Changer, the Allman Brothers live. Great stuff up for auction right now. Holy moly. All right, Bob James, Donna is $19.99. We even got some jazz slipped in here and there tonight. Bob James, $19.99. Allman Brothers 40, Black Sabbath 125, Allman 45, Allman 36, Black Sabbath 75, Black Sabbath 80, Black Sabbath 127, Black Sabbath 130, Allman Brothers 50, Elvis Presley 10, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, $34.99. Original under sleeve, nice, clean OG copy for $34.99. So Black Sabbath's at 130, Elvis is at 10, and the Allman Brothers is at 50. That's a quick little glance at where all the auctions are at. The Who's Greatest Hits is $19.99. And by the way, these are buy it now or best offer. So you can go ahead and throw something out there if you want one. I will either say yes, no, or I'll counter. I'm going to say yes to Donna's 14 on Bob James. So to Donna, yes, 90125, owner of A Lonely Heart. Let's see if it's mastered by Bob Ludwig. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. This is not mastered by Bob Ludwig, 90125. It's a club copy. That's why it's probably a club repressing or reissue, but super clean. Next is Elvis, got a new bid for 12. Jason on Bon Jovi, he's just going to go ahead and claim that straight up. And Black Sabbath is at 150. So now the Allman Brothers is a final call to George Sheriff for 50. Now Elvis has a new bid for 12, and now 15, and Black Sabbath's at 150. Sinatra. Another Sinatra I've never seen before. For the Collector, Volume 2, The V-Disc Years. This is $14.99. Black Sabbath $115, Black Sabbath $155. Bob Seger 7. Bob Seger is $29.99. A capital reissue on this orange label, $29.99. Tim Rory on Yes. That's sold to Tim Rory for $15. And we have, oh my gosh, Sam Kinison, Louder Than Hell. Sam Kinison, $24.99. That is some good stuff there. Sam Kinison, $24.99. Let's grab a quick little bite now of 45s right quick. These are all going to be $6.99. Very quickly, some $6.99 or 45s. The first one I have is Red Rider, Young Thing, Wild Dreams, Aldo Nova Fantasy, Steve Winwood, Valerie, a promo, The Pretenders, Don't Get Me Wrong, Fleetwood Mac, You Make Love and Fun, and Goldust Woman, and Toto Picture Sleeve, Stranger in Town. All those singles are $6.99, okay? $6.99 on all those. We have not sold Nuclear Assault yet. We're going to get that up in just a second. So Black Sabbath 155, did I sell Tim Rory? Yes, I did. Tim Rory got yes. Josh Brown, you were second. Go over the box set again. I will. Gregory grabbed Sam Kinison quickly. That's so to Gregory Roberts. Ron Duffield second. Larry Gonzalez, you were very late on Bon Jovi. Danny Thomason put B.I., and that was for BL. Maybe that was a miscue. Wolverine on SW for Steve Winwood for $6.99. George Jones got Aldo Nova for $6.99. Wolverine got Fleetwood Mac for $6.99. Stacy next on Aldo Nova. Danny was next on Sam Kinison, Black Sabbath $175. Jason next on Aldo Nova. Chad next on Sam Kinison and Black Sabbath $175. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do to make a little room back here is if nobody bid more than $50 from a long time ago against George Scherer, he is in fact getting this for $50. And he is. George Scherer gets the Allman Brothers for $50, okay? Let's go ahead and put that away. Allman Brothers, live at the Fillmore, $50, and that is sold to him. And then Elvis is an original 1956 EP, a 4-track, Heartbreak Hotel. So when he did a lot of those movies, they did EPs and singles. EPs are typically 4 tracks. They come in cardboard sleeves, and these were really, really popular through the late 50s, and then into early 60s. And around the early 60s, they started phasing out cardboard sleeves EPs. They kind of, by the mid 60s, they were pretty much wrapped up. They stopped doing those, especially in the United States. Okay. Now, Elvis is a high bid right now. I graded it a VG plus, and I'm showing the high bid Wolverine at $15, okay? That's a final call, Wolverine, $15. And then Sam Kinison, Gregory was still first on Sam Kinison, even with your autocorrect. Gregory was first on Sam Kinison, Ron Duffield second, Danny, your BL was third, okay? And then Black Sabbath box set. The high bid right now is $175. This is the Super Deluxe box set for Volume 4. It is all EX or better. It's all EX or better. It comes with a really cool hardback book, 5 LPs, and a poster. 5 LPs, so no mixed media. This is all vinyl here, and it's nice. No damage to the box, no seam splits, really no signs of wear. So it's nice. And the high bid is $175 on that. Elvis is now at 16 and now 20 with Corey Ross. We're also in the middle of a great buy now best offer bin, and we're going to go put up a single I don't know hardly anything about. Fashion Music, The Innocent, Red, Green, and Gold, and Sodium Pentothal Negative. This is one I was like, I don't know what this is, so I better put it up for auction. Fashion is going to go up for a $7 start. Fashion Music, $7 start on that. Okay. Elvis 20, Elvis 21. $175 is the deal. It's twice that price on Amazon. Probably because it's out of print. When a lot of new vinyl goes out of print, you will see, like on scanned sites like Amazon and Walmart, you'll see crazy jumps because people have algorithms set based on quantity. And so if the quantity gets really low, the algorithm, I have it automatically set to like double, triple, quadruple in price. Happens quite often. Okay, next thing we have here is Greg Kihn Rock and Roll Band. This is $24.99. And next is Elvis is at $25. We have Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. Triumph is $19.99. Everything in this crate can be bought now or best offer. These are all new vintage and very simple on the condition in here. Everything in here, Otis, is EX Plus or near mint minus. We also have Steve Miller Band Book of Dreams, $19.99. Fashion Music, $7 start. The tracks on Elvis is Heartbreak Hotel, I Was the One, Money, Honey, I Forgot to Remember to Forget, which is also a song that Johnny Cash did very well. Black Sabbath, I Think We're Done. Christopher Yoakum, $175. Steve Miller Has No Condition Notes, $19.99. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. After the Gold Rush, $34.99. Southern Man, Won't You. George Thorogood Maverick, clean copy, $19.99. I Drink Alone. Steve Miller Band is sold to Scott Arnold for $15. Danny's not done bidding on Black Sabbath. He has it for $185. Kevin Chapman and Corey Ross, are y'all done on Elvis? Wolverine has it for $25. Three Dog Night, Cyan, $14.99 on Three Dog Night. And Dolly Parton's Greatest Hits, $24.99 for Miss Dolly there. Okay, let's move Elvis over here. It's on its last seconds. All of a sudden, Black Sabbath is getting new bids. Fashion Music is a $7 buy it now. Don't know a lot about this, but you can go ahead and claim it. Steve Biddlecombe is in on Elvis at $22. Well, Wolverine, Jason over there already has it for $25. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Andy Warhol design jacket, a classic album, The Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers. This is a real, official, original first pressing, a 1971 Phillips OG. It is not bad. Now, one thing y'all got to know, you see these little marks right here? See that? Okay, see that one? That is literally from the zipper. So, technically, unless one was stored perfectly upright with no pressure ever laying on it, and pretty much you'd have to open it sealed, it is impossible to get a perfect copy of Sticky Fingers due to the pressure of the zipper. There may be some out there with faint marks, but I've had hundreds. Some of y'all may have seen more than me. I've yet to find one without those little zipper impressions. See that right there? There's a little mark there and there. It looks like almost like a scuff. It usually doesn't affect playback, but it's literally from the impression of the zipper. It's a pretty bad design, honestly. And it was also impossible to keep these things sealed. People used to rip out the cellophane. The zipper would puncture through the cellophane. So these marks will not affect back play. It's not like it's going to skip or anything. But the rest of the disc is beautiful. So we've never graded many of these higher than EX just because of those zipper marks. I've yet to have one of these that I said near mint minus. This is about the best you're going to get. You're not going to get a perfect one, okay? So there's that. The Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. And this is a 71 US Phillips OG, VG++, EX minus, the original inner sleeve, a $35 start. It does have the original inner sleeve, Sticky Fingers, classic album. There it is, okay? Right now, Elvis is at $25. He's had it for a long time at $25, honestly. Black Sabbath, $205. And Stephen A. Young offered $15 for Triumph. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $15. Next is Van Halen 5150, an 86 club copy, $44.99. $44.99. It has the original inner sleeve. And then Johnny Van Zant Band, No More Dirty Deals, $19.99. Johnny Van Zant. And Bad Company, a later one here we don't see as often, Dangerous Age. Bad Company, $24.99. Well, Jason, that was bizarre on Elvis, but somehow or another, you've ended up with it with $25. I lost like 2 people, and then somebody bid less. Bizarre, but it's yours for $25. Black Sabbath is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $205. Okay? Whoa, Chad said effect playback. There it is, effect playback. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? I must be missing something there. Rolling Stones is a $35 start. Tony Freeman on Bad Company, a real OG pressing of Sticky Fingers. Another thing is this buckle is sometimes kind of broken. You know, it's pretty common to see it deperforated like that. People wanted to peek behind it. It's creased right in there. And then there's the zipper. These zippers were manufactured here in Tennessee, literally for like every one of them. There's a very late bid on Elvis, and Bad Company's already sold, okay? All right, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be, let's just do the next one in the bin, one of my favorites. George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. George Harrison is a 1976 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. So orange labels. Overall, Laura said the disc average out to VG Plus, and they have all the original inner sleeves, and we've put them in new inner sleeves. The box here is a little chipped on the side. Very common to see these seams split, but not bad. Amazing album, $30 start, okay? Elvis is long gone. Wolverine had it for like 10 minutes at $25. I'm not for sure what happened, but it was sold to him for $25, okay? But don't worry, we're going to go right into another one. This is Elvis and Follow That Dream. This one looks very clean. Nice. 1962. Follow That Dream. Elvis is a $10 start. Nice. $10 start. Follow That Dream. Rolling Stones has bids for $35, $35, and now $40. Let's keep going through this crate. This is cool. The Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. A UK copy from the early 80s is what it looks like, $49.99. I don't have an exact year. It's definitely a vintage, you know, barcoded 80s pressing from the UK, $49.99. Also, this is the Easy Rider soundtrack. I don't know why I hesitated for so long. Probably because I'm amazed at how nice it is. Holy crap. In Shrink, a classic soundtrack with Jimi Hendrix, The Byrds, and Steppenwolf, Electric Prunes. Still in Shrink, $34.99. That's pretty wild. Okay, and then Rolling Stones was at $40. George Harrison, Karen has it for $35. Now somebody's bid $36. Elvis is at $10, and now the Rolling Stones is at $50. I've got more singles over here, not Elvis, that I've also been slipping in tonight, and we're about to do the next one. And that is right here, and that is Michael Jackson, definitely an older one, 1972, Rockin' Robin, and Love Is Here, and Now You're Gone, which is a song that the Supremes made very popular, in an original Motown sleeve, and it's not bad. MJ is a $10 start. Okay, Karen, you've been outbid on the Harrison. She's back in at $40. And then Nick Bargeron on Easy Rider, and ST wants the Zombies. Great decisions there. Those were fantastical copies. Also over here, we have Bangles Everything. Bangles is an 88 Carrollton, $36.99. Average VG Plus. Well, she put VG Plus for all three discs. That means they're not going to be any less than VG Plus. So minimum VG Plus. There's probably some that will end up being better. Let's take a look. Let's just look at the first one here. So, I mean, it's a triple LP, 6 sides of music, and it just says VG Plus. So, like side 1 here with some very important music. Yeah, I mean, it has like one superficial scuff right there. Like tracks 1, 2, and 3 are going to play EX Plus near minus. Side 2 has virtually no marks on it. So she's just being conservative. There's not going to be anything less than VG Plus. So minimum VG Plus. And it looks like a lot of it's going to be better. Over here, MJ 12, 10, 10, 13, MJ 11, Rolling Stones 55, George Harrison 41, Rolling Stones 60, MJ 13. So where are we on Elvis? Elvis has one bid with Wolverine for $10 and now $12 because Calvin bid 10 as well. So that's where we're at. All right, and I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, and my knees popped, and Otis just looked at me. He's like, what the heck was that? Okay, we have the Police Synchronicity. This is an original 83. Now, it says purple vinyl. I've sold these to people, and they're like, Chad, this is black vinyl. Why did you say this was purple? Well, you got to hold it up to very strong light. A lot of people don't even realize their copy's purple. I'm holding it literally up to the lights here at the store, and it's turning purple vinyl. If you just glance at it, it looks black. There's also like 30 different cover variants for this album. That's a real 83 OG, $29.99. Travis gets the Bengals for $30. That's sold to Travis Woods. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. It has the original insert with it, and that is the first label. Of course, there's about 22 million copies of this, so we don't take the time to figure out exactly which one, but that is definitely an earlier copy, $34.99. You've probably already seen the top of this one. Bruce Springsteen is the box set, $49.99, the 5 LP. Bengals has already sold, and the Rolling Stones here, it's only rock and roll, and I like it. A 74 original Presswell press, and that is actually really nice. The Stones, $34.99. Matt Nichols gets the Police for 25 bucks. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Okay, so quick update. There's 4 pretty competitive auctions going on right now. First, an early Michael Jackson Motown. It just hit $35 of Donna. Wolverine's out. The Elvis is at $15 with Wolverine. Calvin, you've been outbid on that. This is an original 1962 EP, and it's pretty dang nice. Now, George Harrison, I hadn't seen a bid on in a while. The last bid on George Harrison was Mitch T at $41. So, Karen Robbins, you have been outbid. Mitch T has it for $41. The Rolling Stones just hit 67 with Jason Thomas, okay? And we're not done with this crate. I saved 2 great ones for last. An original OG retail copy of Diver Down with the original inner sleeve, $44.99. An original clean copy, Diver Down, and NXS, $34.99. A clean original press with the original inner sleeve, Kick, $34.99. That was a great crate. Fantastic crate earlier. Whew, that spotlight's been shining in my eyes. I hadn't noticed it till now. Holy crap. Okay, so all of a sudden, the Stones at 67. Wolverine, you're out on that. You're also out on Elvis that just got a bid for 18. And George Harrison, I'm going to make sure Karen has said out. It's a final call unless I've missed it. The last bid is Mitch T at $41. Okay? Sean Miller on Van Halen. And Shannon Mashaka gets NXS for $30. Okay? Rolling Stones is now at $70. Next thing is Wolverine's out on Elvis as well. All right, so let's go ahead and sell MJ to Donna for $45. And then Elvis here. The last bid on Elvis is Chuck Haley at 18, and now he's out. Karen's back in on George Harrison at 44. So we're still bidding on that. That's a final call, Elvis, and then the Rolling Stones is still getting bids. Mispriced on DD. DD was for mispriced on DD. I'm not for sure what that is either. And then I think I got everybody else taken care of. That was a great crate. Let's do a quick recap there. There's 2 more vintage crates just like this over here in the queue and ready to go. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, I was eating a bite-sized payday, so that means I got to give Otis a treat too. There you go, buddy. He woke up. He heard me rattling that paper. Now, now he's got his treat and I got mine, so we're equal. All right? We're equal. What happened to my bottle of water, though, buddy? Because now I'm choking on peanuts from the payday. I had to get a snack. Sorry, just heard me chug water. Thank you, Otis. All right, that's it. We're done. What are you barking at? Uh-oh. Is Tanner here? Can you hear them all the way out there? He's growling at something. Okay, let's see here. So Harrison 44, Harrison 45, Stones 75, Stones 80. Chuck Haley's out on EP. You actually have the high bid for $18. Unless somebody else bid, I can't see it. All right, first thing is, hey guys, haven't been on a while. Did Earth pre-order happen? It's been pushed back again to November 21st, Earth. They've pushed it back again, November 21st. George Harrison, Karen, you've been outbid. Mitch T has it for $45, okay? And then the Rolling Stones, Zumo has it for $80. Jason Thomas is out. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Live is $34.99, double LP. The Beach Boys with posters, $29.99. Deep Purple made in Japan, $39. Bo Diddley was $34.99. And then Neil Young, $34. Karen, you bid $46, and then Mitch has bid $47, almost instantaneously. All right, then we're going to grab a quick handful of Buy It Now singles. These are all $6.99. Chet Atkins sales. Jerry Harrison, Rev It Up. The Young Bloods Get Together. Ry Cooder, Get Rhythm. Denise Williams, Wiser and Weaker. And Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, From the Bottle to the Bottom. Those are $6.99. So Chris, Denise, Ry Cooder, Young Bloods, Jerry Harrison, and Chet Atkins. Okay, now Karen's at $50. Well, as almost as like as instant as you bid, Karen, Mitch is placing a bid like 2 seconds after you. Now he's done. Okay, he said out about 2 seconds according to my timestamp after you bid 50. So he's bidding like almost instantly. Okay, and then Wolverine gets the Young Bloods. Come on, people, now. All right, those are available. And that's Chet Atkins, Jerry Harrison, Ry Cooder, Denise Williams, and Chris Christopherson. Let's clean the boards. Elvis Presley is sold to Chuck Haley for $18. George Harrison is sold to Karen Robbins for $50. And the Rolling Stones, the last bid on the Rolling Stones was Zumo, and that sold to Zumo for $80. Nice. Nice to see a nicer copy. At one time, I had stacks of these that were just trashed. This album was a party album. It was played to death, an instant classic. Hard to find them in good condition. That is sold, and let's put up all new auctions, okay? All new auctions. We still got some crazy stuff in here. Let's go ahead and see what's up with this Nuclear Assault. I know there's some people waiting for this. Nuclear Assault Survive. Their albums are not in print. Unbelievable. 1988 UK original with the original on her sleeve. EX edition. Nuclear Assault is a $50 start. $50 start for Nuclear Assault. That's now up for bid. We also have Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, $24.99. The Who's Greatest Hits is $19.99. Sinatra is $14.99. Bob Seger is $29.99. Greg Ken Band is $24. And Neil Young After the Gold Rush is $34. The next Elvis single is going up right now. And we got Slaughter. So the next Elvis single is this one right here. Another cardboard EP. Elvis by request, Flaming Star. And this is a 4-track, 33 1/3 from 1961. Elvis, a $10 start. And then Slaughter, The Wildlife, a jukebox single, and Fly to the Angels. And that is near mint, and Slaughter's a $10 start. Also in here we had George Thorogood Maverick, I Drink Alone, $19.99. Three Dog Night Cyan with Shambhala, $14.99. Dolly's Greatest Hits, $24.99. I've been working 925. Van Halen, an 86 Columbia Club copy, $44.99. Whoa, here it comes. That funny fee. Fleetwood Mac, $34.99. And Johnny Van Zant, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen box was $49, and Rolling Stones was $34. Elvis has one bid for $10. Slaughter has a bid for $10, and Nuclear Assault is at $55 with C-Buck 0318. Okay, let's add another LP up for auction then. The next LP going up for auction right now is going to be, let's see what this is here. Scorpions, Savage Amusement. Scorpions is a 88 U.S. United States original OG pressing in shrink and hop. It's a gold disc. It has the original Sound Warehouse price tag and the original under sleeve. The Scorpions is a $35 start. Okay. First thing is Elvis 10, Slaughter 10, Nuclear Assault 56, Bruce Springsteen sold to Mitch T for $40, Nuclear Assault 57. Elvis has another bid for 10, now it has a bid for 12, Nuclear Assault 60, Nuclear Assault 65, and now the Scorpions has a bid for 35. And now Chad's going to bring over another new crate. Anybody else on anything in there? We went through that one twice pretty dang thoroughly. And now, if you decide you want anything else, let me know. Let's step over here, Otis, and see what the next crate is. And let's take a peek in it. And we've got, ooh, that is incredible, honestly. I'll leave it in there. Okay. Man, once again, John has loaded us up here. This might be worthy of an auction because of the new movie coming out. Let's throw that up for auction. There might be some people on the hunt for that since the movie's coming out. Probably can guess what it is. Man, this is a great crate. Okay, I'm just not hyping this up. This has great, just classic rock titles in it, but they appear to be in really good shape and some stuff I hadn't seen in a while. So let's get started. I've almost filled up another crate over here. I'll swap them out in just a second, Otis. Okay, buddy. One of the little miscellaneous items I'm selling tonight are cleaning cloths. If you know these, you probably have bought some for me before. They're $5.99. I've got people buying them one. Some people bought two. I had a couple people buy three of them. They're perfect for knocking off dust and perfect for knocking off fingerprints. They're $5.99. All right, and then Slaughter sold just one bid for $10, and that is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. The last bid on Elvis that came in was Wolverine at $15. Chuck Haley, you're out on Elvis. Wolverine has this for $15. The bid on the Scorpions right now is $48, and Nuclear Assault's at $77. All right, so that's where we're at on all those. And let me open up this message over here. And then we have Revolution by Night, Blue Oyster Cult, $24.99 for Blue Oyster Cult. Clean copy, $24.99. I think y'all going to want to pay attention to this crate. It's all buy it now or best offer. We just sold 5 cleaning cloths. 5 cleaning cloths. We got 2 for Rob and Glenn. And we got 3 for Javi Soto. All right, those are all sold. And there's some more right there if anybody else want one. Steve, boy, there's sirens everywhere. We had a lot of, so about, I heard it, I think. I heard all the sirens. A Lifeline helicopter crashed probably 2 minutes from my house today. And I woke up to just sirens and just sirens. And I usually can't hear much where I live. I live right by the highway. But there were so many EMS responding videos or vehicles going to this helicopter crash. A Lifeline crashed. And I woke up and then I just got on Facebook and it was all over Facebook. So I was like, oh my gosh. But it wasn't too far from my house at all. And tonight, I don't know if y'all have heard in the background, Lebanon is busy on a Saturday night. There's been, I don't know if it's fire trucks, ambulances, or police cars, but it is busy out there. So, man, shout out to all the first responders today. Holy moly. It has been busy. Okay. Okay, so first thing we have, Nuclear Assault. Let's definitely update this. We're only one record deep into this crate. Nuclear Assault's an 88 UK original with the original inner sleeve, EX condition. Nuclear Assault. John Oliver, $78. So the details, it's OG, it's a UK copy, and it's EX with a nice VG Plus jacket. And the last bid on that is $78. Elvis is at $18 with Chuck Haley. And the last bid on the Scorpions was $52, okay? Seth's on a crime spree. Yeah, he's out there pushing those peels. We have David Bowie, Time Will Crawl. I don't think I've ever seen this 12-inch single before. $19.99. It's a 12-inch single from 87, Near Mint Shrink. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Rush, Hemispheres. A 1978 original. Beautiful copy with poster, $39.99. Wow. Super nice hemispheres with poster, $39.99. George Michael Faith, $64.99. We auctioned one the other night. It went into extended bidding. This one's OG with inner sleeve insert, $64.99. Great stuff there. Quick timeout. Chuck Haley, you're outbid on Elvis. It's at $20. Okay. Next thing is Scorpions. Scorpions is with Calvin Ward at 52. It's a final call. And Nuclear Assault. The hammer's up. If you want to bid, you got to go through John Oliver. He has it for $78. Okay? These three records are all sold. Vladarchek gets Bowie. Rush is sold for $35 to Johnny Hancock. And George Michael is sold for $63 to Shannon Mashaka. And my crate has really filled up. So let me swap out. I'm talking about my sold crates. Let me pop that there, and let's start filling up another one. All right. Awesome stuff tonight auction, too. Virtually, other than the advertised auctions, the 45s and stuff tonight are pretty crazy, and we got so many of them. Okay? Let me lay that up there. So, next is Grateful Dead In the Dark. An 87 Columbia Club copy with the inverted eyes. $49.99 for Grateful Dead. It does have the original on her sleeve, $49.99. Chuck, you're out on Elvis. Wolverine has it for $25. And we have Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 100-100, $34.99 for Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Going back on tour next year. Amazing. Cheap Trick, Kevin, tonight, $19.99 on Cheap Trick. This has the original on her sleeve, clean copy. We are done on the Scorpions. And that last winning bid goes to the following person, and that was Calvin Ward at $52. All right, they're still bidding on Nuclear Assault. The new high bid is $80 with Victor Guerra. $80 with Victor Guerra. It's up to Chuck Haley on the Elvis EP. And I just grabbed this out of the crate because I know they're making the new Bruce movie about this album. This is Nebraska, and from everything that I'm seeing, Nebraska is an OG copy in shrink and the original on her sleeve. It appears to be very nice. Has the original Music Land price tag. Nebraska, a $20 start. Wow. Yeah, it's stunning. I don't have the exact, year or anything, Rand, but it's beautiful. Nebraska, Bruce Springsteen. $20 start. That's now up for bid in shrink near mint. Elvis is at $27. John Oliver says he's done on Nuclear Assault. Victor Guerra has it for $80. Heart, Babe Lestrange. Heart is $19.99. And Bruce Springsteen, The River. That's in shrink, a double LP, $34.99. And then Tom Petty, Hard Promises, $34.99. Has the original on her sleeve. And I guess this is some of the stuff we just bought. I don't know if y'all heard, but we did buy a new collection. So they unloaded it last night. This has The Waiting is the Hardest Part, $34.99. Adamant strip. Adamant's in shrink with hop sticker, $29.99. Bruce is a $20 start on Nebraska. Elvis is a $30 bid with Wolverine. Chuck Haley's out. And Chuck Haley says he's done bidding. And Nuclear Assault's at $80. Making sure everybody was done on that one. That was a big one. JJ Kill Troubadour. JJ Troubadour is $34.99. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street. A great live double LP, $34.99. When does Otis go potty? He went before the sale, and he's laying right here next to me. It's up to him to let me know, okay? He's got to, paw my leg or something. Sean Miller gets Heart, Babe Lestrange. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $30. That's done. And then Victor Guerra does get Nuclear Assault for $80. I wouldn't have been surprised if this sold for well over $100, but it sold for $80. It's gone. I'm putting it away. Done. Stephen Douglas gets J.J. Kill for $30. So does Stephen Douglas. And Hank Williams Jr., 5-0, in shrink with hop sticker, $26.99 on that. Okay, we still got lots of cool stuff here to auction. In the auction crate, I got John Denver. I got a White Album. I've got Gang of Four, Nassau. Looks like Brian Eno, Van Halen, Dark Side of the Moon. Let's do this Y&T album. These are always popular. Y&T, Black Tiger. And Y&T is an 82 Indianapolis OG. It is in VG Plus condition, and that's a $20 start. Susie on Hank Williams Jr. And then Scott Arnold put Pitcher. Pitcher was for something. I'm not for sure. And then I'm going to go ahead and just make Bruce a buy it now for $20. Okay. Just wanted to put that up, make sure nobody did actually really want that. But that's a buy it now for $20. I'm going to put it over here with the only other no bid tonight. The only other no bid tonight is Pat Benatar Tropico, a Japanese pressing for $25. There's that. And then next is CCR in shrink wrap, $34.99 for CCR. That's a nice early original label, blue and gold, and that's their self-titled debut. Mitch T got Bruce for $20. Y&T's now up for bid. And we also have going up right now Van Halen, Van Halen, Triumph, Aerosmith, Venom, Psychedelic Furs. Not for sure what that is. David Bowie, John Mayall, Pitcher. Pitcher. Eternal Dark. Pitcher is a 1984 Mexico OG. $35 start. Pitcher, Eternal Dark. $35 start. That's now up for bid. $35 start. Okay, George Jones picking up that very Wolverine, my bad. Wolverine picking up that very nice CCR. And Randy Travis, nice. And shrink, double hop sticker, $29.99 for Storms of Life, Randy Travis. Our next single is going up right now. And let's see if we can keep it going with the cardboard EPs. Oh, man. Christmas with Elvis. Sweet as snow. White Christmas, Here Comes Santa Claus, A Little Town Bethlehem, and Silent Night. That is I wish I had an exact year for you. Late 50s, early 60s. Christmas with Elvis. And this is a $10 start. Not bad at all. Nice. VG Plus EX. Elvis Christmas EP, a $10 start. There we have. Stopping by during halftime. I heard it's halftime of the LSU-Alabama game. I've been zoned out of college football today. I heard the Penn State-Indiana game was a close one. And I guess did Auburn beat Vanderbilt? And then what was the other crazy thing that happened? I'm not for sure. Either way, we have Stephen Stills Manassas, $19.99 on Stephen Stills Manassas, and Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. And this is really clean. And it is the original label. Super nice copy of Nashville Skyline, $39.99 for that. Okay. Also, we have Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, $29.99 for Lou Reed. And ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. Vandy, okay, they did win. All right. When I tuned in for a second, they were down by a field goal, I think. ZZ Top, $34.99, Tres Hombres. Awesome stuff in here. Everything's really clean and nice. We have Y&T, no bid yet. Let me call out that opening bid one more time. An 82 Indianapolis OG. This album's not in print. $20 start. Pitcher got a bid for $35. Elvis got a bid for $10. Pitcher got a bid for $40, then $44, then $50. And then Wolverine's going to go ahead and get that super nice Bob Dylan. And then over here, Elvis has another bid for $10. Wow, moving right along, we have Slime, one of my favorites, Slime the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. This is an early 80s pressing. It's on the black and blue Epic label, the third label, and it has a barcode on the back, but that's really nice, $14.99. Y&T's at $10. Chuck, you're out on Elvis. And Pitcher is called Eternal Dark. Eternal Dark. Great titles in here, and everything looks so nice. Like Aretha Franklin here, live at the Fillmore. I mean, the jacket has a little spot of wear, but that is a tough one to get. $34.99. Aretha Franklin, $34.99. And wow, a quad pressing of Herbie Hancock Headhunters, $74.99. So Headhunters is beautiful, and it's a quad pressing, $74.99. Y&T has another $20 bid, so Scott Arnold bid first, and then Ryan Frenfrock, and then Stephen Douglas bid $21. Now Elvis is at $15. Now Elvis is at $12. Now Elvis is at $17, and Wolverine gets Aretha Franklin. Okay, Pitcher is called Eternal Dark. And Eternal Dark is an 84 Mexico OG. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and the cover is VG Plus. It's got a little bit of a wave right here. I think it's just based on the material. It's a really odd textured jacket, I think because it's a Mexico press. It's got this little bit of a wave, but the vinyl is near mint minus. Okay, and then this is a really cool Elvis Christmas original EP. I think that's late 50s, early 60s on that one, like maybe 59, 61. That's not the first one, but that's one of the earliest. It's now at 25, and Y&T all of a sudden is at 21. Two people bid 20 and then 21. Klaatu. When this came out, a lot of people thought it was the Beatles in disguise. Klaatu, 1999, because it was on Capitol. It came out in 1976, right when a lot of reunion rumors were spreading. Klaatu is 1999, and ELO, Out of the Blue. ELO, $39.99, Out of the Blue. That is with the poster. Let me see what's all in here. This is important to know what comes with it. So ELO, Out of the Blue, let's take a look at it, because this came originally with a lot of stuff. So there's a disc and an inner sleeve. That's good. And they've put it in a new inner sleeve. And then here is another inner sleeve and another new inner sleeve. And it's supposed to come with a 3D space station. No 3D space station, but it does have the poster. Okay, very cool. It does have the poster, but no, and the bottom seam needs to be re-glued. If it had the 3D space station cut out, we'd probably almost an auction-worthy item. So there's that. And let's bring this over here, okay? And let's put this in here like this. $39.99 on ELO. So back of the top, Elvis was at 25, Picture 50, Y&T 24, 25, Elvis 22, Matt Nichols on Klaatu for 15. Susie needs to put back Hank, she's already got it. Okay. Was there somebody backup on this? Hank Williams Jr., 5-0, shrink wrap and hop sticker. I'm pretty sure somebody was after you. No. This is still available. Shrink and hop, $26.99. Also, we have Eagles Desperado, as featured in Seinfeld, $34.99. And nice. This is an OG copy of The Wall, $64.99. I have become comfortably numb. The Wall, $64.99. So first thing I have is Elvis is now at $30. Y&T's at $25. The first person who bid that was Scott Arnold. Everybody else is out. And Picture is at $50, also with Scott Arnold. That's on Twitch as What the 420. That's who has the high bids on those, okay? And then Chuck Haley and Wolverine probably will be battling over these Elvis EPs probably all night long. There's a good chance. Nice CCR. Wow, another beautiful copy in shrink wrap. That is incredible. Bayou Country, $34.99. Steely Dan Gaucho, $34.99. Hey 19, Steely Dan, mastered by Bob Ludwig, RL and Dead Wax. And then CCR is sold to Wolverine. He got the other one as well in shrink wrap. And I thought this was really cool. Bob Dylan in shrink with this double record hop sticker, very specially priced, $39.99 for Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Spectacular records in here far as condition. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, Seger 1999, and then the Yes album in shrink wrap, in partial shrink wrap. It's a little torn right there, but how crazy is that? It is a repress. It's not OG. This is about a mid-70s press, but beautiful. $19.99. All right, and we're going to go ahead and give Wolverine the Bob Dylan as well. Picture is sold to Scott Arnold for $50. And Scott, you're going to get that, and you're going to get Y&T for $25, okay? So there's that. And let's put this over here. And Y&T $25. And there's that. And then we have Seger 850 Johnny, $15, and that is sold to Johnny Hancock. Wow, what a great crate. I think the next one might be the next one. And then let's go ahead and sell Josh Brown. Yes. Right now, Elvis is at $40. Right now, Elvis is at $40. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Next auction is this. Let's do something from the $50 and up tab. AC/DC, folks. Here we go. AC/DC. A 1977 Australian repress. Wow. This is a good one. That's the first AC/DC album, TNT. It's a 77 Australian repress. Here's the notes from Laura. A 77 Australian repress. EX++ / near mint minus. A $150 start. That is pretty dang cool. AC/DC's $150 start. Elvis is at $45, and we're going to put up another auction, and that one is going to be the Beatles. What a single. Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. Nice in the original Apple sleeve. $10 start on that. All right. Fantastic auction. Fantastic crate in here. Josh Brown needs to put back yes. I'll move it back to the front of the crate. We've obliterated 2/3 of this crate. I mean, just like that. We're going to recap this one more time, not before I put this up. John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. A late 70s, early 80s U.S. reissue, and it's sealed, never been opened. Always popular during Christmas time. A $25 start, okay? Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. It's amazing they put that, you know. The Beatles, right in that era, if they put out a single, they didn't care if both sides were going to be a smash hit. You know, they could have made literally probably millions more dollars splitting those up and putting like a bad whatever B-side on the back, but it's really hard for them to crank out a bad song at that time. Right during that 68, 69 run is like they couldn't find a bad B-side, so they would put out those double ones like Revolution and Hey Jude. That's another insane one. I'm like, oh my gosh, what a single. Okay, so there's that, and the Elvis is out, and let's go ahead and roll that to Wolverine for $45. More are coming. Now we got AC/DC up. Now we got John Denver up, and now we're going to put up another Elvis EP before I get busy on this. I'm going to try to do all the EPs first, like I said, at least as many as I can find in here. Here's a pretty cool one. This one has a little bit more wear, but man, we don't get this one very often. Elvis Presley, A Touch of Gold. Look at that one in his gold suit there. It's got a little bit of wear up here. There's a name written on the back. You can see some wear back here. And it's on this RCA kind of reddish label. See that? It's on this like reddish RCA label. RCA 5101, A Touch of Gold, Volume 2, $10 start on that. $10 start, okay? Very quickly, Grateful Dead, In the Dark, an 87 club copy, $49.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight was $19. Also, Bruce Spring the River in shrink wrap, $34. Tom Petty, $34. That was Hard Promises. Adamant Strip, Shrink and Hop, $29. Cross, Stills and Nash, $34. Quick update, John Denver is at 27 with Travis Woods. Elvis is at 10. The Beatles is at 20. And AC/DC is about to sell for $150. Just one bid, $150. It's about to sell. $150. It's about to sell. I mean, he's the only bidder, and nobody's asked, no one's bid, so it's about to be gone. It's a 77 repress in near mint condition, essentially. EX++ near mint minus. Over here, we got Randy Travis Storms of Life, $29.99 on Randy Travis. Stephen Stills Manassas is $19.99. New bid on AC/DC for $160. Elvis has a new bid for $15. Tyson, you're out. Wolverine, you're out. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance is $29.99. Tres Hombres, ZZ Top. Boy, if you want to get hungry, just look at that spread right there in the middle. Speaking of, I got to order my Mexican food. I'm not joking either. I've got a half of a sub, but that's going to be my post meal, and then probably going to head home after the gym and eat this Mexican food that I'm about to place an order for in about 2 seconds. Look at that spread. Mine's not going to look that good, but I'm about to get some steak and rice and cheese right here. Reorder. Please still be open. I meant to do it as soon as I got here. Okay, good. 26 minutes left. I got plenty of time. 101 Short Street. That's us. Cheese Polo. Let's give them a $5 tip to deliver it. $36.10. Send it to me, baby. Send me my chicken, steak, and rice. I want it. It's on its way. Order placed. It will be here in about a half hour. Nice. Holy moly. Okay, we got Steely. How about Sly and the Family Stone? I want to take you higher. $19.99. Herbie Hancock was a quad pressing. $74.99. ELO out of the blue. $39.99. Hank Williams Jr. 26 shrinking hop. Eagles Desperado 34. Almost done with the crate. Pink Floyd 64. Steely Dan RL Mastering 34. And yes, $19.99. All right, so the Beatles is sold for $20. And that was Mitch T. Thank you. Get back. Get back. The last bid on Elvis was $25. That's with Wolverine, Chuck Haley, and Tyson Morgan. Y'all have been outbid. The last bid on the Muppets is Travis at $27, and Hessen went out. So we're about to sell that. And then one more look on AC/DC. This is a 77 Australian repress. Australian repress, 77. Albert Productions, no kangaroo. Still have yet to find one of those. Very tough to get. It's nice, and a VG Plus jacket. Okay? VG Plus jacket. All right. That Mexican food will be consumed probably post-gym when I'm trying to figure out my Saturday night movie to watch. Technically, I'll be watching Sunday morning movie about 5 a.m. I'm trying to watch every movie ever conceived. I'm watching one a week. At this pace, I'll be done when I'm dead. All right. Inner sleeve. There's no note of one, so did it have a inner sleeve? Did it come with an inner sleeve? I don't know if it came with like a custom inner sleeve. There's no company. It may have came with an Albert Production sleeve, but no sleeve that originally came with that one. That's still with it. It may have originally came with one, but no. All right, let's get into another crate. That was a pretty dang cool one, I think. There's still some beautiful, like, essential records in there. I'm never going to be in any hurry to sell those. Those are way too nice. And let's take a peek in this other crate. Hopefully it's as nice as those. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, once again, it's just like John's picked out the best of the best here. Holy crap. All right, I've pulled one out for auction. What was that? Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this is just a pretty insane batch of records that's coming up right now. So let's do it. Otis is all tucked in over here, snoring. All right, Gregory's in at 175. Scott's out. Elvis is at 30. Elvis is at 32. Travis, that means you get John Denver. Travis, you get John Denver, and that's sold to you for $27, okay? Let's grab something else. Let me grab that one I just pulled out over here. I know y'all always love this man. He doesn't have really anything in print. He's up in some of those country artists, and this is a near mint minus copy of David Allan Coe's greatest hits. It's in shrink, and we're going to throw it up for a $35 start. It's near mint and shrink with a nice price sticker. DAC's a $35 start. Really nice there. Okay, we might be done on AC/DC 175. Elvis still getting bids. And don't forget, I got another box of singles over here too I'm trying to slip in. And I think last night I teased Morris Day, and we never did get to it. Morris Day, the oak tree, that's going to go up for a $7 start. And the little miscellaneous thing I'm selling a lot of tonight is the vinyl style cleaning cloths. If you hadn't got one already, we've almost sold a whole case. They're $5.99. They're 8x9 lubricated. You can buy one, you can buy two, you can buy 5 of them. They're $5.99. I've got them stacked back there, and I've got more where those came from. Okay? The Wall is an OG pressing. It may not be the first jacket, but it's not barcoded. It's no condition note, $64.99. It says produced by words and music by Roger Waters, except Young Lust. Okay, so I think this is the corrected jacket, but it's beautiful. No barcode, just a hint of wear there. $64.99. Okay? Amanda Davis wants a cleaning cloth. So does Sig. We sell a few every time I show them because I know more people's watching the feed. And these are always popular, and people are always asking for them. I forgot who asked me to order these last week, but I thank you, because we're probably going to sell a bunch of them. Hopefully about 50 of them tonight. There's 3 sold, one for Amanda Davis, one for Sig, and one for Sandy Villa. And if anybody decides you want to add more, or if you want one, we're almost done with our first case, and I have a whole nother case, okay? Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. It's almost as good as the last crate, if not better. Elvis is still getting bids. David Allen Coe just has 1 bid, now 2 bids at 45. And then we probably need to go ahead and hammer AC/DC before I get started. This is sold to Gregory for $175. Thank you as always. Nice. I wish I had stacks of those, but they just don't come through too often. Old Waylon in Shrink with Hype. Waylon Jennings, a top copy alert. Shrink Hype, $29.99. So everything in here is really nice, okay? We're not talking about records that's been thrown around and banged around. Most of this in that last crate, they're like upper level condition. I'm not saying that that's for everything, but it looks like about everything in this batch is so far tonight been nice. And this is the last crate of brand new arrivals. Then we'll do some discount stuff here and there, okay? Waylon's $29.99. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy, another one in shrink wrap, $24.99. The Doors, LA Woman. This is not OG. You can tell that right away because it's not a die-cut window sleeve. It does have a little bit of cover wear. It's $34.99. It's still a nice vintage copy, though, $34.99. So first thing we're going to do is David Allen Coe is a final call for $45. I got to make sure Sandy Villa you have set out. Elvis is at $45. Morris Day is at $16 with Donna. Waylon, $22. Danny, I'll do it, or Waylon, $20. I'll do it for $22. Okay, and then Honey Drippers is still available. Next is Eagles, the Long Run, $19.99. A beautiful copy. Now, y'all know the U.S. copies are known for not having nice covers. Just because it was a black cover and it showed a lot of wear. This one is unusually nice, $19.99, okay? $19.99, Eagles, the Long Run. We got the Who's Next. This is on the MCA label, Classic Album Alert. We're talking Bob O'Reilly. We're talking Won't Get Fooled Again, Getting in Tune, $19.99. Waylon is sold for $22 to Danny Thomason. I'll do $28 on the Doors. $28 on the Doors, Scott Arnold. $28. How could you say no, honestly? $28 on the Doors. Riders on the Storm. Boom, 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 boom. Into this town we're born. Dum, 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 dum. Into this house we're thrown. This is sold to David Johnson for $25. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Sweet family will rise. Killers on the run. All right, that's sold to him for $25. And then, boom, boom. What's going on here? Okay, so let's go ahead and sell Elvis for $50 to Wolverine. All right. That's done. Morris Day is sold to Donna for $16. And if Gregory hadn't put DAC question mark, this would be sold. This is Greatest Hits, Near Mint Minus and Shrink Wrap. And it's a final call to Jason Thomas for $45. Okay? Next, Mark Weiss gets the Who. And Scott Arnold wants me to make him feel like a winner. And he says, if you take this for $27, he'll feel like a winner. We like building winners here at Collecco. So sell that to Scott Arnold for $27. And Larry Gonzalez gets the Eagles for $15. That just leaves Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy. Danny, you can bid, or if you say pass, I got to go ahead and sell that to him. Our next auction. Can y'all believe it? We got more Elvis coming. Oh boy, there's some awesome ones over here. We have not had this one tonight. Oh man. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. The song's not even on the EP, though. That is a $10 start, okay? David Allan Coe is sold for $45, and that is sold to Jason Thomas. Elvis EP, $10 start. That's from the movie Viva Las Vegas. We're caught in a trap. Can't turn back. Just to say I love you too much, baby. Can't you see? Okay, this is not an RL. Let's make that clear right up front. This is not a $1,000 record. But what it is a 1969 Terre Haute repress after they said, hey, we got to cut back on the hot mix, Mr. Bob Ludwig. You're blowing people's eardrums out, okay? We got kids cranking up Heartbreaker, and they're coming to school and their ears are bleeding. They're playing Led Zeppelin so loud, okay? This is a nice 69 press. It's a Terre Haute repress, EX++, near mint minus, a $50 start. Still gets a lot of demand because it's a 69 Led Zeppelin 2, and this happens to be a pretty sweet copy. Master Moss says he's out. Okay, he will not be bidding. He's done before it even gets started. If you want to get the party started, it's a $50 start. Elvis is at 10 with Wolverine. I'm just waiting for Chuck Haley to bid 15. Come on, Chuck Haley. Everybody sing it with me. Come on, Chuck Haley. All right, I'm going to go ahead and carry this next stack of 40. This is like the third stack of 45s and cleaning cloths like this we've sold tonight. That's great. That's great. Because we're caught in a trap. We can't turn back. Don't forget, tonight after we have exhausted everything I think we can out of vinyl, we're probably going to go ahead and jump over to what? This new CD collection. New CD collection. Pretty amazing. Let me snap a picture back here. Let me show you all the CDs we've already sold. They finally got them. I think they started putting them in alphabetical order yesterday. That's table like 1 of 3. Can you believe it? That's like table 1 of 3 of CDs we've already sold this week that they've already sorted. There's all the Kiss lots, and there's the hammer. Okay, there's my hammer in case somebody starts getting out of line tonight. I will bring out the hammer. That's one of many hammers that I use around here. Okay, here we go. Great crate. Let's get some more stuff going. Pink Floyd metal. Oh my goodness. A 75 Jacksonville press. $49.99. Pink Floyd metal. $49.99. Wow, Kentucky is smoking Florida. What the heck? Blue Sunshine, The Glove. The Glove is a 1983 new wave album from the UK. $49.99 for The Glove, Blue Sunshine. $49.99. Elvis is at 10, 15, 20. And then Led Zeppelin's a $50 start. CCR, wow, another shrink-wrapped CCR pendulum. You might as well go, wow, first label too. You might as well go ahead and get that one, Wolverine. Get the whole set tonight. $34.99. And Bill Withers Adjustments. Bill Withers is $34.99. Bill Withers Adjustments, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. And let's pull something else from the high-end tab. We're caught in a trap. This is Soul Asylum. Oh, wow. Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union. And this is a 1992 OG, a 1992 OG, a 1992 OG, a 1992 OG, a 1992 OG. With the original under sleeve shrink and hop, a $95 start on that 1992 OG. Elvis is at 2022. Wolverine gets CCR. Henry's Choice right behind him. Sorry, Wolverine just beat you to that one, Henry. Otis Redding and Little Joe Curtis sing Soul. A 1970 press, $19.99. Otis Redding. The Beatles, Past Masters, the original pressing from 1988. I can't believe he put this out. This is like one of my favorites. And it's the real first pressing from the 80s, which is, we never get this. I haven't had a copy of this in a year or a year and a half. $79.99. It's a gatefold jacket, both volumes. 4 sides of music, double LP. $79.99. Otis Redding is sold to Wolverine. Soul Asylum has a bid for $100. Final call to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin for $50. Okay? Wolverine has Elvis at $25, and I've got another single to put up. I honestly don't know what this is. Radio Windy, Kids in America. I'm joking. That says America. This is, I don't know. Kids in America, Radio Windy. Your guess is as good as mine. Blue vinyl, $7 start. The Beatles is $79.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid, a 1977 Jacksonville press, $44.99. Gatefold jacket with very little wear, $44.99 for Black Sabbath Paranoid. $44.99. Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound in Shrink, $24.99. Elvis is sold for $25 to Wolverine. Radio Windy has a bid for $7. Soul Asylum has one bid for $100. Final call. Bob Marley and the Wailers, The Birth of a Legend, featuring Peter Tosh, $29.99. Wow. Cool stuff right in there. Next is going up right now. We have... We've already done that one. Give me 1 second. I'm caught in a trap. We have not had this one tonight. Awesome. Love Me Tender. EPA 4006. 1956 Elvis. $10 start. Black Sabbath is sold to Gregory for $40. Bob Marley is $27, Danny. Tom Petty, $79.99. A 1989 original retail copy, $79.99. Journey Evolution, $19.99 for Journey. And The Gossip, That's Not What I Heard. A 2001 Garage red vinyl, $44.99. Led Zeppelin is a $50 buy it now. A 69 repress, $50 on Led Zeppelin 2. $50 on Led Zeppelin 2. Okay. Soul Asylum is sold to Jeff Brindley for $100. Done. Elvis is at 10. Elvis is at 10. Amanda Davis gets Journey. There is Bob Marley in the crates, Tom Petty in the crates, and OG Past Masters, and Pink Floyd and Bill Withers. That's the kind of stuff still left in the crates. Steely Dan, Katie Lied, in shrink wrap, $34.99. Tom Petty should be priced more like $149.99. This is an 89 Gloversville press, original retail copy, $79.99. The Flying Burrito Brothers, a 1976 press, in shrink, $49.99. The Flying Burrito Brothers. Radio Windy is sold to Robert Warner for $7. The Elvis EP. This is the nicest one we've had tonight. That's like EX Plus, and the sleeve is nearly EX, maybe VG++. Might be one of the nicest ones we've had tonight. SD, $40. Steely Dan. Steely Dan was just marked $34. Gregory, I'll do Tom Petty for $77. I don't really think it's worthy of a discount. I didn't think Bob Marley was worthy of a discount either that Danny was interested in, but they are best offer. I think that's my best offer. $77 on that. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. An original Presswell press, $64.99. Led Zeppelin, $64.99. Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, a 75 Jacksonville press with both posters, $74.99. And King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, $59.99. That's pretty incredible. Seeing stuff like this in the crate. Wow. Tom Petty. I would say EX, well, I mean, the whole crate, John has graded everything in here. EX plus to near mint minus. Everything in here. There's no check condition records in this crate. That looked like EX plus to me. Okay. The last bid on Elvis was $20. Now, Joseph McCormick, what was Steely Dan 40? Okay, I'm not for sure what SD 40. Was that Steely Dan 40? If so, then that's more than what it was stickered for. Our next auction is Van Halen. This is a 1978 German repress, second label, with the original under sleeve. Van Halen's a $35 start. Van Halen, $35 start. Tom Petty sold for $77. That should have went up for a $75 start and sold for $122. Elvis is at $22. Now Van Halen's up for bid. And we're going to put up another auction. And that other auction is going to go up right now. And that is whatever this is. I'll wait on that because I still don't really know what that is. Let's do the band Cracker. Don't hear them too often on OG vinyl. This is Cracker, Euro Trash Girl, and I Want Everything. A jukebox record on gold vinyl. $10 start on that. Okay. Henry's Choice on CCR. No CCR left in here, but we do have the Fabulous Johnny Cash in shrink wrap, $24.99. Also, Waylon's Greatest Hits in shrink, $24.99. Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99. CCR, the Royal Albert Hall concert, that's in shrink, $29.99. CCR, the Royal Albert Hall concert. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, an early 80s press, $34.99 for Dylan's Greatest Hits. Right in front of that is the best of Uriah Heep, $19.99. Steely Dan is $34.99. Now, since you said 40, I'm assuming you're going to go ahead and take this for $34.99. You were trying to offer me more than what it was priced for. I'll sell it to you for just $34.99. Wolverine picks up yet another Creedence Clearwater Revival. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $25. Cracker is at $15 with Ivan R. Final call. And no one's been on Van Halen, a 78 repress. Going once, going twice. Next auction is going up right now. Holy crap. Jane's Addiction. A 1988 U.S. Specialty OG pressing. Fire and rooster symbols on the label. Small saw cut. This wasn't a cutout bin. So at one time, this was sitting in a record store sealed, and nobody bought it because it was on vinyl, and nobody wanted vinyl. They was like, yeah, man, give me the CD because I'm cool, and I'm getting Jane's Addiction on CD. So it had to go to the cutout bin, probably where they marked it down as cheap as $4. Now it's highly collectible because it's on vinyl, and it's an original pressing, and it's in partial loose shrink wrap with the contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners. $50 start on Jane's Addiction. Cracker is sold to Ivan R. for $15. Next is Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99. Feels like an older press. It is pretty heavy vinyl, $34.99. And BOC, Fire of an Unknown Origin. There's some great music on this one, including I'm Burning for You. Nobody bid on Van Halen. You can pick this up for just a $35. It's a German press from 78, near mint minus. That's going to be a pretty good sounding record. Jane's Addiction should bring well over $100. If it doesn't, that means everybody's asleep, and that means everybody's not paying attention. So MT Matt has it for $55. Our next Elvis record, let's go to our first actual picture sleeve. But honestly, here's one that I don't think I've had too many times. We Can Make the Morning Until It's Time for You to Go. And that's from He Touched Me. Original orange label, very nice picture sleeve and vinyl. Elvis is a $10 start. Matt Nichols, whoa, hold on a second. John BOC's $24.99. If you don't want it, Matt Nichols does. And then Van Halen is sold to Gregory for $35. Jane's Addiction has one bid for $55. MT Matt is rubbing his hands together. He's like, come on, Chad. Go ahead and sell that to me, please. John McPatriot was first on BOC. That's sold to him. And then Bob Mold, Workbook. That's $39.99. That's Bob Mold, who was in Husker Du. This is got the hop sticker, gold stamp promo, $39.99. Elvis 10, Elvis 20, Jane's Addiction 60. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, $34.99. The original pressing, mastered by who else than Bob Ludwig. And Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $34.99. BOC was sold to John McPatriot. Matt Nichols was second. Danny, you were actually third. Now Elvis is at 25 and Jane's Addiction's at 65. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Van Halen 2. We just did Van Halen 1. Here's their follow-up, and this is pretty cool. This is a German OG. A 1979 German OG pressing, near mint minus. Nice jacket with the original on her sleeve. $35 start for Van Halen 2. Elvis is at 25. Joseph McCormick, you've been outbid. It says your DoorDasher is nearby. Good. I can't eat it anytime soon, but it's glad to know I have Mexican food later for when I do need it. All right, Brian Frenfrock on Dire Straits for $30. That's so to Brian Frenfrock. Nice pickup. Original pressing there, pretty desirable. And Elvis is at $30 with Joseph McCormick. In my opinion, this was an insane crate. This is an insane crate. Are all RL presses hot mixes? No. The only reason we mention RL, the only one we really should mention it on is Led Zeppelin 2. But because his name is so recognizable now, his mixes are pretty dang good. A lot of people collect them. He's probably the premier guy to collect when it comes to mastering. So a lot of people collect those just because he is a world-class professional at mixing records. So they're not all actually preferred or hot mixes, but I mention it every time because I usually get asked. There's a lot of people that know about every album he mixed, and if I don't say that it's RL or it's not RL, I'll probably get asked if it's an RL. Of course, you got Led Zeppelin 2. That's the crazy one. And then there's other ones. And usually if he mastered it, it's the OG pressing because it went to him first. So usually you can look at a record, and if you see RL, Otis is growling. Dogs are amazing. We're way back here in the back part of the store, and he knows somebody's outside. Look. Order completed. They didn't even knock on the door or anything. They just set my food outside on that barrel. He's over here growling. We're in the back of the store almost, and he knows somebody's out front. Dogs are incredible, right? Holy moly. He started growling. He knows. They didn't even make any noise. He started growling. They were just outside. I couldn't hear them. The food's outside. There's the picture. Order completed. And he started growling. So long story short, Bob Ludwig is highly collectible because he's just a top-tier engineer. But if you A-B his mastering, so this Dire Straits, if you had a double turntable and you put this record on and then you put the other one on, okay, and then you turn this one up, same volume, and then you listen to this one and listen to a different one, this one's going to sound better. Okay? This one's going to sound better for sure. All right, I wish I had hearing like that. You could sense somebody. That'd be almost probably painful, though. Imagine sleeping and you could sense somebody 100 yards away approaching you. Over here, we have, all right, Elvis is sold to Joseph McCormick for $30. That's not an easy one to get. Let me make sure no one bid on Van Halen. A 79 OG near mint, $35 start, final call. The last bid on Jane's Addiction is MT Matt at $95, okay? And I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything else. Chad, did you sell the Steve Miller Book of Dreams earlier? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. $15. All right, we've only read through this crate once, and it's pretty insane. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy in shrink, $24.99. Pink Floyd Metal, 75 Jacksonville Press, $49.99. Okay, now that's a Jacksonville Press. You see that little parentheses looking symbol right there, right above my finger. That little zero or closed parentheses, that means Jacksonville. Jacksonville, Florida is where that was made, 49. No, Dire Straits is already sold. I was just showing it for an example. Okay, next Elvis single. Here's one, honestly, in the Christmas catalog. Oh, my bad. Ooh, let's jump over here to this one. Don't Be Cruel and Otis, You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. That is pretty cool there. $10. Oh my gosh, he signed the back of it. I wish. It would be 10 grand. Elvis, Hound Dog, and Don't Be Cruel. That's when, y'all remember that in the Elvis movie? He had to go out there and sing for that dog, and he was highly embarrassed about it. Didn't they even put it on a picture sleeve? I bet he was angry over that. He didn't like that at all. $10 start. Elvis, that's now up for bid. Everything in here is best offer. This is the glove, Blue Sunshine. The glove is an 83 New Wave UK. $49.99 for the glove. And Bill Withers, Justments. Bill Withers is $34.99. The Beatles, Past Masters, Volume 1, Volume 2. An 88 UK. $79.99. $79.99. Also over here, Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. That's $24.99. And Bob Marley and the Wailers, Birth of a Legend featuring Peter Tosh. And that is $29.99. Are we done on Jane's Addiction? MT Mac gets this for $95, okay? Van Halen does have a bid for $35. And Elvis is at $15. Jacksonville Press have the triangle. No, Jacksonville looks like a closed, like parentheses, like that. The triangle, like this, and it has I-A-M. That is Scranton. Scranton, PA. That is Jacksonville. Looks like a closed parenthesis, and that is Scranton. Okay. That's one of the symbols. Not all the symbols, but that's the main one. Also, we have the Gossip. That's Not What I Heard. $44.99 on that. The Flying Burrito Brothers, a 1976, $49.99. King Crimson, a 1978. So this album came out in 69. This is a 78 Presswell press, $59.99. Presswell press. George Piro's cut. Here's another well-known mastering engineer. That symbol right, I don't know if how much y'all can see when I hold these up. It's right there. It's JP, George Piros. Bob Marley, 22. Danny, you're getting closer. I think you offer 20. It's marked 30. You offer 20. I said 27, 22. You're getting closer. Pink Floyd is a 75 Jacksonville press with both posters. $74.99 for Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same, $64.99. The Fabulous Johnny Cash, $24.99. And Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits and Shrink, $24.99. Elvis Presley is RCA 47-6604. Okay? This is Elvis Presley, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog, 47-6604. And Van Halen's at $36, which means Brian Frenfrock, you've been outbid. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Terry Reid, Rough Waves. And Terry Reid is a 78 US Los Angeles OG. VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, $34.99. The Best of Uriah Heep, The Best, $19.99. Elvis has a new bid with Steve Biddlecombe for $30. Steely Dan, Katie Lied, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99. Bob Mould, $39.99. And Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $34.99. Terre Haute looks like this. A T and a 1. Bob Mould over here is Workbook with Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, $39.99. Elvis is at 32 with Wolverine. Biddlecombe, you're out. Chuck Haley, you're out. And Van Halen is sold in original German press. Rich Krulak, $36. Terry Reid is a $15 start. Our next auction is the Beatles White Album. Dear Prudence, boom, won't you come out to play? Hey, hey. A 78 Jacksonville, another Jacksonville press. This is the Beatles White Album. There's the Jacksonville symbol. That one down there looks literally like a 0 down there. 78 Jacksonville. There's a more looking one right there at the top of the Capitol Dome. Right there. There's a 0 right there at the top of the dome. So this has the poster and all 4 photos. VG Plus, a $30 start. $30 start on the White Album, okay? They're still bidding on Elvis. And we are still bidding on Elvis. And we're still bidding on Terry Reid. It doesn't have a bid. Otis, we got to go get my food off the porch, okay, buddy? So I'm heading up front. You're probably going to follow me. And not only that, you're going to hear the door open. So I got to go get my food before a homeless guy grabs it and takes off running with it. Now, bear in mind, he may need it more than me, but the fact is I paid for it and he didn't. So whoa. No. Come back inside. We're not leaving. Come on. Sorry. I'll give you a treat, though, because you're probably going to smell this food and be like, what the heck, Chad? So let's also go check on your water situation over here. All right. Let's go check on your water situation. Make sure Otis is watered. Look at all this cool stuff we got over here. New collection. Come on. You are empty. All right, here we go. Water. Okay, there you go. Water's full. All right, sorry for the break, everybody. I am dog sitting again tonight. Otis ran out the door when I opened it because he smelt that food. Mike gets Bob Mould for $34. Thank you, Mike. All right, that's so to Mike, $34. Uriah Heep and Bob Marley, $34. Okay, Uriah Heep's best price would be $15. So I'm at $42. Okay, $42 on those. You're at $34. Elvis is at $44. Elvis is at $50. The Beatles has bids for $30. Elvis $48. And over here, Uriah Heep 12. I'm at 15 on this. That's what I just told Danny Thomason. Okay? And then Ray Red on the glove for 35. The glove, Mitch T. Let me make sure Danny doesn't want it first. Okay? Mitch T said he would take it for 15. And then let me figure, did you mean the gossip or the glove? I bet you meant no, you meant the glove. Aha, the glove. Sell that to Ray Red for $35. All right, so Uriah Heep is pending to Danny. And the Beatles, he said he will take Uriah Heep for 15. Okay, and then the Beatles over here, the last bid was Chaz Gordon at $33. Chaz Gordon at $33. A 78 US Jacksonville, which has the poster and all 4 photos. So the purple Capple label also included the poster and photos, just like the original Apple. This is an original Elvis Hound Dog, and don't be cruel. Very nice for what it is. And Joseph McCormick has it for $48. And I'm thinking right over here, the 78 US Jacksonville or US Los Angeles press of Terry Reid, I don't think has a bid. So final call if anybody wants to bid $15. Okay, final call if anybody wants to bid $15. You know what? Actually, I think Mitch T had dibs on the Uriah Heep. He actually had dibs on this Uriah Heep, Danny. So up here earlier, Mitch T put Uriah $12. Okay? And then you asked the offer on Uriah and Bob Marley. So that's probably why he said sold. He probably thought he had dibs, which he did. So actually, his offer came in on Uriah before your double offer did. So that actually needs to go to Mitch T. But he says Danny can have it. Okay. So Danny, Uriah is yours. But he actually offered first on that. And Wolverine said he bid 50 first on Elvis. He did. Wolverine bid 50 on Elvis. And that means Joseph McCormick, you bid 2 minutes later at 48. Okay? Joseph McCormick, you're out on Elvis. Matt Nichols is out on the Beatles, and Terry Reid's about to be a buy it now. Lot of activity. Almost so much it's hard to keep up with. Let's grab another single. I'm going to make it even more difficult. And let's put up this right here. I have going up for bid the Jackson 5 Looking Through the Window, a double-sided promo from 1971. $10 start. $10 start, okay? Now Elvis 55, now Elvis 60. If anybody else decides you want anything else in here, just let me know, okay? Great titles. These were just marked today. I was very negotiable on everything in here, but also we just bought. Think about what just happened. We literally just drove to Minnesota and bought records and brought them back here. They've been in a collection for years, and this is the first time we've been showing these. We've traveled long distances and went through a lot. So sometimes these really nice, beautiful records, I'm never in too big of a hurry to start slashing prices too much, because we literally just bought these and traveled several days with multiple people and probably just bought an insane collection for tens of thousands of dollars. So, first time showing new crazy collection arrivals. They're discounted, but I got to be careful because they literally just got put out. It's not like this is old stock that's got dust on it. These were just put out today. The stuff that's been in the bins tonight. So the Beatles is sold to Chaz Gordon. Wow, a white album for $33. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $60. Jackson 5 is at $15, and Terry Reid is a no bid. $15 buy now on that. Okay, now I think over here, just to mix it up for a second, I think over here is some stuff that Laura ordered that I have never gone through. I probably need to go through them pretty quickly. but I don't recall reading off some of these titles. So I'm going to jump back into some vintage half off in just a second, and we're about to put up all new auctions right now. So here we go. Records lure ordered, only shown once on Thursday, and that's the whole stack, which is 3 crates over here. I'm going to go through this quickly, and we're going to put up another Van Halen. And this is Van Halen, an 82 German original. Super clean. Another German OG press, near mint minus, a $35 start. Jackson 5 is at 20, and y'all know what's coming next, the King. And the next one here is Burning Love, It's a Matter of Time. Nice. Another beautiful picture sleeve. Haven't had this one tonight. $10 start on Elvis, Burning Love. All right. We got Boris Pink. Boris is $39.99. It's in this like flip down cover. It's a double LP, $39.99. Boris Pink. I've got 2 copies of JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, Scaring the Hose, $44.99 on Scaring the Hose. And we have 2 copies of Blood Brothers Crimes. Blood Brothers Crimes is $29.99. Limited edition colored vinyls, what the hype sticker says. Jackson 5 is at 10, 15, 20, 22, and Chuck Haley has it for 22. And then Van Halen 35, Van Halen 35, and Jackson 5 is at 25. Elvis is a $10 start, Burning Love picture sleeve. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is Venom. Welcome to Hell. Venom is a 2003 Italian reissue. In boss cover, Venom, Welcome to Hell, gatefold jacket, $20 start on Venom, Welcome to Hell. Jackson 5's at 25. Ivan R on Blood Brother, sold to Ivan R. Also, Sleater Kinney, The Woods, $29.99. I see Natasha's watching. Hopefully Natasha says I'll take one of each out of everything in here. $38.99 for Sabrina Carpenter, Short and Sweet. Sabrina Carpenter, $38.99. And Beach House Bloom. Beach House is a double LP, $33.99. Beach House Bloom. Okay. Elvis 10, Venom 20, Venom 25, Venom 30, and another $10 bid on Elvis. He's out on Jackson 5. That's sold to Wolverine for $25. And then over here, Van Halen, James Bullock, you're out. So Josh Brown was first at $35, just FYI. Otis, you want a treat? You want a treat? All right, you got to earn it. You got to come over here and sit and shake, okay? Come here. Okay, sit, shake, and then there's your treat. Perfect. Man, gotta love dogs. That's it. Better eat up. Better eat up. That's it. Okay. L7, $24.99. L7, $24.99. Master Ma on Beach House. Thank you, Sean. Van Halen 45. Venom 36. And we have Elvis is at 12 with Wolverine. Deftones, this is Koi no Yoken. Deftones, $33.99. Also, Drain is Your Friend, limited edition colored vinyl. Drain is $29.99. Scott Dwallow on L7. Venom's at 38. Elvis is at 12, which means Kevin Chapman, you've been outbid. And then we have Orville Peck, Pony. Orville Peck is $24.99. Wise Blood, Titanic Rising. Wise Blood is $24.99. Idols is $29.99. Joy as an Act of Resistance. Sabrina Carpenter, and this one is Man's Best Friend. Sabrina Carpenter, $39.99. Okay, so first of all, the last bid on Venom that came in was Jim Cooper at $38. The last bid on Van Halen that came in was James Bullock at $45. That's a final call. Elvis is Burning Love, It's a Matter of Time. Very clean sleeve and vinyl, and the high bid on this is $15. Okay? This is all new and sealed. Now, Danny, I've seen that you made an offer on L7. That was my only copy, and this is all brand new sealed sticker price vinyl. Anybody else? That is Sabrina Carpenter, Idols, Wise Blood, and this is Orville Peck Pony. $24.99 for Orville Peck Pony. Drain, Deftones, Beach House, Sabrina Carpenter, Sleater Kinney, Blood Brothers, JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, and Boris Pink. Okay, let's go right into another crate. Right into another crate. Put that right there. If you change your mind or decide you want something in there, no problem. They're right here behind me. All right. So, no problem. Elvis is at 20 with Wolverine, Kevin, and Chuck's out. We can go ahead and sell the Van Halen then. Van Halen is sold to James Bullock for $45. And then Venom, I think we're done. It was Jim Cooper's at $38. Hammers up. We're about to sell it. And then 2 copies here of Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department, The Bolter. 24-page book, bound jacket with unique photos, 2 parchment page vinyl disc, and the bonus track is The Bolter. $59.99 for Taylor Swift. Also, 2 copies here of Bride of Chucky original motion picture soundtrack. That's a double LP, Bride of Chucky, $44.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Aerosmith Rocks. And this is a 1998 180-gram virgin vinyl, a $35 start. $35 start. 98 euro a reissue, 180-gram virgin vinyl with 2 inserts. So some kind of 90s audiophile type press. $35 start on that. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $20, and Venom is sold to Jim Cooper for $38. Thank you, Jim. Nice copy there. All right, let's put up more singles. Master Ma on a waiting list for Beach House Teen Dreams. Okay, I'll write that down and I'll check for you, and more info on Boris. Let me bring it over and see what I can find out, okay? Boris Pink, I'll read you the hype sticker. The original CD version 2LP, Boris Iconic Pink, available for the first time in a decade, features the original CD sequence available for the first time ever as a 2LP with an exclusive D-side etching. Okay, then it has a quote like a review, like a review quote. Japanese Sludge Trio unleashed their most melodic, conventionally structured, and aggressively addictive LP to date. $39.99. Boris, okay? Aerosmith has bids for $35 and $36. Next Elvis single is this one's cool, and it's a really cool picture, and then it's pretty early. Playing for Keeps and Too Much. RCA 47680. It has number 11 written on the sleeve. The disc is like VG Plus. Not bad whatsoever. $10 start on Elvis. Also, we have Tate, as in Tate McRae, $34.99. $34.99. Management, MGMT. Time to Pretend, MGMT, or I call it Management, but I think they're literally known as MGMT. And then Fleet Foxes. Fleet Foxes is $29.99. Fleet Foxes. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Neon Genesis is $44.99. And we've got 2 copies of King Tough. King Tough is $24. $4.99. Our next LP auction is going to go up right now, and that is Black Sabbath Headless Cross. And Black Sabbath is an 89 U.S. original club copy in shrink wrap. Original U.S. club, $75 start. $10 on Elvis, no bid yet. And then our next single is right here, the Jackson 5, little bitty pretty one. And the flip, if I have to move a mountain in the original Motown sleeve, $10 start. Otis is walking around growling. Evangelion is sold to Paul Brothers, Aries EMS, thank you. And then we have the Vaccines, $39.99. Massive Attack, Mezzanine, that's always popular. Double LP, $44.99. And then Death Grips, Year of the Snitch. Death Grips is $33.99. Also, we have George Clanton, 100% Electronica, $29.99. And Beyonce Lemonade. Beyonce is $38.99. Ivan R. says he will take Boris. Thank you, Ivan R. This is all new stuff that Laura ordered. Aerosmith is at 37. Empty Mats back in at 40. Black Sabbath 75. Chuck's in on Elvis at 10. And Wolverine's in on the Jackson 5 at 10. Okay? Moving right along. Quick recap. Taylor Swift, $59.99. Bride of Chucky, $44.99. Tate McRae, $34.99. So close to what? Otis, why are you barking for, buddy? Let's go up front and see what's going on. What's up? Do you have to go outside? Or is somebody outside? I don't see anybody on the cameras. So can you tell me any other hint? Huh? Speaking of Aerosmith, might be time to walk the dog. Is it time to walk the dog? It might be. Let me go see if there's water in his dish again. He's been drinking water like anything. We have Tate McRae again, $34.99. Tate McRae, $34.99. So close to what? This is fairly new. Yeah, 2025. $34.99. Okay. Next thing is Management. Time to Pretend, $36.99. Fleet Foxes is $29. King Tough is $24. The Vaccines was $39. Massive Attack is $44. This one was Death Grips, $33. George Clanton, 100% Electronica, $29. And then Beyonce Lemonade, $38. Okay, and so Jackson 5 is sold to Wolverine for $10. It's up to Rich Krulak on the Aerosmith. Final Call on Black Sabbath for $75. And Elvis is at 12 of Don Nicole. Chuck Haley, you're out. Okay? All right, so I'm going to do two things. We're going to go check on Otis's water bowl, and then we're going to go check on Otis's, his food's over here too. And then we might hook him to a leash right quick. Let's see. His water supply it's some in there. I'll refill it. Boy, I wish you could talk to me. Can you give me can you talk English? What do you want? Do you have to go outside? I'm currently running like a live stream right now. Or do you want more water even though you kind of still have a little left? Let me go ahead and pour more water. If he keeps drinking it, then he wanted more water. If he's still staring at me and barking, that means he's got to go outside and empty that water from his bladder. So let's figure out which one it is, okay? Let's go figure out which one it is. Let's jump over here and let's pour some more water in here. This dude has drunk more water than I have tonight. I'm not joking. I think he's on his third bottle. All right. We'll do an experiment here, okay? We'll do an experiment. We'll see what happens. If he goes over there and starts lapping that up, that's it. If it's not, then he has to go outside. Okay. Or he could be trying to bid, yeah. Or somebody could have been outside. They could have, you know, there's people walking outside all the time. Sometimes they come down from Short Street and they cut across and they walk on our porch because it has steps and it connects to the sidewalk. I think literally somebody could just walk by the front door and he could hear them and start barking. So, so Chuck, you're out on Elvis. Don has that for $17. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. This is a buy it now for $75. That is Headless Cross. And then Aerosmith is sold to MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That's sold to you for $40. Next auction is one of the last over here in the high-end tab. This is a 1970 Pittman reissue club. Now, this demands quite a bit of money. On Discogs. I think it's a pretty good sounding record. It's Electric Ladyland, of course. It's a 1970 U.S. Pittman reissue. It's a Columbia club copy, and some of these club copies, surprisingly, can get pricey just based on how well they were made. So $50 start on Jimi Hendrix. That's up for bid. And then Elvis Presley is at $17. That's up to Chuck Haley to bid again. Let's knock out this other crate over here quickly of some new stuff. And then we might hook Otis to a leash right quick. Right, Otis? Can I give you a pen and you write down what you're trying to tell me? That'd be the easiest thing, buddy. And let's put up another single, okay? And this is the last crate of this new stuff here I was talking about. Here, we've almost knocked out this whole box of singles that I sorted last night. I knew we would. I knew it would take most of the night. I got a couple rockabilly things, and I've got some REM. So the first REM we're going to put up is this one. This is from 1994. This is from Monster. Bang and Blame. It's a double-sided Bang and Blame REM, a $7 start, about VG Plus condition. Jimi Hendrix is a $50 start. Air Moon Safari, $29.99. I've got two of those. I've also got this bizarre looking album. This is $29.99 for, I'm not even sure what it's called. Aphex Twin. Okay. Aphex Twin Window Liquor. Aphex Twin Window Liquor, $29.99. Blue Velvet, the original motion picture soundtrack. Blue Velvet is $29.99. And we got two copies here of what is this, Laura? Laura, what is this? Rena? I'm not even sure. I'm going to have to scan it like literally on Discogs. Where are you? Discogs. I'm going to have to scan this, literally figure out what it is. It's called Rena Sawayama. Rena Sawayama, $29.99. I'm sure if Laura was here, she could tell us more about that. We have Boards of Canada. Music Has the Right to Children, $39.99. Brand new Deja Intendu, $36.99. And this is from Music on Vinyl, Julie Cruz, Floating into the Night, $38.99. Elvis is sold to Don Nicole for $20. And let's go ahead and make Hendrix a $50 buy now. And then REM is at $7. All these are brand new sealed records that Laura ordered. These are all brand new sealed records. Stuff she showed, I think, Thursday night for Metal Night. I have never officially showed. All right, we're going to mix it up vastly with genres here. We have White Christmas, Bing Crosby. And this is a German reissue, exact year unknown. Super clean. A German press of White Christmas, $15 start. Motorhead Live, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. Unfortunately, it's low grade and it has a slight warp. So G plus condition and a slight warp that does not affect back play. Just a $1 start. $1 start. Ivan on JC, that was for Julie Cruz. And Mega Blast wants Aphex Twin. Okay, so those are sold and sold. Also, we have for $39.99, Crystal Castles. $39.99 for Crystal Castles. Glass Animals Zaba, $39.99. Also, Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion, $33.99. I forgot what her huge hit was. Carly Rae Jepsen. It's amazing. Me and Laura are very close in age, and then we're our musical. She is in the modern generation, and then I'm 50 years behind time. Another Rina Sawayama, that is $29.99. Twin Peaks, Fire Walk With Me, the 1992 soundtrack, music from the motion picture, $38.99. Taylor Swift, 1989, $29.99. And then Twin Peaks, music from the limited event series, Record Store Day picture disc, $39.99. And we have 3 of those. How many more Elvis EPs do you have? EPs? Singles, I've got 150 probably. EPs, probably 20. I'll go ahead and put one up right now. Probably 20 EPs. But see, I have some early picture sleeves too. I have tons of early picture sleeves. Some I don't see too often, like that one, that one, that one, that one. Those are kind of common. That's a cool one, Jailhouse Rock. So let's do another EP here. We might have already had this one. So I've got 50 more handfuls like that. So yeah, get ready. I'll keep them rolling. Sorry for the break there. Elvis is, I'm about to take Otis out just to make sure he doesn't have to pee, because I think he does. Bing Crosby, 15. Motorhead, $6.66. Now, Paul, there was 2 Renas. There was this one and the one earlier. Let me know if you want the first one, the second one, or both of them. And then Mark Riley on Castles. And Castles was what was Castles? This Crystal Castle. So to Mark Riley. And then Paul Brothers wants 1 each of the Renas. Okay. And Elvis Presley. Did I introduce this? This is the EP for Kid Galahad, and it's nice. An original EPA 4371. And wow, yeah, this one's nice. $10 start on that. Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks on Fire Walk With Me. This right here, Sherry Darnell. Bing Crosby is a final call for 15. Motorhead's a final call for $6.66. REM is sold for $7 to John Bobing, and Elvis is a $10 start. Motorhead is an 81 USOG G+. Light warp does not affect back play, so it's G+ and it has a light warp. Are you talking about the lights, Danny? The lights are LEDs, so they should burn for hours and hours. You know, those are LEDs inside those lights. Okay, let me, okay, I might, this won't take but like 60 seconds. So I'm going to leave my mic on. Y'all might even can still hear me outside. I'm going to see if this dog needs to potty right quick, and then I'll be right back. So everybody let me know where you're watching from. And then as soon as I come back, I'm going to end these auctions. So let me know where you're watching from. And let's see what this dog's got to do right quick, okay? Let's see what this dog's got to do. Hopefully he hadn't done it somewhere in the store and I didn't know about it. And just like that, he had to pee. All right, now you get a treat. Wow. Good dog. That's what he had to do, everybody. Can y'all hear me? I don't know if my mic disconnected or not. He went zoop right there and peed. That's why he's barking. He knew. He was communicating. And now he expects a treat. Yep, he's already looking at him. All right. Okay. Sit. Shake. Oh, you gotta shake. Okay, like that. All right. And then there you go. Thank you. You just get one. We got to ration these things, okay? That didn't take long at all. I'm already back. Okay. Next is Bing 15. All right, Motorhead 7.8. All right. So Motorhead's at $8 now. The Elvis has one bid with Chuck Haley for $10. Okay, Chuck Haley for $10. And over here, Bing Crosby. Let me make sure. George Jones bid 15, and then Jackie, you bid 15. But George Jones already has it for $15. Okay, so Jackie, just FYI, you've been outbid. This is a final call. Okay, and so you're out, Jackie. Elvis has bids for 10 and 15, and Motorhead is at 10 with Hessen, and Victor Guerra was first. Did I miss any claims out of here? And is the Van Halen debut a German pressing? Yes, but we've already sold that one. We've already sold that one. It's already gone. Chad, if I can be cheeky, so then I can get some sleep tonight. Could you always run, always on my mind? I'll do that one next, yeah. All right, that was all the new vinyl that Laura had ordered that was shown Thursday night. I think it's about time we get into a discount crate. Let's go ahead and knock out a nonsense half-off crate right here. Yeah, there's some pretty good titles in here. Let's knock out a nonsense. It's just a half of a crate, but it's never been shown but once, best offer. And now we're going to go ahead and knock it out half off, okay? We're about to knock it out half off. So let's do this half off. And that Elvis is still getting bids. We'll run that next. There should be some great titles in here. It's a short crate, like just a third, fifth of a crate. And we're going to knock them all out half off, okay? Motorhead is at 11. And now George Jones, you're out on Bing Crosby. Jackie has it for 16. Let's go ahead and do these half off, no more, no less. We went through all 4 John crates already. No, all those great, yeah, those were amazing. I've condensed them down in about 2 because we've sold so much. Maybe later we need to probably recap them because it was so much at once being thrown at everybody. We'll probably do that again. Now, Otis is staring at me. You've pottied. You've got food and water, and I just gave you a treat. Now, if you want to play, I'm sorry. I'm trying to work, buddy. You know, your father, who also is a part of this company, we're all dependent on this income. So we got to sell records so you can stay fed, okay? He's just staring at me, twisting his head like, huh? What? Next thing is half off. Arthur Conley, More Sweet Soul. EX condition, just $7.50. Arthur Conley, More Sweet Soul, $7.50. A date with Bowley and Wilson, VG plus 5. Jackie, you've been outbid on Bing. Elvis is at 20. It's up to one person, Steve Biddlecombe. Steve, that one's up to you. Torre Kunda Live. Paris Zinquar. That is EX, $6.50. Moxie Riding High. EX edition, $5. And Nick Hayward, North of a Miracle. Nick Hayward is VG plus 5. Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for 20. Whoa. Bing Crosby is sold to George Jones for 20. And Motorhead, I hope we're done. Victor Guerra, $15. That's a final call. Okay? Also, Big Joe Williams, Walking Blues, does have cover damage over here. Big Joe Williams is EX condition, $9. EX condition, $9. And Trigger. Trigger is EX, $6.50. And Player, Danger Zone. Player is VG Plus, $5 for Player, Danger Zone. Tattoo is EX, $5. Jubilant Power, VG, that's $5. That is a jazz record. Also, Puppet on a String. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I flashed a whole handful. Wait, you'd stay awake even longer if you saw the rest of them. Now, the question is, where did I put those? Hopefully, down here at the bottom. Okay. So, yeah, here's, I think you asked for this one. And we'll keep them all rolling, all right? So, here is Elvis, always on my mind in separate ways. Beautiful, one I don't see too often in the picture sleeve. Elvis is a $10 start, okay? That's now up for bid. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Moxie is $5, EX condition. $5, EX condition. Sandy Villa Player, that's sold to Sandy Villa, VG Plus, $5. That's the half-off price. And Motorhead is sold to Victor Guerra for $15. Elvis has a bid with Wolverine for $20. Wish You Were Here, Puppet on String, Need Your Love, Big Hunk, yeah. Wait till you've seen the rest of them. You'd want to stay up till the sun came up, wherever you're at. We have over here, Moxie, that's sold to Scott Arnold. Thank you on that. And then U2, the Joshua Tree, nice, in shrink wrap. Now, let's see, 38 and just $19. A club copy in shrink with the insert, just $19. That's pretty crazy. Let's grab another LP over here. We still got Gang of Four, Nassau. Let's see what's up with this Dark Side of the Moon that's in the auction crate. It's an 83 Jacksonville reissue on the purple rainbow or the capital rainbow label. An 83 Jacksonville, VG condition, $20 start on that. Elvis is at 20, going once, going twice. Any more 90s, 45s? Yeah, there's a few in here. There's a few in here. Let me get them sorted right quick. The first one is Enigma, Return to Innocence. Enigma. That is going to go up for a $10 start because I really don't know much about it, but it looks like something that I don't see too often. Blue Magic from Out of the Blue. Blue Magic is $7.50. $7.50 for Blue Magic. And then we have the Ascenders. That is VG condition, $5. Tattoo. The price on Tattoo, Jackie, was $5. Of course, if y'all just hopping on, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Rank and File, Long Gone Dead, $10 on Rank and File. And Paul Haig, H-A-I-G, European Sun, that is an 87 Grease New Wave album, $5. Elvis is sold for $20 to Wolverine. Patrick C. Smith Sr. getting the Joshua Tree for just half off of that. So that was $19. And then Pink Floyd is $20. Enigma's at 10. Enigma's at 12. Okay, the next Elvis single over here. Let's take a look at it. Let's run this one. This is the first time I ever saw your face. I don't think I've ever had this. That's saying a lot when I have an Elvis single. And I'm like, yeah, I've never had this one before. An American Trilogy and the first time I ever saw your face. $10 start on Elvis. That's up for bid. And I got a Fools Fall in Love. Okay, I don't think that was one that was requested next, but I'll get to them. Puppet on String, Need Your Love, Big Hunk of Love, Fools Fall in Love. Okay, I'll get those next. I won't forget now. But that's just one I don't see too often. $10 start on that. Also over here is the Beach Boys Today. This is a mono 65 US Scranton press. Now just $10 on that. Enigma's at $14, okay? Also over here, Heaven, Where Angels Fear to Tread. Heaven is now just $15. That's half off of $29.99. Heaven, Where Angels Fear to Tread, $15 on that. And then Nappy Brown, that man. Nappy Brown is a 1979 Sweden R&B, $10. Peter Haas has Elvis for $11. Now, Wolverine says he's not bidding. What does that mean? I mean, somebody can have a higher probability of probably winning this auction. Is that your chew bone there, Otis? Nice chew bone there. It looks like he's about to lay down on his cot, chew on a bone, and take a nap. First thing over here is Enigma, $15 with Paul Brothers. And then Peter Haas bid $11 on Elvis. Steve Biddle come first on Nappy Brown. Clay Moore on Heaven. Kind of a nonsense. These really shouldn't be discounted by this metric of 50%. So you may say, Chad, why are you doing this? Well, it's because it's nonsense. It's literally nonsensical. Victor Guerra next on Heaven. Elvis is at 15. And then we've got Skywalk, Silent Witness. That is a jazz album for $7.50. By the way, the last bid on Enigma is $15. It's up to Josh Brown to bid again. He set out. So that's sold to Paul Brothers for $15. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. That's an 83 reissue, $20 on that. Okay? Now Elvis has two $15 bids. Now Josh Brown, I just glanced over here and it looks like you're in luck. So Josh Brown, if you want the Enigma Return to Innocence, I've got another copy for $15. Same price, okay? Same price, and we're tied on Elvis. Don bid $15 and Chuck bid $15. And then Zappa in New York is now just $15. Jackie did get tattoo. Did she say sold? Jackie said tattoo question or $sign. I don't think she's actually said sold. She asked for the price. I don't think she's actually said sold, though. And then Graham Parker Heat Treatment. Graham Parker is $7.50. Rainmakers Tornado. Rainmakers is $5. The Doors, an 80s reissue press. So early 80s press on that black and red Electra label, but it's near mint for $15. And the Rolling Stones Greatest Hits. VG, now just $9 on the Stones Greatest Hits, 2 LP. Josh Brown said the other one, the other Enigma, he'll take it. Okay? And so it's sold to Josh Brown. Paul Brothers got the other one. She did say sold. That's bizarre. It didn't pop up on my screen. I just double-checked. It didn't. So, Jackie, thanks to your fellow Collectco friends, tattoo is sold to you for $5. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see it. Chuck Haley, you're out on Elvis. No, you're not. Don Nicole, you're out on Elvis. I have not pulled tattoo. No, I haven't. I did now. Okay, and then Paul Vihar on The Doors. Peter Haas on Rolling Stones. And this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Doors is already sold. Zappa is only $15. Zappa in New York. It's up to Don on that Elvis. The next thing we're going to do is bring over another single. And that next single is this right here. This is, give me one second, The Cherry Bombs, okay? The Cherry Bombs is, it's hard to kiss the lips at night that chew your ASS out all day long. And let it roll, let it ride. So one more time, the title of that song is It's Hard to Kiss the Lips at Night That Chew Your ASS Out All Night Long. And it looks like that's written by Rodney Crowell and Vince Gill. The Cherry Bombs is a $10 start. Scott Dwallow gets Zappa. Okay. And then the last bid on Elvis is sold. This Elvis is sold for $20 to Chuck Haley. How many Elvis 45s are left? Over 100. Over 100. And we have a request for Puppet on a String, I Need Your Love Tonight, Big Hunk of Love, and Fools Fall in Love. All right, we're working on knocking out some of these right now. So first one is this one right here. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Puppet on a String and Wooden Heart. RCA Victor Gold Standard 447-0650. EX, a $10 start on Elvis. Okay? $10 start on Elvis. Cherry Bombs, a $10 start. This was a half off crate, no more, no less. I forgot I have stopped for some reason showing buy it now 45s. I should have not stopped showing buy it now 45s. I kind of just forgot. We got so busy, so much going on. We got other auctions to put up. The next one is David Bowie Images. This is a US PRC Richmond press. Exact year is unknown. It has the company inner sleeve. It's a blue London label. David Bowie's a $35 start. Elvis has a bid for $20 with Wolverine. That's a final call. We're going to read through this half off crate one more time, okay? These are all half off, no more, no less. It's about time for me to get a Monster Energy drink for sure. $100%. I can feel it. Okay. Final call on Elvis. Quickly, Arthur Conley, EX750, More Sweet Soul. A Date with Bowie and Wilson, VG plus $5. Tori Conda Live, Paris Zincourt. I don't know what I just said, $650. Nick Hayward, VG plus $5, North of a Miracle. Big Joe Williams, EX $9. It does have cover damage there. 2LP Blues. Trigger was EX $650. Jubilant Power, VG $5, a jazz album. Blue Magic is EX $750. The Ascenders is VG $5. Rank and File, $10. Long Gone Dead. Paul Haig, European Sun, 87 Grease Pressing, $5. Beach Boys, an original mono, VG $10. Skywalk, $750. That's a jazz album. Graham Parker was $750. And the Rainmakers Tornado, $5. All right. Wolverine gets Elvis for $20. That's sold to Wolverine for $20. Cherry Bombs is a no bid. It's a $10 buy it now. And final call to get a bid on Bowie for $35. Okay. Next Elvis single is... Next Elvis single is going to be I Need Your Love Tonight. 477506. 477506. Elvis is going to go up for a $10 start. VG Plus to EX. A little bit of writing right there. $10 start on Elvis. Victor Guerra on Trigger. That's sold to Victor Guerra. Trigger is sold. Elvis already has a bid for $20. No bids. Yes, let's offer this crate as a bundle, though. The rest of these records, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's close these out. 14 records. I will sell the rest of those for... I'll sell the rest of those for $55. 55 divided by 14, that's $3.92 each. Okay? Surely there's a Saturday night bundler watching. If not, I'm going to be disappointed. Any no bids? Yep, the first one is David Bowie. $35. This is a no bid. Images, 1966-67, a USPRC Richmond, exact year unknown, 2LP compilation. $35 on Bowie. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $20. That's sold to Wolverine for $20. The next one I have here is this one right here. Fools Fall in Love and Indescribably Blue. This is not bad whatsoever. Pretty clean. EX, maybe EX Plus, and a nice sleeve. Elvis is a $10 start. Okay? We're going to prop him up right there because Wayne Carr is buying this bundle. So all these are sold He's going to get all those. Excellent. Before I do that, I need to start a new crate. And let me show you all the other no bids. David Bowie, $35. Pink Floyd is an 83 US Jacksonville. VG, $20. Jimi Hendrix is a 1970 club copy. EX, $50. Black Sabbath is a 1989 USOG club. $75. Final call on Elvis for $20. Terry Reid, a 78 US Los Angeles OG. VG plus $15. Led Zeppelin, an original 69 repress, $50. EX plus near mint minus. Pat Benatar, Tropico, a Japanese press, $25. I've never had that many great no bids. That's pretty amazing. That's a lot of great no bids there. Elvis hammers up on that. First thing I need to do, let me just say that crate was already kind of full. I'm going to go ahead and set that one over here then. Okay. And then Wayne, thank you. What we're going to do there is start another new crate. All right. And Elvis has bids for 20, 25, and 30. First thing we're going to do is sell Scott Arnold Pink Floyd for 20. And now Elvis is at 30. So David Bowie, Jimi Hendrix, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Pat Benatar. What is the Terry Reid track listing? The track listing on Terry Reid is Ain't No Shadow, Baby I Love You, Stop and Think It Over, Rogue Rave, Walk Away Renee, Believe in the Magic, Then I Kissed Her, Bongwa, All I Have to Do Is Dream. One more time. Terry Reid, 78 US Los Angeles OG, VG plus $15. Pat Benatar Tropico, Japanese near mint minus and pristine, $25. Led Zeppelin 2 was a 69 US Terre Haute EX plus near mint minus, $50 on Led Zeppelin. Elvis is now at $40. Black Sabbath Headless Cross, an 89 USOG club, $75. Jimi Hendrix, a 70 US Pittman Reissue club and shrink, EX, $50. And then David Bowie, a US PRC Richmond Images, $35. The board is cleared. They're just bidding on Elvis right now, and let's introduce another auction. So Wayne Carr got this bundle deal here. The winning price on that was 14 records for $55. Thank you, Wayne. And let's put those in there. I usually put sticky notes around the bundle so they can keep that separate. And now that means I'm ready for another probably half off crate. And then Wolverine gets Elvis for $40. Okay, that is sold. And then let me jump over here and make sure. So we've done Puppet on String, I Need Your Love Tonight, Big Hunk of Love, and Fools Fall in Love. We've done Fools Fall in Love. We've done I Need Your Love Tonight. We've done Puppet on a String. So it sounds like I'd need... There was one more then there. Fools Fall in Love. We've done that one. And then Big Hunk of Love. Big Hunk of Love is what's next. I know where that one is. Okay? All right. So that one's right here. This is when they said, Elvis, you got to go to Germany and serve your country. Elvis, A Big Hunk of Love, and My Wish Came True. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? Cranberries Unplugged. No, I hadn't found that yet. And you know what? I went through a lot of vinyl last night. I hadn't found that one yet. It's not in there. So Led Zeppelin, Pat Benatar for $40. Can't do that. That would have been $75. If you want Led Zeppelin, I'll do it for $45 and Pat Benatar $25. So 45 and 25 would be $70. If you don't want Pat Benatar, Joe Salamo does for $25. All right, next auction over here is Psychedelic Furs. This is Talk, Talk, Talk. And Psychedelic Furs is an 81 USOG Pittman, EX condition, $20 start on Psychedelic Furs. Elvis is at 20 with Wolverine 156C, going once, going twice. 'cause we're caught in a trap. You can't turn back. Just because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? All right, here's a half-off crate. Here is a half-off crate. Joe Salamone on the Pat Benatar for $25. If you decide you want Elvis for $45, let me know, okay? Because we can't go on. And there was only 2 no-bid 45s. The Cherry Bombs for 10 and Fashion Music for 7. Yes, this is new and sealed, The Wall, remastered, $49.99. $49.99. All right, here's a half-off crate. This could get pretty interesting because it's pretty dang recent. And I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, that was my left knee. Oh, there went my right one. I'm stretching down here of Otis. Oh, gosh. Otis, we can't go on forever. Elvis is sold for $25 to Wolverine. There's Talk, Talk, Talk. Jim Ciascio on The Wall. Jim has just become comfortably numb. Let's knock out this half-off crate. I've got to get a monster in my system. I feel energy level dropping. So first, I'm going to get some natural energy. Here we go with some Dasani. That is exactly that song. You are exactly correct. So somebody asked earlier, how many more Elvis singles? Well, let me grab about 10% of the crate and give you an idea of what's coming up, okay? And maybe before Jason signs off, he might want to stay around another 2 hours. So, I mean, like here's just me grabbing one big handful. I'm going to definitely sort some winners here. I mean, there's some pretty dang cool ones in here. I mean, there's not all picture sleeves, too. There's other stuff. Crying in the Chapel. There we go. That's a good one. Little Sister. Oh, wow. There we go. That's a good one there. Holy crap. And that one. Okay. There we go. We can't go on forever. Folks, here it is. We can't go on forever with suspicious minds. Suspicious. This is it. The original single, picture sleeve, $10 start. Okay? Psychedelic First 20, 25, and now 30. I have every Elvis single ever conceived. I have all of them. We even have a son in the back. We got That's All Right Mama. We have a real Elvis, That's All Right Mama. It's got a warp in it, though. And the problem with the warp is they can't fix it. We've put it through our machine. We've put it through our machine a couple times, and we just have not been able to fix it. But we got the holy grail of Elvis singles in the back. We have the Son, That's All Right Mama, the first Elvis Son single. This is a pretty dang good one here, this 57 Christmas EP. But we'll knock those out in just a second. Okay, we got some great ones coming up, as y'all see. Here's Witchcraft. Oh, man. Y'all seen Jailhouse Rock. There's some Yellow Label promos. Yeah. There's the actual Viva Las Vegas song. All Night Long, Elvis. Hope y'all ready, okay? First thing I have here is Suspicious Minds. The vinyl is VG Plus. Okay, let's do a half-off crate. Let me introduce one more auction. I'm going to jog up front and get a monster out of the fridge. Am I actually going to jog? No, because I don't want to pull a hamstring and have to go to the hospital. But I will put up Ultravox Systems of Romance. And Ultravox is a 78 USOG and VG Plus condition, a $10 start. Of course, it's all opinionated, but you've got to say Suspicious Minds has got to be one of the best Elvis songs. Oh my gosh, that's so good. I like it when he does it live and they start hitting the drums and he starts, he starts doing the windmill thing. They'll hit those drums and he'll do that windmill a couple times. It's so good. Oh man. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It's like when he does Polk Salad Annie. He'll do Polk Salad Annie and he'll start doing that windmill thing and gyrating or whatever. Oh man. Get a little poke. He liked those drums. That drummer's just like going off and he's pow. Yeah, he kind of that kick drum a hit and he'll awesome stuff. All right, Psychedelic Furs, Travis Woods, $44. If y'all have never watched that, you got to check that off your list. Go watch Elvis perform Suspicious Minds live or Polk Salad Annie. You'll be glad you did. Okay, here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Deep Purple. This is VG, $7.50. Deep Purple, VG, $7.50. We're about to do a half off nonsense crate here. VG, $7.50. Ultravox is at $15 with Michael Snared. Elvis is at $20, Suspicious Minds. And the Psychedelic Furs is about to sell for $44. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. VG, $5. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. And then Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Neil Young is VG Plus, $12.50. ZZ Top is $39.99. $39.99. ZZ Top DeGuelo. ZZ Top DeGuelo, $39.99. My Way, Unchained Melody. Whoa, whoa. He's playing one of those last songs he played live. JJ Cale, Naturally. VG, $6.50. That's Donna Jean from Grateful Dead singing the back of this. Wow. Is that the Gauchard that just passed away? Is that who's singing the backup on that? I think she just recently passed away. The Best of the Beach Boys, Volume 2. It's got some kind of discoloration right here, but this is $5. The Beach Boys. John Durden, You're Out on Elvis. And then we have the Eric Burden Band, Stop. That is VG Plus, $6.50. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, and that's VG, $5. Okay. Amazing Grace. I'll see if I have that one, Chris. Honestly, I don't know. Just like anything over here, I have a whole crate of Elvis singles, and I'll figure out what's over here. If you can stick around, we're going to get through them. Travis gets Psychedelic Furs for $44. Susie gets Suspicious Minds for $22. And Chuck just bid $22. My bad. I've already sold that for $22 to Susie. My bad. I thought it was just between her and John Durden. And then Ultravox is sold to Michael Snared for $15. And then Sully on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's sold to Sully. Diego on Eric Burden. And, interesting note on this one, when we had all those albums from Dale's Pittsburgh collection signed by Eric Burden, when Dale got Eric Burden to sign this one, he didn't sign it. And what he did is he drew an X, or he signed it, but he drew an X and said, they did not pay me for this album. So, interesting backstory on that. Evidently, Eric Burden did not get any money off this album he did called Stop from Capitol. But y'all remember, we had all those albums signed by Eric Burden. He signed it for Dale, but then he drew an X and he wrote, they did not pay me for this, or something like that. Is anybody watching that still that bought that record from me? Because that was a pretty unique item. I wish I kind of kept it. That is sold to Diego. And then Elvis is at, sorry. There's a good chance I have another Suspicious Minds. I mean, that one's pretty common, but we'll see what happens. And then Sherry got Three Dog Night. I mean, I probably have 200 nicer Elvis singles over here. So, I mean, here's the next ones on deck because they're just great picture sleeves. Let's do Viva Las Vegas. I like that one. And he covers that famous What I'd Say by Ray Charles. That's a good one. And it happens to be in really good condition. And Elvis is going to go up for a $10 start. Here in a minute, we might start trying to run 2 at a time, because if not, we're going to be working on these for a couple nights. Plus, we got buy it nows in here. We got stuff not in picture sleeves that are possibly pretty common. And here's another EP. Yeah, there's more EPs in here too, but we've sold most of them. Boy, it's amazing. This man sold more records than anybody, okay? I mean, it is crazy. There's a lot of them out there. But some of them, high grade and nice picture sleeves, that's what's tough to get. I don't know what this deep purple is. This is deep purple. Okay, it's interesting. Laura says, 0 info on Discogs other than release date and track list, okay? The label says Deep Purple Made in Italy 87, so it's probably Deep Purple Live in Italy 87, but there's no confirmed sources on Discogs. $25 start on that. And then Elvis Presley, Viva Las Vegas. Regina's in at $10. This is a half off crate. The best of the stylistics. Oop, I forgot to turn my monster upside down. The best of the stylistics, VG plus $5. And then Styx Cornerstone. Styx is VG $5. And from Lulu with Love, VG $6.50. The Bride Strip Bear, Brian Ferry. Brian Ferry, VG condition $5. And 2 Bonnie from Delaney. Delaney and Bonnie, VG $5. Deep Purple is a vintage, unofficial bootleg, $25. Regina has Elvis for $10. And don't forget, I had other singles over here too. I'm not done with this little batch. Let's go ahead and run Blondie Atomic. Really cool picture sleeve there. Blondie Atomic and Die Young, Stay Pretty. That's a super clean copy. Blondie is a $7 start. And we've already auctioned one of these tonight, so let's sell another one. I ended up taking an offer for $7. It's Luke featuring the 2 Live Crew, banned in the USA. Let's do that for a $7 buy it now, okay? $7 buy it now. That's Luke featuring the 2 Live Crew. And then here's some other stuff that was in the non-Elvis batch for tonight. I still got a couple Rockabilly and Obscurities and REM and some Johnny Cash and Beatles mixed in here too. So there's that. And over here is this. And so all of a sudden, Elvis now is at 10, 10, and now 25. Okay, so Chuck has bumped up Elvis to 25. Peter Haas on Brian Ferry. And then we have Condition on Viva. I think this one was EX or better. Yeah, this one's abnormally nice. How about grading it abnormally nice? EX or better, and the sleeve is VG+. That side's better than this side. VG+. That's 2 great songs. Of course, Ray Charles is What I'd Say is fantastic. Okay, and then he says he wants to bid 15 on Elvis. Okay, so 15. So Regina bid 10, Wolverine bid 10, Chuck Haley's bid 15. Condition on Viva, and then Stylistics was 5. Yes, VG plus $5. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. And it's at $15 right now. Danny gets 2 Live Crew for $7. Okay? And then a Blondie Atomic is a $7 start. Elvis is at 20, and Deep Purple's the final call for 25. Stray Cats, I'll put it up next. Elvis, speaking of gospel, His Hand in Mine, just $5. VG plus condition. VG plus $5 on that. His Hand in Mine. And then we have the Animals. Speaking of Eric Burden, the Animals on tour. The cover's pretty rough, and the vinyl's VG, a lower grade copy. That's why it's just $5. Blondie has a bid for 7. Elvis has a bid for 20. And Mark Viss does get the Stylistics for 5. Okay, Steve Biddlecombe gets Elvis, His Hand in Mine. And Steve, I saw your question about the Elvis 45s, But honestly, there's so many right now, I can't really sort through them. Maybe like one of the last things tonight, we can sort through them. Beatles, 600 million. Elvis, 500 million. Michael Jackson, 400. That's worldwide, right? Yeah, worldwide. Yeah, so I guess you got worldwide rankings, then you got U.S. rankings. I think in U.S., Elvis may have a slight edge on the Beatles, but I don't know. Of course, those are rough. When you get up in those kind of numbers, there's really no telling. And then the second thing is like, what about pre-owned? Like, think about how many times this record has actually sold. It's sold new. How many other times has this sold pre-owned? This could be the 10th time somebody has bought this record. Who knows? It's impossible to track it. So, Pat Travers' Crash and Burn, EX, $9. If you could count pre-owned sales, the Beatles and Elvis would be in the, what, billions probably? It'd be insane. Well, a lot of artists were. Think about how many times Dark Side of the Moon has sold pre-owned, like one copy. One copy of Dark Side of the Moon might have sold 10 different times. If you knew Susie Quattro, VG Plus, Susie is $750. And then over here, we have Charlie Daniels, VG $650. Hope not the dent. I don't know. It might have been from Fred. Fred might have bought this new. This doesn't look like it's had 10 owners. It looks like it's had one owner. Records like this look like they've had 10 owners. This has been through the ringer, you know. It's been dated multiple times. Different people's names are written on it. So it'd be crazy. All right, let's make Deep Purple a buy it now. $25 on Deep Purple. This is an 87 Italian bootleg. I think it's Deep Purple live in Italy, 87. $25 on that. Blondie has sold one bid to Wolverine for $7. Jim Ciascio on Charlie Daniels Band. He got that, VG $650. Wolverine has Elvis for $25. Regina, you have been outbid, okay? Let's go ahead and put up that Stray Cats that Gregory seen. And this is called You Don't Believe Me. It looks like it's UK just because of the label. You Don't Believe Me and Cross That Bridge. Near mint minus. $7 start on the Stray Cats. It's the Stray Cats 45. You Don't Believe Me. And Cross That Bridge. $7 start on that. Okay. Next is The Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole. VG plus $5. And Led Zeppelin 2. Do what? That's right. An RCA Music Club edition. Zeppelin's at $20. And somewhere Sean Fairweather is crying. We also have The Best of Lester Flatt. This is VG condition, $5. VG condition, $5. And the original Telstar, VG, $10. Kevin Tay's picking up Led Zeppelin 2. Our next auction is still pulling stuff from the stuff Laura got ready tonight. We got Triumph Allied Forces. 1 second, please. We have Triumph Allied Forces, an 81 German. Oh, gee, nice. I didn't know this was a German press. Looks like it's been double labeled. So why is that label? Why does that label look wrinkly? That's because there was 2 labels pressed, and this one is not stuck well. So you can actually peel that one off, and it will look much better. But that'd be up to you. It's no big deal. $25 start on that. Larry second on Elvis. Steve Biddlecombe on Telstar. And Jackie got Flat. All right, so Biddlecombe gets this Elvis for $25. Nobody bid on Stray Cats. It's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now on Stray Cats. And let's put up this one. This one's always pretty dang desirable. This is the Elvis Christmas EP. Elvis sings Christmas songs. 1957, a 4-track. Now, why did somebody write 41 on it? Because a lot of times people used to have file cases with like cards, and they would organize them. So they would write 41. There's probably a 41 sometimes on the record, sometimes not. This one, yeah, no writing on this one. It's actually pretty nice. VG Plus, maybe EX for this record. And then this is this one's a $20 start. So $20 start on Elvis. Okay, and then over here, my bad. Wolverine got this Elvis, Viva Las Vegas for 25. What I'd say in Viva Las Vegas, my bad. Steve did not get this one, Wolverine. Okay, so $20 start on Elvis. Triumph is a $25 start, and right now we're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Jefferson Airplane, this is definitely a foreign copy. 30 Seconds Over Winterland, it's a German press. VG Plus, $12.50. It was $24.99. Whoops, having some sleeve issues here. That's why those aren't too good. VG Plus, $12.50. And this Elvis, $20 start. Triumph, a $25 start. And Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That's the movie. Peter Frampton, Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper. And it does have the poster. And this is $7.50. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. Alice Cooper, just $13.50. David Manning wrote his name there. David Manning wrote his name here. It's only $13.50. Alice Cooper. VG Plus condition, and Joe Cocker, exclamation point. Joe Cocker is VG Plus $9, okay? Chuck Haley's in on Elvis for $20. We're about to make Triumph a buy it now. And then our next single over here, let's see what's up with, Johnny Cash. Let's do two Johnny Cash together. This is Johnny Cash. Is that pronounced Oni? Oni? O-N-E-Y, Johnny Cash, and Country Trash is the flip. And then this one is, I'm going to sit on my old porch and pick my old guitar, and Ghost Riders in the Sky. I'm going to sit on my porch and pick my old guitar. So, two Johnny Cash. Two Johnny Cash, a $10 start. I think Tanner's here to pick up Otis. Okay, we have over here, Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. That's VG Plus $5. And we have Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Elton John is VG Plus $6.50. Elton John, I'm Only the Piano Player. That is $6.50, okay? Next thing is Johnny Cash, both has a bid for 10. Elvis is about to be sold for Chuck for 20. And Triumph is an 81 German OG. It's a buy it now for $25. Allied Forces. 2015 BMG. Is that what it is, Danny? I was waiting for you to confirm that for me. 2015 BMG. And that's the Sabbath for Danny. Okay, I'll check on that. Sabbath for Danny T. I hope that's Tanner. Somebody's walking up behind me. It is Tanner. Okay, good. And he's holding Otis literally like a baby. You've been missing your father? He has. He has. All that should be on the counter, is it not? Yeah, everything should counter, leash. He just peed, what, about a half hour ago, everybody? We had to take a break about a half hour ago. How's he been? He's been good. Well, I was trying to figure out why he was barking, and it's because he had to go pee. He was growling and barking. Yeah. He was growling and barking. Now, he was barking because DoorDash made a delivery. And then we found out he was still needing to go outside. He was growling. Huh? No, I hadn't seen it. That'll be $100. You know what I charge per hour. I charge $10,000 an hour. You know that already. I mean, that's what I charge for about anything. $10,000 an hour. Elvis is at 27, and Johnny Cash is at 27. Okay. No one got Triumph, right? Over here we got Wham! Fantastic. I just seen an autograph copy of this. It was signed here and here. Sell for $5,200. That's a real price. It sold for $5,200. Signed here and here. Very expensive signed album. $14 on Wham! And then we have Ray Charles, True to Life. Ray Charles is VG Plus $750. And we have the Blazing Aces, an 88 Holland, VG $5. Black Oak, Arkansas, VG $5. And Little Sonny, New King of the Blues Harmonica, '69 Monarch VG Plus, $10. Okay, so Elvis is out, and then over here, Johnny Cash, okay? Johnny Cash is sold at a Vlodder for $27. Michael Snared on Wham. Wolverine on Ray Charles. And then I think we're done on Elvis. Chuck Haley, 27. Biddlecombe was the only other bidder. That's sold to Chuck Haley for 27. Okay. Tanner has everybody. Elvis Presley has left the building. No. Correction. Otis has left the building. You can stop screaming and crying. They should have said that Thursday night when Paul McCartney has left the building. I always thought this was a cool sleeve because of the witchcraft and the witch silhouette. Elvis sings Witchcraft. This one is about a VG Plus record, but the sleeve is nice. And then Bossa Nova Baby. So from Fun in Acapulco. $10 start on Elvis, okay? Jim Ciascio on Black Oak, Arkansas. That sold to that. Stray Cats was 7. If so, invoice me, but send to Gregory Roberts. I know he's a huge Stray Cats fan. Well, Gregory, I think, just signed off, but if he's still hanging around, Josh Brown wants to buy this for $7, and he wants to give it to Gregory Roberts for $0. Okay? So give that to Josh for 7 and send it to Gregory Roberts. Next in the half-off bin is Mylan LaFever and Broken Hearts, Live Forever. That is $10. And we have Duke and the Drivers Cruising, $7.50. Elvis has bids for 10. The first one that actually came in was 15 with Wolverine. Next auction is Gang of 4 Entertainment. Gang of 4 Entertainment is a 1980 U.S. Los Angeles OG. It does have the original on her sleeve. It's VG++ EX, a $30 start on Gang of 4. And then I have Alice Cooper in here, and this is actually the original uncensored cover. This is pretty dang cool. I don't see too many on straight. I mean, I've seen thumb covers. But there's some, I think they even had those on Warner Brothers. This is on straight, and it's the original cover. That's the true first ones made for Love It to Death. It's a 71 U.S. Pittman OG, original label with the original company sleeve, and it's in VG condition. It's a $25 start, okay? Love It to Death, $25 start. Gang has a bid for 30. Elvis is at 16. And more half off coming up right now. Duke Jupiter, Sweet Cheeks. Duke Jupiter is $7.50. We have Asleep at the Wheel, $7.50. Now we're into non-check condition records. Lake is $7.50, a gold stamp promo. So Regina bid 16 on Elvis. Wolverine's back in on 20. Alice Cooper's at 25. And then Gang of 4 has a bid for 30. All those have bid activities. Okay, then the other stack of singles over here, I've got first a couple rockabillys we need to knock out. The first one is How Can You Feel? Rocking at the Ritz. Quit Your Trifling. Trifling. Ray Campy, King of the Texas Rockabilly. Ray Campy is a $7 start. It is on Rollin' Rock Records, it looks like. It's an EP. Ray Campy, a $7 start. Okay? Gang of 4 is called Entertainment. It's a 1980 U.S. original press, Los Angeles press. It has the original on her sleeve, VG++ EX. Okay? Elvis is at 20. Regina bid 21. Jim Ciascio wants Asleep at the Wheel. Now Alice Cooper is at 30, Elvis is at 25, and Ray Campy is a $7 start. Also, we have Roy Loney and the Phantom Movers. This is a 12-inch single, $5 on that. And Leon Russell and the Newgrass Revival, the live album. Leon Russell is $10, and 1,000 Miles of Mountains. This is $7.50. Quarter Flash is $7.50. And Jackie Lomax, Did You Ever Have That Feeling? $10 on Jackie Lomax, okay? I 100% need a drink of this. So give me 1 second for a timeout. Enjoy the silence. Okay. Jim Ciascio on Leon. Leon Russell sold. Elvis 26, now 30. Ray Campy 7. Gang just got one bid. Sold to James Allen for $30. So Larry Gonzalez opened Alice Cooper at 25. And then Michael Snared bid 30, and Larry says he's out. So one more look at this. The true first pressing of Love It to Death has the original straight label. It is VG with the original company sleeve. It's a Pittman, and that later on they airbrushed his thumb. Obviously, he's sticking his thumb through there, making it look like his genitalia. And they later said, Alice, we got to take that off. So they airbrushed later copies, and they're all now airbrushed. Some of them actually have big, like, bars, like they, like, completely, it's really ugly looking the way they had to do it. So that's a real first label and real first cover, which I don't think I've seen very often. And it's at $30 with Michael Snared. Christopher Yoakum, you're out. Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $30, and Ray Campy is sold to Biddlecombe for $7. Okay, next thing we have is this. I don't recall seeing this one too much. Wild in the Country. Wild in the Country is a $10 start. There's the front, there's the back, and I Feel So Bad is the flip. EX, $10 start on Elvis. Okay, and let's put up another single. I'm also polishing off the rest of my Subway sub over here. So I was taking a break to drink and bite. The Moondogs, Low Rider and Land Railroad Track. Looks like a rockabilly single. Don't know much about it. A remnant from that New Orleans collection. This is going to go up for a $7 start. The Moondogs. Okay. I've seen just a couple of Elvis movies. I need to really watch them. If anything, just to get accustomed to the music and what happens. You know, some things I watch just so I'm knowledgeable about, because it's literally my job to sell this stuff. So about 15 years ago, I had never really watched Star Wars. I mean, I was kind of a teenager then. And I was like, okay, if I'm going to be into collectibles, I've got to learn about Star Wars. That's like top of the list, you know, as far as collectibles. Toys, records, comic book. I mean, it's just endless Star Wars stuff, you know. I mean, I've probably sold, I don't know the dollar amount, but there's no telling how much Star Wars. So I've had to learn, and then I became a fan. So now I can tell you everything: actors, dates, characters, history. So I've had to become enamored with history of stuff. Same thing with bands. I've had to learn bands I never did think I would know lead singers of. I can tell you lead singers of. I still learn stuff every day. It's impossible to become, you know, the guru, but I'm learning every day. Ace, no strings. Ace is $5. Alice Cooper's now at 40. Elvis is already at 15, and Moondogs has a bid for 7. I'll have to watch Wild in the Country. That might be the first one I go to. The New Direction. The New Direction is $10. CCR. This one's not as nice as the one we had earlier, but it's only $15. It's a blue gold label, $15 on that. Michael Stanley, $7.50 for Michael Stanley. So Diana Ross and Supremes is a triple LP. It's got all their great music on it. $12.50 on that. And then the Stylistics is $10. And Diana Ross, last time I saw him, one of her solo albums, 73 Motown, $5 on that. Okay. Moondogs is now at 8. Biddlecombe, You've Been Outbid. Alice Cooper, 42. Diego gets the CCR. Nice. Elvis, 16. Elvis, 20. Alice Cooper, 43. And I also have Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. 5 for Lionel. Jean-Luc Ponty, Aurora. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. And Italy, that is Monitor presents Italian Songs and Dances. That is some Italian love music there for you, just for $5. Danny, You've Been Outbid on Moondogs. Biddlecombe has it for $9. Elvis is at 20. Regina, You're Out. And then Alice Cooper is at 43 with Michael Snared. King Creole. Yeah, I've never seen those even like available for streaming. I don't know the best place to watch them. I guess just like anything, you got to, you know, find where the best place is. But I've never seen them like on any... I've never seen an Elvis movie like available anywhere for streaming on anything I've ever been on. The Coasters, their greatest recordings, $7.50. Amanda Davis on Lionel Richie, and he has what? Elvis probably has 20, 25 movies, I would guess. My guess would be plus or minus 5, around 20, or 25 plus or minus. Mel McDaniel is $5. Now You're Talking. Eric Clapton is $12.50, and Tom Jones, a German press of Help Yourself, $6.50. Alice Cooper's at 45. Moondogs is at 10. Steve Biddlecombe, You're Out. And Elvis, Regina bid 23. Wolverine bid 25. All righty. 31 Elvis films. There we go. I ballparked that pretty good. The Coasters, their greatest recordings, no condition notes, $7.50. No condition notes, $7.50. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I know I've seen, like, not all of them are on soundtrack LPs. There's some of these movies, like, There Is No Wild in the Country LP. Like, you know, like a 12-inch album. There's a bunch of them, but there's not one for Wild in the Country. So that one kind of stands out to me. The Coasters is sold to Wolverine unless Steve Biddlecombe wants it. Danny, You're Out on Moondog. Steve has it for 11. The last bid, the Supremes is sold to Jim Ciascio. The Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $25. And then I think the Moondogs, Danny, is called Low Rider and Land Railroad Track. It's on Untouchable Records. And it is After You Knock Off the Dust, Near Mint Minus. And then I think we're done on Alice Cooper. Christopher Yoakum, $46. Uncensored, first cover, first press on straight, VG. And it's at $46. Okay. Next Elvis single. Oh, great song. Little Sister. His Latest Flame and Little Sister. Great song. Little Sister. Elvis is Super Nice. Super Nice sleeve. VG Plus, maybe EX Vinyl. $7 start. Yeah, Spin Out's cool because of the cover. All the car racing stuff. $10 start on Elvis. I think I just said 7. $10 on that. They're not done on Alice Cooper. And Moondogs is up to Danny Thomason. Little sister. Great guitar riff in that one. All right, Moondogs is still getting bids, and Christopher Yoakum, so is Alice Cooper. Okay, well, that we just went through was actually a half-off crate. That was actually a half-off crate, and there's obviously a lot still left. So I don't know if I want to spend the time to read through everything in here in detail. I may just knock out the titles right quick. And if you want a price, I can tell you, because there's some stuff in there I'm like, can't believe kind of hadn't sold. So, Susie the Coaster's already sold. And then Christopher Yoakum, it's up to you on Alice Cooper now. So very quickly, if you need a price, let me know. Deep Purple, Neil Young, Tonight's Tonight, J.J. Kill Naturally, The Best of the Beach Boys, Styx Cornerstone, From Lulu with Love, Delaney and Bonnie, Pat Travers, Crash and Burn, Susie Quattro, The Animals on Tour, The Velvet Underground, excuse me, the Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole, not The Velvet Underground, Nat King Cole, Jefferson Airplane, Sgt. Pepper's, Peter Frampton Bee Gees, Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love, Joe Cocker, Ian Hunter, and let me pause right there at Elton John, okay? This Elvis is at 12. Chuck Haley's out. The Moondogs is sold to Steve Biddlecombe for 16. And unfortunately, I lost. Who had this? Christopher Yoakum. If you're still out there, you were outbid on Alice Cooper. Michael Snared has it for 50. Price for Styx Cornerstone. VG Condition, $5. Deep Purple is VG Condition, $7.50. Unipack Sleeve, their self-titled album. I don't have any other additional information. The Blazing Aces, Little Sonny, New King of the Blues Harmonica, Mylan LaFever, Blake and the Drivers Cruising, Duke Jupiter, Lake, Roy Looney, A 1,000 Miles of Mountains, Quarter Flash, Jackie Lomax, Ace No Strings, The New Direction, Michael Stanley, The Stylistics, Dinah Ross, Jean-Luc Ponty, Italy, Mel McDaniel, Eric Clapton, and Tom Jones. Okay, so Elvis Presley is about to sell to Regina for 12. It's up to Chuck Haley. Alice Cooper is sold to Michael Snared for $50. Danny does want the Deep Purple. Yep, that's their first self-titled album. That's their first self-titled album. Next is Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. It does have writing on the back of the box, but this is how this album originally came. It came in a cardboard box with just an inner sleeve. VG Plus, $13.50. And then Scott Dwallow wants Mel McDaniel. And Chuck's back in on Elvis at 15. Regina, you're out. And the next thing is John Mayall. It has not been put up for auction. I'm about to right now for you. Blues Breakers, John Mayall with Eric Clapton. Very cool. This is a 1967 USOG. $45 start. And Sully, I got you down for Styx, right? Did I not pull that for you? I didn't pull it for you, did I? My bad. That's a $45 start. I did not pull Styx for you. Now where did I... There it is. Okay, that's sold to Sully. Okay, and then now Elvis is at 16. What about the other singles over here? We have REM from 1991, 40-second song, and Shiny Happy People. REM is a $7 start. Okay. $6.99 crate next. Just because you asked? No. Mostly just because you asked. I was joking, Jim B. Okay, this is sold to Regina for $16, and REM7 and John Mayall. So these are always reissues, it seems like. This is a 67 USOG. It has the original company inner sleeve, EX edition. Okay, and that is a $45 start. REM7. And let's lay down the agenda for the rest of the night. Yeah, I can do some more of the 45 bot nows. Let me go ahead and do a handful right now. These are all $6.99. Oops, I grabbed the wrong handful. This is all the same artist. That's okay. Hootie and the Blowfish, I Go Blind. Hootie and the Blowfish, Tucker's Town. Gin Blossom, As Long as It Matters. And Gin Blossoms, Follow You Down. I got duplicates of some of those. So here's the agenda. We'll probably do like another discount crate, probably $6.99. Try to fill up this last crate. And I've been telling people all night, I advertised it around 11 o'clock whenever we're wrapping up the rest of the vinyl. There's still 3 hot picture auctions that have not been put up. We got a billion Elvis records. We would eventually get to the CDs. We have a huge CD collection. So I'm still showing 199 viewers on all platforms. Probably a lot of people's here for more vinyl or see what happens. I know a lot of people's waiting for the first round of CDs. So, honestly, it's gotten too late for me to do the 45 bot nows again because this is the same time of night I was doing them last night. And I sold a lot earlier because I was doing it at a different time. And it really just been doing the same ones over. So we have Elvis Jailhouse Rock. Elvis Jailhouse Rock is really, really nice. That is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? So I couldn't quite read CDs. Was there any Motley Crue off the top of your head? I have not went through them. How many are there? There's hundreds. I have not, just for what's ever on the top of those boxes. Whatever is on the top of those boxes that I posted, that's about the only ones I've looked at too. So I have no idea. There is no telling. Paul just brought these back from Minnesota last night. Y'all heard him unloading them. He was in here literally just like depositing them back here behind me and stacking them up. He said, you're going to be busy tomorrow. It's pretty much like all rock. And yeah, we're going to knock those out. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I'm finishing up my supper, so I have energy to pump y'all out CDs. This is not red vinyl. This is 47-703. Very nice copy. The bids are 15, 12, and 10. They went backwards. The first bidder is Wolverine at 15. Vladarchek got REM for 7. And John Mayall's a no bid $45 buy it now. The last two hot picture auctions, no, there's actually 3. We have 2 more going up right now. The C and the Cake Nassau, a 95 USOG with insert, EX condition $30. And we have Taken Tiger Mountain by Strategy, Brian Eno. Eno's a 74 US Santa Maria OG, EX condition $35. It's up to Danny and Regina to keep Elvis Presley going. If not, it's sold to Wolverine for $15. All right. And now Danny's bid $20. All righty. Let's go up front and grab a crate of $6.99 records. I've got another one of those REMs that I just sold if anybody wants another one. Just like what Vladarchek just bought. Here's another one for $7. Okay? Shiny Happy People and 40-second song. I'm almost done with my supper. I'm starting to feel a lot better. A half of a sub isn't much before I start these shows. And so I usually have another half sub when I do Subway nights. And I got to eat the other half about this time. What time is 11? Yeah, I knew I was getting hungry. I was like, I've just had basically a snack before the show. And so I'm having to get some food in my system. So I apologize. Okay, so Jailhouse Rock is a final call for $25 to Wolverine. Danny, you're out. It's up to Danny Thomason. Eno, Chris Knapp, you're out. Eric Van Leuven has that for $35. And Cake, the C and the Cake, Nassau has one bid for $30. That's a final call. And then Paul Brothers wants that other $7 REM. Thank you, Paul Brothers, okay? We will do another quick handful of $45 buy it nows right quick. We'll slip in some more. I mean, we've ended up selling 3 boxes full, and I feels like there's some buyers here for them. So let me see here. Let me grab a handful from back here. These are all $6.99. We got Supertramp, The Logical Song. Dobie Gray, Drift Away, Gimme the Beat Boys. Belinda Carlisle, Mad About You. Rick Astley, She Wants to Dance With Me. Also, Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Queen, I Need Your Lovin' Tonight. And another Rick Astley, and that's the good one. I'm Never Gonna Give You Up. I'm Never Gonna Let You Down. I'm Never Gonna Buy You Oreos Again. I'm Never Gonna Get You Milk. I'm Never Gonna... All right, let's go fill up a crate of $6.99, and then we're going to do this new crate of Christmas records since Wolverine is watching. Ha! I got a whole crate of new Christmas records over here. A whole crate. But first, we needed some $6.99 action. $6.99, $6.99. Do I hear $6.99, $6.99? $6.99, $6.99. $6.99, please. Do I hear $6.99, $6.99? $6.99, folks. Do I hear $6.99, $6.99? Yep, there's a $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Hey, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Oh, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Yep, $6.99. Yep, $6.99, $6.99. Yeah, $6.99, $6.99. Oh, $6.99, $6.99. Yep, $6.99, $6.99. Yep, $6.99. That $6.99. And that's $6.99. And here's $6.99. There's $6.99. That looks like $6.99. More $6.99. Yep, $6.99. Hey, oh, $6.99. Yep, there's $6.99. All right. Sounds like somebody wants to buy some $6.99 records. I'm never gonna feed you Oreos again. All right. Here we go. All right. 6.7? $6.77. New price. All right, let me clear my mouth. Amazing how food gives me a shot of energy. All right. Okay, so when I walked away, I said Eno had a new bid for 40. Jailhouse Rock got a bid for 27. Then Jailhouse Rock got a bid for 30. So Danny, you got outbid on Jailhouse Rock. Wolverine got ST for Supertramp, $6.99. Wolverine got Dobie Gray for $6.99. Danny was second on Dobie Gray. Elvis got a bid for 30. Seek got a bid for Belinda Carlisle, $6.99. All right, Eno out. Are we at intermission? No, we're not. We're about to get fired up here. Vladarchek next on Supertramp. Unsold Oreos. I mean, unsold 45s, yeah. And then out. And then here we go. All right, so first is Jailhouse Rock. Jailhouse Rock is sold to Wolverine for $30. Eno is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $40. And now Saw, the C and the Cake, is sold for one bid, and that's Ivan R for $30. And then Red Flag on Supertramp. Okay. Supertramp was Wolverine at ST. Was there another Supertramp? I had Wolverine at ST on Supertramp. Dobie Gray, Wolverine. Danny next on Dobie Gray. Amanda on Belinda. And Vladarchek on Supertramp. Yeah. Okay. So CDs are on deck. Yeah. So right now, this is probably going to be the last crate of vinyl. Maybe. All right. Because we're cutting into very valuable CD time. Because I know we're going to sell a bazillion CDs. I'm about to show these 45s one more time. And then I've got about 3 more stacks that big for new ones. Okay. So we're about to blast through those. There's one more unadvertised auction right here. Disco Inferno. That's what it's called. DI something. A 94 UKOG VG Plus post-rock experimental. 35 on Disco Inferno. Okay, and then our next single over here is this. Definitely looks like an earlier one in good shape. It's Now or Never. That's a great one. Elvis Presley. It's Now or Never and A Mess of Blues. VG Plus, conservatively, and a super nice sleeve. $10 start on that. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is let me start from the bottom of this stack. And I'm going to read these off for $6.99. I should be reading the A side. The Machinations, No Say in It. Go-Go's Head Over Heels. These are all $6.99. War, Galaxy, and Galaxy Part 2. Robert Palmer, You Are In My System. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Go-Go's, We Got the Beat. Billy Joe, Say Goodbye to Hollywood promo. Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever. New Kids on the Block, Tonight and Hold On. Hall & Oates, Did It in a Minute. Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight. Baby Come to Me, Patty Austin. Platinum Blonde, Somewhere Body Somewhere. Carly Simon, James Taylor, Mockingbird. Hall & Oates 101. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go. Okay. First thing was Joan Jett to Johnny Hancock for $6.99. Wolverine on BJ for Billy Joe. That's the promo here of Say Goodbye to Hollywood. Vloddercheck on New Kids on the Block. That is sold to Vloddercheck for $6.99. Also next on Billy Joe and Wolverine on Patty Austin. Okay. All right. That leaves KC, Hall & Oates, Carly Simon, James Taylor, Platinum Blonde, Eddie Money, Hall & Oates again, Butner Garcia, The Go-Go's, Robert Palmer, War, Go-Go's, and The Machinations. Next was the following. We got Red Rider, Young Thing, Wild Dreams, Joan Jett, What Can I Do For You, REO Speedwagon, Throw the Chains Away, The Honey Dripper, Sea of Love, B-52's Good Stuff, George Hamilton IV, Abilene, Willie Nelson promo, Living in the Promised Land. All right, next is Tony Freeman on JC and EM, okay? So JC, we know Eddie Money, EM is sold to Tony Freeman, and then JC was for something. What was JC, Tony Freeman? There are a ton of no bids, actually. There's a bunch, more than I've had in a long time. Willie Nelson, George Hamilton, B-52, Sea of Love, REO, Joan Jett, and Red Rider. Okay, and then we had California Dreamin', The Mamas and Papas, The Eurythmics, Right By Your Side, The Moody Blues, The Present, Stephen Stills, Stranger, Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods, Rev It Up, Chet Atkins, Sales, Toto, Stranger in Town, and The Pretenders, Don't Get Me Wrong. Those are all $6.99. Jeff Church, 22, put It. IT, okay? And then Tyson Morgan on WN for the Willie Nelson promo. Sold to Tyson, $6.99. Tony Freeman said his JC was supposed to be for KC. That was for KC and the Sunshine Band. That is sold to Tony Freeman for $6.99. Jeff Church, I want to make sure IT was an actual claim. I don't remember an IT, but I do remember the Pretenders, Toto, Chet Atkins, Jerry Harrison, Stephen Stills, Moody Blues, Eurythmics, Mamas, and Papas. Are you sure IT wasn't an autocorrect? And now Elvis is at 20. And then what Joan Jett was it? Joan Jett. We've already sold one. Then there was another one. Pretenders, Toto, Chet Atkins, Jerry Harrison, Stephen Stills, Moody Blues, Eurythmics, Mamas and Papas, Red Rider, Joan Jett, What Can I Do For You, and Little Liar. Okay, then REO Speedwagon, that was for JT, James Taylor, and Carly Simon, Mockingbird. That's so to Jeff Church. Okay, that's what I thought. I was about to say, there couldn't be an IT in there. There's that. And then we have an offer on the No Bid Bowie. Give me 1 second. Let's read off these last ones. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. Queen, Need Your Lovin' Tonight. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Rick Astley, She Wants to Dance With Me. Gin Blossoms, Follow You Down, 2 copies. Gin Blossoms, As Long As It Matters, 2 copies. Hootie and the Blowfish, Tucker's Town, 2 copies. Hootie and the Blowfish, I Go Blind. Chris Christopherson, Rita Coolidge, From the Bottle to the Bottom. Denise Williams, Wiser and Weaker, and Ry Cooder, Get Rhythm. Johnny Cash cover. Elvis is now at $25, okay? Also Adventure on GB. So GB over here was for not Rick Astley or Queen or Cyndi Lauper. It was for Gin Blossoms. Do you want Follow You Down? Or do you want As Long As It Matters? Or do you want both? And he says he wants both and both for both artists, okay? So let's give him a copy of Follow You Down. Let's give him a copy As Long As It Matters. And let's give him one each of the Hooties, which is this one and that one, okay? Those are all sold to Oso. And that is all of those. And that's probably the last time, I mean, unless I need to show one more right now, probably the last time I'll read through those. That would be the 4th time I've read those at $6.99. So this is very eligible for a bundle later tonight, but those will probably won't be get read through again unless you want to just see one again, because I have new ones to show and we have wore those out. But the thing about 45s, I've had some old ones that didn't sell, then I'll bring them back 6 months later and we just mix them right back in and they sell boom like they're new arrivals. I mean, just like Nothing, okay? Elvis is a final call to Wolverine for $25. Regina, that one's all up to you. And then here's our first no bid. DI Go Pop Disco Inferno. $35 buy it now. Okay? No bid number 2. John Mayall Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton. A 67 USOG with the accompanier sleeve. EX condition. $45. Triumph Allied Forces. An 81 German OG. $25. Deep Purple, a live unofficial from 1987. Deep Purple in Italy, 87. $25. 245 no bids. The Cherry Bombs, $10. And Fashion Music, $7. Terry Reid, a 78 US Los Angeles OG, $15. David Bowie is sold for $30. This is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $30. Jimi Hendrix is a 1970 U.S. Pittman Reissue Club EX edition, $50. Black Sabbath is an 89 USOG Club top copy shrink wrap, $75. Led Zeppelin is a 1969 Terre Haute repress EX++ near mint minus, $50. That is all the no bids right there. Okay. First thing is this. This Elvis is sold for $25 to Wolverine. Another one's on deck. The first thing, the next new claim is Michael Ruttman wants all the picture sleeves. Picture sleeve, picture sleeve. Picture sleeve, picture sleeve. Picture sleeve, picture sleeve, picture sleeve. Picture sleeve. Picture sleeve, picture sleeve, picture sleeve, picture sleeve. All those are sold to Michael Ruttman. All done. Regina, you were second on Chris and Rita. What is the B-side of Queen? The A-side was Need Your Lovin' Tonight. The B-side for Queen was Rocket, Prime Jive. Rocket, Prime Jive. Okay? Jim B gets DI for $35, probably because it's a $250 record. Oso Adventure gets Triumph for $20. You got it. Okay? Next is Deep Purple, $15. This is $20, Danny. And then Black Sabbath, I'll pass at $45. Okay, let's move on. And then that is a record number of no bids. I agree. I don't know why, but that's a lot. That's crazy. There's usually zero. There's usually nothing left. So if they don't sell, I'm not going to cut them in half. Those should be those prices should be what they start at and go up from there. So nothing really I'm too excited about discounting. We have the Beatles, the Long and Winding Road, and For You Blue. That's going to go up for a $7 start on the Beatles. The Long and Winding Road, that's a $7 start. And then over here in the Elvis department, I have I'm All Shook Up. It does have some catalog writing on it, number 35. And the disc is not bad whatsoever. And All Shook Up, is a $10 start. Now, these are $6.99. What are the no bids? Fashion Music, the Innocent Red, Green, and Gold Sodium Pentanol Negative. And then we have over here, we got the Cherry Bombs. It's hard to kiss the lips at night that chew your AWS out all night long. Okay? All right. And then over here, we have an offer for Black Sabbath for $55. I will probably sell this for, I'm going to say, man, this is so hard to get. An 89 USOG and Club, near mint with the insert, shrink wrap the top copy. I will take $70 for this. And then I will do $20 on Deep Purple. Otherwise, I'm just going to wait and rerun them another night, okay? Like Thursday Metal Night or something. It is Saturday night at the end of the invoicing week at 11:30. That's one reason there's so many no bids, okay? A lot of people are, Chad, I'm tapped out, buddy. I got to get off here, okay? My invoice is $1,980. So Saturday night, sometimes great night to pick up auctions. And some people are like, hey, Chad, stop putting up stuff, buddy. End the show. I got to get off here. Wolverine 70 on Black Sabbath, okay? That is sold to Wolverine for $70. Deep Purple is sold to Ivan for $20. And Jeremy Bryant wants Fashion for $7. Okay? That is all sold. And now we got Elvis at $12, and the Beatles is a $7 start. Everything in this crate is $6.99. The Mike Theodore Orchestra Cosmic Wind, a 1977 disco album on Westbound. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I'm going to put the cherry bombs over here if anybody wants that for $7, okay? Also, we have Dear Dolph and Joseph. It looks like somebody signed it. It's in VG condition, $6.99. And Spirit, the Spirit of 76, $6.99. So the only no bids now are Zeppelin, Hendrix, Terry Reid, and John Mayall, Eric Clapton. Alrighty. Also, we have the Dynatone Shameless. The Dynatones is $6.99. Narvel Felts, the Marvel. That is sealed for $6.99. Also, Usury. Usury was marked $34.99. Now it's $6.99. I'm assuming we're done on Elvis. Just one bid, 12. And no bid on Beatles, $7 start to that one. MT for $6.99. That was Mike Theodore. Sold to Ivan R for $6.99. And then Gene Autry, Cowboy Hall of Fame. Gene Autry is $6.99. And Bob Wheels, Outlaw Records, a 1980 German import. That's definitely from Fred's collection. $6.99 on Bob Wheels. And John Stewart in concert. Whoops-a-daisy. John Stewart is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Phoenix Concerts Live. John Stewart, $6.99. Mega Blast on Gene Autry. That's sold to Mega Blast. Over here, we got Elvis Presley sold to Burt Jordan for $12. That is done. New auction. But first, Steve Biddlecombe on Bob Wheels for $6.99. John Durden was second, and nobody bid on the Beatles. Long and Winding Road, and For You Blue. That's a $7 buy it now. And then we got $7 buy it nows like over here, $6.99ers. Let's run through some of these, okay? First one is Bobby Rydell. Bobby Rydell, Butterfly Baby, In the Picture Sleeve, Beja, Time and Tide, Psychotic Reaction by the Count 5, Robert Goulet Sings, Columbia EP, Sinead O'Connor, The Emperor's New Clothes, and James Harmon Band, All Night Boogie. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on all those. Also, everything in this crate is $6.99. MT Matt says 40 on Zeppelin. Sold to MT Matt for $40. Wolverine on B for Bobby Rydell for $6.99. That is sold to him. And that leaves Beja. That leaves Psychotic Reaction. Also, Robert Goulet, Sinead O'Connor, and James Harmon Band. Next Elvis single that's going to go up right now is as follows. And what does that mean, Chad? When you say that, that means I'm trying to figure out what record I'm going to pull next. And honestly, I'm just stalling because I don't know which one to actually put up. And so, I hadn't seen that one yet tonight. Oh, my goodness. What do we have here? All right, we haven't had this one tonight. Elvis from Girl Happy, Do the Clam, and You'll Be Gone. That's a pretty cool one there. And the disc was nice, and that was a $10 start, okay? And there's Elvis, $10 start. Do the Clam from Girl Happy. Country Gazette is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, including Mick Jones, his solo album, Atlantic Records, 1989. $6.99 on that one. And we have a Gallery featuring Jim Gold, $6.99. Matt Nichols gets the Beatles. Sorry, I didn't see that because you were replying to yourself. That popped up weird on my feed. But Matt Nichols gets the Beatles for $7. Thank you on that. And now Elvis is at $15. We have Walking Wounded. That is now just $6.99. Raging Winds of Time. Everything in here is $6.99, including Blood, Sweat, and Tears, No Sweat. $6.99 for Billy Price and the Ketone Rhythm Band. Is It Over? $6.99 and $6.99 for Foot and Mouth. Uncensored Club. Looks like some kind of comedy record, maybe. $6.99 on that. Okay, here's some buy it now, $6.99 45s. Looney Tunes, the Pasadena Roof Orchestra, Brian Ferry, Kiss and Tell, Scritti Politti, Wood Bees, Moody Blues, The Voice, and Bee Gees, Staying Alive. Sully gets Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $6.99. That's sold to Sully Cuse over on Twitch. Also, The Whales, Fish Billy White. That's an 87 rock album, $6.99. So, Regina, you're out on Elvis. And now Wolverine, you are. Burt Jordan has it for $16. $16 on that. Next thing is this, Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets. $6.99, a UK copy for Shakin' Stevens. Also $6.99 is The Face I Love, Sylvia Tellis. Like Sally, no, what am I thinking of? Who's the Kojak guy? Sylvian Tales, that's a different name. This is a Bossa Nova record from 66 in mono, $6.99. Elvis 17, Elvis 20, and then Scott Dwallow on the Uncensored Club. So does Scott Dwallow for $6.99. So that last stack was Bee Gees, Moody Blues, Scritti Politti, Brian Ferry, and Looney Tunes, okay? Those are all available. And next thing over here is some of the other 45s we hadn't got to tonight that I sorted last night. And this here is, I've been trying to figure out what this one is for a while. Off the Grill, Ron Thompson, Little Willie, Littlefield, Mike Watson. Off the Grill. It's like a ashtray full of harmonicas, and it looks like an ashtray. I don't know what's going on here. Blues for Breakfast. I have no idea, really. It's a really hard label to make out and figure out what's going on. How about we call it a $7? It looks very much blues related. $7 start. Telly Savalas, yeah. I was getting Telly Savalas. I was like, is this like his daughter or something? That's Sylvia Tellis, T-E-L-L-E-S. All right, that's $6.99. And then is Walking Wounded the band or the title? Walking Wounded. It looks like that's the name of the band. 1989, Walking Wounded. Raging Winds of Time, $6.99 on that. Elvis 21, now Elvis 25. And then over here we have Ruby and the Romantics, the greatest hits album from Ruby and the Romantics. That's EX $6.99. Regina, You're Out on Elvis. And then we have Boo-Hoo's. Boo-Hoo's Moonshiner. That's an 87 alternate rock, EX, $6.99 on that. And we also have Earl Scruggs Review, Strike Anywhere. That is $6.99, a 1977 white label promo for Earl Scruggs. Somebody just the other night said, do you ever put out bluegrass? I never see them. And I'm like, man, I feel like we show bluegrass albums all the time. But I guess they're just not watching at the right time. Walking Wounded. So let me make sure Scott Arnold doesn't want this. If not, then it's sold to Matt Nichols. Wolverine on ER and RR. He wants Ruby and the Romantics, okay? There's that. If anybody wants this blues, $7 on this. Matt Nichols gets Walking Wounded for $6.99. Regina's back in on Elvis at $30. And that means Wolverine, You're Out, and Earl Scruggs is sold to GMC Osseo for $30. Here's another quick handful of 45s coming at you. These are all $6.99. Another Bee Gees, Staying Alive. And then the Bee Gees Strategy, the Bee Gees Too Much Heaven, Barry Manilow Mandy, John Parr, St. Elmo's Fire, Tina Turner, We Don't Need Another Hero from Thunderdome, Fleetwood Mac Tusk, The Cars, Heartbeat City, Amy Grant, That's What Love Is For, Cheap Trick, Can't Stop Falling in Love, 2 copies, and Martika, I Feel the Earth Move. Danny wants this blue single for $7. Elvis has a new bid for $35. And also $6.99 is the Rockin' Guys. 2000 press, that's a rockabilly album, $6.99 for the Rockin' Guys. Los Correos, Priol Son Lost Something Something, that is $6.99. And we have, what here? A 1996 folk record called Mary Jane. I remember that one. I never can remember. The font is so difficult. Mary Jane, $6.99. Elvis, $35. BG All. No JPTT. Okay, so what Wolverine is trying to tell me here is he wants all 3 BGs for $6.99. He also wants JP and TT. TT is definitely Tina Turner. So let's give him Tina Turner. And then JP was for John Parr, and Scott Dwallow was second on that one. Now, there's an extra copy back here, Staying Alive, if anybody wants that from the previous stack. And Elvis is a final call for $35. Virginia's out. This is sold to Wolverine for $35, okay? And that means we're ready for the most craziest Elvis single. The next one I could have swore I ran across another EP in here. Just so y'all know what I'm working with, let me set this up here. Just so y'all know the kind of mess that we still have with these, and we'll definitely be doing more in the future. Let's go to the top cam. So all these are Elvis singles, okay? And I'm just kind of flipping through them, and I'm trying to figure out which ones to do next, okay? And I'm kind of looking for EP sleeves, ones we hadn't had. Very popular songs like In the Ghetto. We'll do that one. I could have swore just a moment ago, though, there was another EP in here that I skipped over. It looks like I'm coming up on it right now. Yeah, one of the early ones. And then this one here is also pretty dang early. So, whoops. So this is the crate I'm working out of. That's pretty much all Elvis EPs and picture sleeves, or mostly picture sleeves or singles with company sleeves. So that's what I've been pulling out of literally since 6 o'clock. And when I glance in it, it doesn't look like I've made a dent really. So, but I know I have, because there's big stacks over here that are sold. Okay, this is pretty early. Elvis Loving You is 1957. That is actually, honestly, fantastically, really nice. EX or better. Loving You, $10 star. EPA 2-1515. Not bad at all for 1957. I wasn't even thought of. My dad was 2 years old. 3 years old. He was running around. He didn't even know who Elvis was. This man was cranking out millions and million sellers. Okay, we have Danny Thomason got Mary Jane for $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe got Rockin' Guys for $6.99. Jim B, Mary Jane's already sold. And then Tony Freeman on FM. Was that for Fleetwood Mac Tusk earlier? I'm assuming you wanted Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Is that right, Tony? FM Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $6.99. So Elvis is at 12. Also have Mary, Deal, and the Galaxies at the Beach. A Private Press Rock R&B, that's just $6.99. Also $6.99 is Heavy the World Squash Globe live in Hawaii. 1989 Hard Rock VG Plus, $6.99. Here's an REM we hadn't sold yet. REM, and this is from the album Monster, Bang and Blame, and Bang and Blame. And one side is instrumental and one side's the actual cut. REM is a $7 start. Elvis is now at 15. This is a $6.99 crate. And then we're about to transition into this new CD collection that literally got delivered yesterday. Let's go ahead and grab another handful of $6.99 45s. And the first one I have here for $6.99 is Danny Wants HTW. And that was Heavy the World. That's sold to Danny for $6.99. Also for $6.99, we got Hall & Oates One-on-One. John Lennon Woman, a picture sleeve. Huey Lewis from 1994. She's Some Kind of Wonderful. U2 Desire. And then the Smithereens, One After the 909. Melissa Etheridge, If I Wanted To. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer. And Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith. Those are all $6.99. Okay, $6.99 on those. Elvis is now at 18. REM is a $7 start. We have Hellsuckers, Everything Sucks Except Rock and Roll. A 1999 Japanese import, Garage Rockabilly, now just $6.99. Just Keep Taking the Pills, John Pollard, MD. This is a literal doctor, and he cut a record. It's called Keep Taking Pills. It's $6.99. How bizarre is that, right? Over here, we got Scott Arnold on HS. And the HS I'm seeing in here was Huey. No, HS was... What was HS, Scott? Was that Hellsuckers? Okay. That's sold to Scott for $6.99. Danny on BJ, if that's for Bon Jovi, let me know if you want Living on a Prayer or Keep the Faith, or you can have both of them. You got dibs. Tony Freeman first to the Smithereens. And now Elvis is at 25. Biddlecombe, you're out. Burt Jordan came back in, and it's really just between y'all two right now. We'll go ahead and make REM a buy now for $7. Their 1994 single, Bang and Blame. And that leaves Melissa Etheridge, U2, Huey Lewis, John Lennon, and Hall & Oates, okay? And then let's keep showing $6.99 albums. Flight, it looks like, Flyte, Dawn Dancer. 1994 South Korean reissue, just $6.99 on that. And then Shasta and the Astral Casters, sealed, 1984 US OG. That is sealed for $6.99. And then also for $6.99 is Bob and Turnover Drive Freeways, $6.99 for BTO, no condition notes. And the Bloodhounds, Let Loose. The Bloodhounds is sealed, rock R&B, $6.99 for that. And then Elmer C.D. Ramblin' Dogs, and this was a wild one. Yeah, this was originally marked $40. It's a 1975 kind of private press Southern rock album for $6.99. $6.99. Elmer C.D. Ramblin' Dogs, and it's $6.99. Okay, Elvis over here is sold for $25 to Burt Jordan. Burt Jordan, and that's sold to you for $25. Next is Mega Blast on Elmer City for $6.99. MT Matt was next. Danny, I got to keep all. Somebody asked for a discount last night. I was like, we got to keep these at $6.99. Okay, next thing is Madonna Music, and this is from 2000, and the flip is Cyber Raga, and Madonna is going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, there's that. Danny, you were third on the Dogs album, and now here's more $6.99s. We got The Jam, Town Called Malice, Lay Down Sally, Eric Clapton, Mr. Big, Just Take My Heart, REM, What's the Frequency, Kenneth, and Cheap Trick, She's Tight. $6.99 on all those. And now the next Elvis single. Speaking of early Elvis, here is EPA 9993 or 9993, and this is going to go up for a $10 start. Elvis EPA 9993 Volume 2, and that is 1956. Elvis is a $10 start. Madonna's a $7 start, and these are $6.99. Cheap Trick, REM, Mr. Big, Lay Down Sally, and The Jam, okay? All those are $6.99, and is yes. The Bon Jovis are just, this one's just in a generic sleeve, Keep the Faith, and Living on a Prayer is in the original company sleeve. They're both near mint minus. The flips are I Wish Everybody Could Be Like Christmas, and then Wild in the Streets, okay? All right, so Elvis, Madonna, and what's left in here is the Bloodhounds, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Shasta, Flight, Just Keep Taking the Pills, John Pollard, Barry Deal and the Galaxy's Lost Crayos, the Boohoo, Sylvia Tellis, Shakin' Stevens, the Whales, Billy Price Gallery, Mick Jones, Country Gazette, John Stewart, Usury, Narvel Felts, Marvel the Narvel, the Donatone, Spirit, and Deardoff and Joseph. Okay? All right. Here we go. So also, so he wants Living on a Prayer for $6.99. Okay, if anybody wants Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith, let me know. It's $6.99. I'm going to restart our 45 stack here. It's gotten pretty hefty. It's amazing. That's a couple hours of selling. Pretty amazing. That's the third stack like that tonight. They have keyed in a lot of miscellaneous. Holy crap, there's tables over here full of stuff we've moved this week. Of course, the big miscellaneous item of the night, I'll show it for our late night crowd. We've sold a whole case. Over here is the record cleaning cloth. This is perfect for knocking off dust and knocking off fingerprints. It's a lubricated microfiber vinyl style. I have been selling these now for 5 years. 100 sold. I don't know why I don't show them more often. They're $5.99, okay? $5.99 on that. Next is Michael Freiberger wants The Jam for $6.99. And then Elvis is at $15 with Wolverine. Burt Jordan, you're out. Madonna is a $7 buy it now. And if anybody else wants a cleaning cloth, we got a heck of a stack going of sold ones. They're $5.99. I usually clip them open, use the sleeve for like a little bit of a pocket to keep them stored in. And like I said, I wouldn't recommend them for deep cleanings, but they're perfect for, I usually snip them right there and just keep them right next to my turntable up front. I don't have a record player, turntable, or audio system at my house other than my TV surround sound. I only have a record player turntable here. So I listen to all my vinyl here at the store because when I go home, I sleep, I take a nap, and pretty much come right back to work. So John Durden wants a cleaning cloth. Christina wants one. Like I said, I got a whole box, so there's plenty to claim tonight. $5.99. Elvis is at $15. Bert's out. That's a final call. And the Dynatones in the back is Shameless. It's a gold stamp promo, no condition notes. $6.99, really clean. Okay, it is time for CDs. With that being said, GMC also wants John Lennon Woman for $6.99. Thank you on that. Elvis has a new bid for $17. Here's what we're going to keep doing. We're going to keep selling some of these singles till we're done. There's no way, obviously, we're going to get through all the Elvis. There's like 3 nights of Elvis left. We'll kind of do them whenever I think everybody's on and everybody's ready to bid on them. I'm going to offer this crate as a bundle, though. So I'm going to offer this crate as a bundle right quick. See if we can get the rest of these sold. And then we have a new CD collection. The new CD collection is awesome. It's mostly rock and great titles. They have not been filtered. I'm going to grab them, and unless I see maybe a box set or something, they're going to be put up for $6.99, okay? Easy peasy. $6.99. So we're about to do that in just a second. Actually, we're going to do it right now. Make sure everybody, there might be some people doing additional research on some of these. And GMC also wants a cleaning cloth. You got it. Okay. Out. This is sold to Tyson for $17. Bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 in this crate. Can I get these sold to somebody for as low as $85? 85 divided by 22, $386 a piece. Bundle deal, $85, 22 records. Private Press Southern Rock was sold. Yes, Danny, you were third in line. Yes, you were fourth in line. It got sold immediately. Keep the Faith is sold for $6.99. And Keep the Faith is sold to Christina for $6.99. The next Elvis single is In the Ghetto. And a cold and it's got a little bit of wear at the bottom, just slightly, but not bad. In the Ghetto, and the disc is VG Plus or better. In the Ghetto, Elvis Presley, a $10 start. Okay, a bundle deal. That'd be a great way to end the show. Can I get this sold? And that was, yes, Chris, probably the last crate of LPs there. We're going to keep going with vinyl, though, like 45s right back here. These are $6.99. And I have Crowded House, Fame Is, Europe, Carrie, The Bangles, Going Down to Liverpool, Belinda Carlisle, Circle in the Sand, REO Speedwagon, In My Dreams, Vanity 6, Drive Me Wild, Rocky Burnett, Tired of Towing the Line, Crowded House, It's Only Natural, and Fame Is, same record. Phil Collins, Something Happened, Color Me Bad, name of the song is also Color Me Bad, Billy Idol, Wasteland, and Numeromancer, a jukebox single, REO Speedwagon, Live It Up, another Fleetwood Mac Tusk, Tom Petty, Love is a Long Road from Full Moon Fever, REO Speedwagon, Accidents Can Happen, and the Mavericks, Golden Anniversary Waltz, and Jared, Harvey and the Mavericks, Tell Me How, $6.99 on that one. Elvis 10, Elvis 15. Elvis 10, Elvis 15. Danny Thomason wants Europe Carry. That's sold to Danny for $6.99. Wolverine on CH, and that's for Crowded House, right? If not, let me know. Christina Curtis got Vanity 6. And then Danny got Billy Idol and Tom Petty. All right, there's Tom Petty, and then let's give him Billy Idol. Okay, and that stack left the Mavericks, REO Speedwagon, Fleetwood Mac, REO Speedwagon, Color Me Bad, Phil Collins, Crowded House again, Rocky Burnett, REO Speedwagon, Belinda Carlisle, and Bangles. So, John Durden, you're out on Elvis, In the Ghetto. Let me know if you want back in on that. And we have another stack of singles right here before we officially get started on CDs. And we have Supertramp, Your Papa Don't Mind, promo, and the flip is forever. Also, Mr. Big, Road to Ruin. Def Leppard, Tear It Down. Robbie Robertson, Showdown at Big Sky. Mata Hoople, Hunaloochee Boogie. And Tiny Tim, Tiptoe to the Tulips. Sam Cooke, That's All I Need to Know. And Sam Cooke, Stealing Kisses. I can't believe those Sam Cookes didn't sell last night. There's another handful I'm about to show. But first, we're going to go ahead and sell Elvis for $15. And that's so to Danny Thomason. In the ghetto, on a cold and ransom mountain, a handsome mountain, ding in the ghetto. Ooh, we haven't had this one tonight. Probably one of his most famous songs in contemporary, fast forward 50 years, and I think everybody knows this one. I Can't Help Falling in Love from Blue Hawaii. Elvis is not bad at all. EX, $10 start on Elvis, okay? Also over here, we got first thing is Wolverine on Supertramp for $6.99. Claymore got Def Leppard for $6.99. Wolverine on TT for $6.99, Tiny Tim. Wolverine gets both Sam Cookes for $6.99 each. Elvis is at 15. Elvis is at 15. That leaves Mott the Hoople, Robbie Robertson, and Mr. Big. Hadn't shown Kim Wilde yet. Be ready to claim it in just a second. We got Bryan Adams, Rod Stewart, and Sing, All for Love. Chicago, Feeling Stronger Every Day. Bobby Rydell, Lose Her. The Essex, A Walking Miracle. Vince Gill, Look at Us. And Kim Wilde, Another Step Closer to You. And now Elvis 15, now Elvis 15, now Elvis 20. And then I had a couple more over here I hadn't auctioned yet. And this one is Bebop Vaseline, Jumbo Jet, and Rockabilly Hobo. Bebop Vaseline is going to go up for a $7 start. Now, Matt Nichols, you're on cue. Kim Wilde sold to Matt Nichols for $6.99. That leaves Vince Gill, The Essex, Bobby Rydell, Lose Her on Cameo. And then Chicago, Feeling Stronger Every Day. And then Bryan Adams, Rod Stewart, and Sting. Those are all $6.99. Can we get an offer on this bundle deal? I would love to sell these to somebody. 22 records, I'm asking $85, $386 each, and I'll even blow the air horn to officially start CDs. So, All for Love is sold to Javi Soto. The Essex was A Walking Miracle, and What I Don't Know Won't Hurt Me. And then Sherry Darnell got Vince Gill, and Wolverine on BR for Bobby Rydell, and he also wants the Essex, okay? The last bid on Elvis was 25 of Wolverine. Tyson, you're out. Mega Blast, you're out. And Bebop Vaseline's a $7 start. Next handful of singles is going to go up right now. What do we have? What do we have? I have a classic, Summertime Blues, Blue Cheer. We have Bryan Adams, Let's Make a Night to Remember. Jammin' Me, Tom Petty. Also, The Judds, John Deere Tractor. We got Heaven Was a Drink of Wine, Merle Haggard. And Bryan Adams, The Only Good Thing That Looks Good on Me Is You. Naked Eyes, There's Always Something There to Remind Me. And let's pause right here with John Anderson. What's So Different About You? A double-sided promo for John Anderson. $6.99 on that. Bundle $40. Can't do that, but you're getting closer. First thing is Elvis got a new bid for 26. Wolverine, that means you've been outbid. And what songs are on Color Me Bad? The first song is Color Me Bad. I'll have to go check the flip. Danny Thomason on Blue Cheer. Wolverine was next, and Danny Thomason first on Tom Petty. That left John Anderson, also sold to Danny Thomason, and then Naked Eyes, Bryan Adams, Merle Haggard, The Judds, and Bryan Adams. Nobody bid on Bebop Vaseline, so that's a $7 buy now for Bebop Vaseline. And Color Me Bad. I know one of the songs was Color Me Bad, and the flip was All for Love. Okay, All for Love on Color Me Bad. That was Country John Anderson, yes. That was J-O-H-N, okay, not J-O-N. That was J-O-H-N. Next is Collective Soul, Precious Declaration, and Listen. Village People in the Navy and Manhattan Woman, a classic. The Who, The Seeker. Alice Donut, Get a Life. Wild Wild Chick, Spodiodi. Crispus Attucks, Yo Pueyo, and Frank Sinatra with Bono from U2, I've Got You Under My Skin. Color Me Bad is sold to Javi Soto for $6.99. Elvis is at 30. Tony Freeman gets Collective Soul for $6.99. Thank you on that. And that leaves Sinatra, Crispus Attucks, Spodiodi, Alice Donut, The Who, and Village People. Okay, Tyson's out on Elvis. This is sold to Wolverine for $30. And I Can't Help Falling in Love. Okay, next Elvis is going to go up right now. And, man, have we had that one tonight? I don't think we do. Haven't had this one tonight. Haven't had this one tonight. I don't recall seeing this one too much. Edge of reality, love a little, live a little, live a little, love a little, and if I can dream. Boy, I don't think I've seen that one too many times. If I can dream, edge of reality, that's going to go up for a $10 start. Wolverine gets the Who, and Christina Curtis was second on that one, okay? $10 start on Elvis. I like these that I don't think I've ever had before. And then out of that whole stack, you remember that whole stack last night? I sorted, and I said, we'll auction all these tomorrow. We're on our last one. The Ace Trucking Company's News Cavalade of the Airwaves. Okay? Contains Bimbo Anchorman, Dingaling Weather Girl, Sportscast and Boo, plus 5 more. Something news. It's some kind of crazy... I don't know, honestly. It's something pretty dang bizarre, but it's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? And Christina Curtis wants the Judds, all right? And then the Judds, and that was right here. That's so to Christina. And Oso wants Naked Eyes. There's always something there to remind me, all right? So my price on this 22-piece bundle was $386 a piece, $85. I'll reduce it to $75 if anybody wants it. If not, we'll put them out in the store for sale, okay? Or I'll pull a few out of here for the morning flip crate because I know there'll be some people grab some of those for sure. Denise wants Vaseline for $7. All right. And Elvis is at $15. And whatever that thing is, Bimbo Anchorman and Ace Trucking Company's News Cavalade, $7 start. And that was the last thing I pulled. All right, let's grab this first box of CDs. We don't have any time to waste. It's midnight. I'm about an hour behind when I wanted to start CDs. But usually on Saturday night, it's a big night for vinyl, obviously. I'm going to refresh my timer. We have 1 hour and 30 minutes of nonstop CDs as long as everybody stays awake and they start selling like hotcakes, okay? I need them selling like boom, 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 boom. Hold on one sec. I got to send a message. All right. Doesn't look like anybody else has been on Elvis. 15. I guess at some point I'll have to say we're going to stop auctioning those off, but if they keep selling, I'll keep putting them up. I'm going to flip over this crate, this nice lime green crate right here. And here we go. All right. John Durden, put your test message up. Weird trucker thing, $7 to Scott Arnold. Final call. John Durden might have fell asleep. You know, I promised CDs an hour ago. Some people might have already said, this dude's not going to sell CDs tonight. All right. Let me take a look at a couple of the discs. I just want to peek at them right quick, make sure. Okay, beautiful. You know, most people who have this kind of quantity, and Paul said his vinyl was beautiful. It's usually good stuff. Let me take a look at this one. All right, I've looked at 3 discs, and they've all been near mint. Okay, let's look at this one. Yeah, I've looked at 4 discs and everything. Of course, y'all know my policy. We don't have time to check all these, so if you get a bad one, just let Ed know. All right, here we go. These are all $6.99. All right, this Elvis is sold for $15 to Wolverine. Danny Thomason has outbid Scott. He says he's in on that at 10. And any other hound dog. Let me go look. Gosh, this hit box is heavy. Holy crap. It's like 4 layers deep. Okay, hound dog. Yeah, I think I just seen one. No, that's Love Me Tender. Hold on a second. I got another Jailhouse Rock. We hadn't done this one. Let me throw this one up right quick. You're the Devil in Disguise. That's a good one. You're the Devil in Disguise. VG Plus and a nice sleeve, though. It's got a 98-cent stamp on the front. Ads on the back. You're the Devil in Disguise. $10 start. All right, CDs have commenced. $6.99. Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining. The Essential Molly Hatchet. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. The Definite Edition is what it says. John Mayer, Heavier Things. John Mayer Continuum, still in the shrink wrap from Best Buy. Grammy Nominee. Johnny Lang, Wander This World. Johnny Lang, Long Time Coming. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Genesis, Calling All Stations. Hotel California. And Hell Freezes Over. Both of those, of course, by the Eagles. $6.99. I'm going to start a CD stack, and I'm going to start a 45 stack, okay? So first over here is Scott. You were outbid on the trucker record, by the way. Danny has it for 10. Let me know if you want back in. And then Scott Arnold gets Molly Hatchet for $6.99. So whoever's tagging, I'm going to do a CD tower and a 45 tower. George Jones next on Molly Hatchet. Shakedown on Continuum, which was John Mayer. Got that for Shakedown. And Danny third on Molly Hatchet. And then Mike Ospaw says Long Time Coming, which is Johnny Lang, okay? So that stack, Jennifer Schrader gets Miles Davis. That stack left Eagles, Hell Freezes Over, Hotel California, Calling All Stations, Judas Priest, Johnny Lang, Wander This World, John Mayer, Heavier Things, and Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining. Okay, and the trucker record is sold to Danny for $10. Nobody's bid on Elvis. Might be one of our last 45s unless somebody wants me to hunt for one, and then we can just resume those because those may get overshadowed and kind of get dragged down by me trying to go through CDs. So, but we'll try to keep going up. If somebody has some requests, won't ignore them. And these are all $6.99. And then we got Samantha Fox. We got Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Plant, Manic Nirvana. Nice. No Quarter, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Rob Thomas, Something to Be. I've got a dual disc and a standard edition. And then Phil Collins, the 12-inchers. That's coming out for Record Store Day. That's coming out for Record Store Day. They're doing like, they're putting that out for Record Store Day. Elvis Tyson Morgan has that for $10. And then John Durden on Samantha Fox. And that leaves Phil Collins. Greg Preston put JL. And that was for... What was JL? Hold on a second. JL. Greg Preston. JL. Was that in the last stack? Johnny Lang, maybe? He may be claiming something over here. Johnny Lang for Greg Preston, right? And then track list on Bob Seger. Give me 1 second. And then Danny Thomason wants Page and Plant. All right, that's sort of Danny Thomason. And then over here, Robert Plant, Now and Zen, so to Robert Warner. Robert gets Warner. Matt Nichols on NQ. NQ was that something in another stack too? No Quarter. Okay, that's Page and Plant. You were second. Javi third. And then Topographic on BS for Bob Seger. And that's if Jeff Brent passes. He wants to know the track listing. Beautiful Loser, Black Knight, Kathmandu, Jody Girl, Traveling Man, Mama, Nutbush City Limits, Sailor Nights, and Fond Memory. Okay, and then this Elvis is sold. And this Elvis is sold for $10 to Tyson Morgan. All right, let me grab another one in just a second. But first, Judas Priest is sold to James Young. And back here in the back then, we got Eagles, Genesis, Midnight Oil, John Mayer. And then I'm adding to it Phil Collins, Rob Thomas, and Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Bob Seger sold to Topographic, okay? All right, there's that. And... let's see here. Hound dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. All right. Jailhouse Rock. Dun, dun. Warden, dun, dun, dun. Treat Me Nice and Jailhouse Rock. A pretty dang solid VG Plus sleeve. $10 start on Jailhouse Rock. Okay. What Genesis and track listing on Phil Collins? Phil Collins, the 12 inchers, is 12-inch singles he released. So they're longer, extended versions. Like Take Me Home, Sussudio, Who Said I Would, Only You Know and I Know, Don't Lose My Number, and One More Night. And then the Genesis over here is called Calling All Stations. This is all $6.99. Is John Mayer Heavier Things. John Mayer is Heavier Things. Yes, it does have a crack up here on the jewel case. $6.99 on that one, okay? So John Mayer's available, does have a crack on the jewel case, and Genesis Calling All Stations. And if she doesn't, okay, Chris Frazier is good on John Mayer. And then over here, wait a second. So Phil Collins is sold regardless. Phil Collins is either going to be sold to Jennifer Schrader or Patrick Francis. Okay, MIT Lab. Boy, we're going to end up selling every one of these so far. MIT Lab on both Eagles. That's sold to MIT Lab. Jailhouse Rock has a bid for 12. And then Phil Collins is sold to Patrick Francis. Wow. So that just leaves Genesis, Midnight Oil, Robert Plant, which I'm kind of surprised hadn't sold, and Rob Thomas and a Rob Thomas dual disc. So these are different versions, I guess. Maybe? No? They might be the same thing. I'm not for sure there. Okay, and then Elvis Memories, and I'm still looking for a Jailhouse Rock. Is Memories a picture sleeve? I don't think I've had that one tonight. Give me 1 second. We'll flip through some more. I'll give some more previews. Let me go ahead and knock out this handful for $6.99, okay? Coolio, Gangster's Paradise. Joni Mitchell, Night Ride Home. Pet Shop Boys, Nightlife. Pet Shop Boys Discography, the complete singles collection. Introspective Pet Shop Boys. Pet Shop Boys Disco 2. Pet Shop Boys New York City Boy. The Police. I think that's a 2-disc like compilation. The Police Synchronicity. Another Police compilation, Every Breath You Take. And Midnight Oil, Earth, Sun, and Moon. Wow. Okay, so those are all $6.99, of course. Right now, the bid on Elvis Jailhouse Rock was 10, 12, 13, 15. The high bid is Regina at $15. Mega Blast on PB, that's for Pet Shop Boys. You've got dibs on a bunch. Give me 1 second, I'll read back through them unless you already know. There's 5 different Pet Shop Boys. And then Shakedown first on the Police. He's got dibs on 3. Kind of the self-titled double disc, Synchronicity, and Every Breath You Take. James Young on Coolio. That's definitely sold to him. Scott Arnold next in line for the Police. Then Jeff Brent RTO. Then Jim B. Then Matt Nichols. And then Javi Soto. And then Matt Nichols. And then Shakedown wants the 2-disc Police, okay? So Midnight Oil and Joni Mitchell. So Police for sure is sold to Shakedown. Okay, the Pet Shop Boys, John Durden, are Nightlife, the complete singles collection, which is called Discography. And then Introspective, Disco 2, and New York City Boy. So New York City Boy, Disco 2, Introspective, Discography, and Nightlife. All right, there's those. So next in line on Police is Scott Arnold. So Scott, you can have Synchronicity or Every Breath You Take, or you can say pass and I'm going to go down the line. That only leaves Midnight Oil and Joni Mitchell. Jailhouse Rock is at $17. Next CD stack, $6.99. I hope y'all were ready. Every time I grab the spines, I'm like, holy crap, this is a good stack. George Benson, Love Remembers, The Best of Rob Zombie, Sinister Urge, Sid Barrett, The Peel Sessions. Whoa. Never seen that on CD. I've never seen this on CD. Roger Waters, Music from the Body, Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, Roger Waters, Fleetwood Mac Behind the Mask, and Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen some of those before. $6.99 on those. Okay, so next in line is Danny Thomason on Jailhouse Rock for $17. John Durden wants singles and introspective. So I don't think there was anybody next on Pet Shop Boys that didn't get claimed, okay? So $6.99 on those for John Durden, of course. So if anybody wants Pet Shop Boys, New York City Boy, Disco 2, or Nightlife, I don't think those went unclaimed. I know somebody else wanted Introspective, but it's gone. Scott Arnold wants Every Breath You Take, the singles. So now on the Police, if any of these people want the Police Synchronicity, just let me know, because here's the next person in line. Jeff Brent RTO, then Jim B, then Matt Nichols, okay? And I think Matt Nichols wanted the comp. So Jeff Brent, and he wants the 2. So I don't think anybody wants Synchronicity. Same thing. If you do, you probably need to let me know right now. All right, so first is Scott Arnold gets Rob Zombie. Let me know if you want the best of Rob Zombie or if you want Sinister Urge. Sully gets George Benson. George Jones on Sid Barrett, which is probably like, what, a $50 CD? That's so to George Jones. Matt Nichols was second. Jim B third. Matt Nichols on P-Psych. P-Psych. And Scott wants both Rob Zombies. Okay. So to my calculations, nobody got Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits until right now. MIT wants both. According to my calculations, nobody got Roger Waters or Roger Waters. Those have went unclaimed. The last bid on Jailhouse Rock was Danny Thomason at $17. I don't know who else was bidding. Regina's went out. It sounds like we're done. Matt Nichols does want the Police Synchronicity. Okay, P-Psych was Police Synchronicity. All right. Roger Waters, GMB has first dibs. He knows those are $300 CDs. He's all over them. GMB, your pick. Music from the Body, a $300 CD, or Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, a $300 CD. Your decision. Next thing is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. Genesis Invisible Touch. Genesis Self-Titled. Billy Idol LA Woman. Never seen that. Some kind of 3-track looking deal. Billy Idol Charmed Live. Gin Blossom New Miserable Experience. The Best of John Coltrane. Coltrane Blue Train. Joni Mitchell Hits and Joni Mitchell Songs Chosen by Our Friends and Fellow Musicians. Jim B, he's going to cash in $600 on both CDs for just $13.98. Danny, you get Jailhouse Rock for $17. All these CDs are $6.99 here. Joni Mitchell, John Coltrane, Gin Blossoms, Billy Idol, Genesis, and Genesis. Somebody just said somebody in the back part of the store just yelled up here. They said, Chad, how much are those CDs? They're $6.99. Okay, so that's Genesis, Billy Idol, Jim Blossom, Coltrane, Joni Mitchell. Wow, no claims on those. Okay, moving right along. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. Dang, you're joking. Even those $300 ones he just showed you, even the $300 ones we just showed Jim B. Bare Naked Ladies, Maroon, Bare Naked Ladies. Band, Bare Naked Ladies, album, disc 1, all their greatest hits. It's been 1 week since we have Bare Naked Ladies, Rock Spectacle, Peter Gabriel, and that one is, I don't know, but I know that's Peter Gabriel. That's also Peter Gabriel. I think that one's called Up. Wow, George Michael Faith. Looks like some kind of Japanese SACD. Holy crap, that's probably like $500. The Best of B.B. King, Making Love, and then B.B. King and Eric Clapton and George Thorogood's Greatest Hits. Holy crap. Okay, first thing is Alante G wants Joni Mitchell Hits. That is sold for $6.99. And then over here we have a Shakedown on George Michael Faith. That is sold to Shakedown. And then next is Peter Gabriel track list. Now, before I read these off, to keep the flow going really, really fast, Jeff Brent RTO, before I read track listing, are you looking for a certain song? Because I can tell you quicker in my brain from memory if a certain song you're looking for, or if you want me just to read the track listing for the sake of it. And then John Durden next on George Michael, and then Jim B, and then Danny Thomas, and then Wolverine, and then Christina Curtis. I have a lot of track listing stored in my head, and I can tell you if a song's on something immediately. So we got George Thorogood's Greatest Hits, Eric Clapton, B.B. King, Making Love Is Good For You, the best of B.B. King, Bare Naked Ladies, and Bare Naked Ladies, okay? So there's those. I'm going to stack those up here, and then the next stack of CDs is coming right now. We have Johnny Winter, Living the Blues, John Mellencamp, The Best That I Could Do, Dance Naked, John Mellencamp, Big Daddy Mellencamp, Lonesome Jubilee, the John Lennon Collection. We have Hooter Gurus, Blow Your Cool. This is Hooter Zigzag, Hootie and the Blowfish musical chairs, and that is still sealed. Very cool. Hootie is sealed, $6.99. Okay, and then we have George Thorogood's Greatest Hits, and that is sold to Travis Wade. Okay, so the Peter Gabriel's over here. This one's called Up. Peter Gabriel Up is 2002, Darkness, Growing Up, Sky Blue, No Way Out, I Grieve, The Barry Williams Show, My Head Sounds Like That, More Than This, Signal to Noise, and The Drop. And then this one's called Peter Gabriel, and I think it's called Peter Gabriel. This might even be a live album. Secret World Live. Yeah, Secret World Live, Come Talk to Me, Steam, Across the River, Slow Marimbas, Shaking the Tree, Red Rain, Blood of Eden, Kiss the Frog, Washing of the Water, Salisbury Hill, Digging the Dirt, Sledgehammer, Secret World, Don't Give Up, and In Your Eyes. That's a double live P. I think those are available on vinyl, but I think they're out of print. Okay, first thing is Hooters Zigzag. That is sold to Sully for $6.99, and MIT on John Lennon Collection, okay? So that left both Peter Gabriel's. That's sold to Jeff Brent RTO, $6.99, $6.99. So Hootie and the Blowfish, the Hooter Gurus, and then Mellencamp, and then Johnny Winter, Living the Blues, okay? Hooter Gurus is called Blow Your Cool, and Hootie and the Blowfish looks like an original single, just FYI. Okay, so let me go deposit what's going on over here. So here's what we're going to do with Elvis singles. If you asked for something earlier, like if you're looking for one, let me know. I'll try to flip through here. If not, I'm going to take a pause on auctioning Elvis singles for the night. But if y'all want to remind me of one you were looking for, there's a lot. I'll try my best. I think a couple that's mentioned I don't have in another one. I'm going to take all these in here, and plus we've already got a crazy stack of CDs built over here that is improperly stacked. So we're about to have a disaster if I'm not careful. So let me go ahead and take these in here because this collection is pretty dang good, as y'all can see. And I will try to hunt some down because I don't mind rolling some more of these. But first, here we go. Let me take these in here. And of course, I'm going to be looking for them on picture sleeves. There's a chance we might have them not picture sleeve. And these are just nice ones in sleeves. I can't even explain to y'all how many Elvis singles are in this building that are maybe not in sleeves, like VG Plus, just loose discs. So let me try my best to hunt some of these down. I'm going to flip through them, and y'all might see one. Y'all might see one that, you know, you want me to run, okay? That's bizarre. Okay, nothing there. Okay. 1 second. Let me knock out another handful, then we're going to get right into CDs. Okay. Somebody say memories. Elvis memories. Are you talking about this? Our memories of Elvis? Is that what you're talking about? Top view. Let's see here. One more handful right quick, and then I'm going to flip through those again. Let's see. Lonesome Night, Kentucky Rain, Come All Ye Faithful, Money Honey, Wonder of You, Picture Sleeve, I've Lost You, It's Now or Never, Blue Moon, Puppet on String, Jailhouse Rock, Steamroller, My Way, Moody Blue, Blue Christmas, How Great Thou Art. Somebody was asking for that earlier one night. I think somebody asked for My Way too. Okay. All right, let me pause right there before this gets out of hand. And so the song memories. Okay. So first thing is let's run these two here. Okay. So we're going to run two auctions, and they're going to both be Elvis. And if you want to bet on these, we'll put My Way, $10 start, and then How Great for a $10 start. Okay. I don't think I have picture sleeves for these. And these are $10 starts. Okay. I'll flip through that stack back there in just a second, but that's the only fair way to do that is to run these on $10 starts, okay? 10 and 10, My Way, How Great Thou Art, there they are, and then let's grab another handful of CDs. These are all $6.99. Fleetwood Mac, The Dance, George Thorogood, The Baddest of George Thorogood, another copy of that, Roger Waters, Radio Chaos, Flickering Fame, Roger Waters, Amused to Death, Donald Fagen, and that one's called Camiricade, Donald Fagen from Steely Dan, Depeche Mode Ultra, Depeche Mode The Singles, and Depeche Mode Personal Jesus. That is a single with lots of different mixes, $6.99. So My Way has a bid for 10, How Great Thou Art has a bid for 10, going once, going twice on both of those, okay? And then I'll flip through that whole stack again and figure out what's going on. First, though, James Young on Fleetwood Mac, or on The Baddest of George Thorogood. That's so to James Young. Shakedown wants Personal Jesus. Denise, you're first. You're next on. No, wait a minute. She put DP. That might have been for Depeche Mode. So Denise does get Ultra, and that leaves Depeche Mode The Singles. If you want that, Denise or GMB or anybody else. Okay, and that left behind Donald Fagen, and then Roger Waters, Amused to Death, Flickering Flame, which is the Soul Your Years Volume 1, a collector's limited edition including 2 rare demo recordings. Never seen that before. Radio Chaos, another George Thorogood, and Fleetwood Mac, The Dance. Okay, and I think these are only just going to get one bid, and then we're going to sell them 10 and 10. Let's go ahead and knock out one more handful of CDs over here right quick, and these are all $6.99, okay? First thing is Peter Gabriel, Passion. Peter Gabriel, Passion. Next is Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree, 16 hits. Peter Gabriel, The Definite 2 CD collection. Joe Satriani, Eric Johnson, and Steve Vai, and that's called G3 Live in Concert. Phil Collins, But Seriously. Phil Collins, But Seriously, 2 copies. Phil Collins, Serious Hits Live, and Phil Collins, Serious Hits Live with a different cover. Interesting. So Denise wants Depeche Mode Singles instead of Ultra. Okay, so she wants Depeche Mode The Singles instead of Ultra. So this right here for Denise instead of that. Okay, and then that means that Shakedown gets Peter Gabriel. Shakedown, you can have the Definites collection, Shaking the Tree or Passion. That's up to you. Danny Thomason wants the Steve Vai, and Javi was next on that. All right, these 2 singles are sold $10, and that's Chris Frazier on How Great Thou Art, and then John Durden got My Way for 10. So thank y'all and thank y'all. And then James Young wants Phil Collins, But Seriously. We'll give you that one right there. And he does not want Shaking the Tree. So those 2 are sold to Shakedown for $6.99 and $6.99. And now what I'm going to do, that leaves Peter Gabriel, Phil Collins, and Phil Collins. I'm going to go back to that top cam again, and I'm going to read off these singles. And I think over here, somebody, when I was reading all those off, we had requests for Memories, Can't Help Falling in Love, Heartbreak Hotel, King Creole, Hound Dog, and then U.S. Mail was requested, and then Follow That Dream, okay, and then Come All Ye Faithful. So let me just read through these as quick as I can again. Let's go to the top view. So Our Memories of Elvis, Pledging My Love, One Night, Blue Christmas, Moody Blues, Steamroller Blues, Jailhouse Rock, Puppet on a String, Blue Moon, It's Now or Never, I've Lost You, The Wonder of You, No Sleeve, Money Honey. That one was requested. Kentucky Rain, Are You Lonesome Night, Follow That Dream, an EP, the 993 EP, It Happened at the World's Fair. What song is that? One Broken Heart for Sale, and They Remind Me Too Much of You. The other EP, Trouble, Mr. Songman, Wooden Heart, Patch It Up, Blue Christmas, Until It's Time to Go, Spin Out, It's a Lonely, Lonely Highway, It's Only Love, a promo copy, Until It's Time for You to Go, I've Got to Think About You, and Long-Legged Girl, okay? There's that, and then Kentucky Rain. That was in this sleeve here. And then let's stop there. And then over here, we had, give me 1 second, over here, we had Kiss Me Quick. Sorry, let's do it like this. Kiss Me Quick, Suspicion, Love Me Tender. That's a pretty cool one there. Jailhouse Rock, Let Me Be There, Long-Legged Girl promo, Little Sister, Ask Me, Hound Dog, Rubberneckin', Anything That's Part of You, The Wonder of You, Big Hunk of Love, It's Now or Never, Pledging My Love, For Your Heart, Crying in the Chapel, U.S. Mail, Big Boss Man, Jailhouse Rock, Hound Dog, In the Ghetto, The Wonder of You, the Elvis Medley, and Tickle Me EP. Okay? It's Only Love. And that one was also requested over here, Follow That Dream, okay? So It's Only Love, Tickle Me, Elvis Melody, Wonder of You, In the Ghetto, Hound Dog, Jailhouse Rock, Big Boss Man, Crying in the Chapel, For Your Heart, Pledge of My Love, It's Now or Never, Big Hunk of Love, The Wonder of You, Anything That's Part of You, Rubberneckin', Hound Dog, Ask Me, Little Sister, Long-Legged Girl, Let Me Be There, Kiss Me Quick. Okay, Long-Legged Girl, I've Got to Think About You, Until It's Time for You to Go, It's Only Love, promo. All right, let me pause there. We've got about 5 lined up, okay? We got about 5 lined up there, so let me pause there, and let me grab another handful of CDs, all right? We got plenty to sell there, holy moly. All right, we'll try to do 2 and figure out how to keep those separate in just 1 second. All right, next thing is track listing on Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel is Salisbury Hill, I Don't Remember, Sledgehammer, Family Snapshot, Mercy Street, Shaking the Tree, Don't Give Up, San Jacinto, Here Comes the Flood, Red Rain, Gangs Without Frontier, Shock the Monkey, Eye of the Touch, Big Time, Czar, and Biko, or Biko, however that one's pronounced. I know all those, but some of them I don't know how to say. And then over here, these are $6.99. We have Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, Seal, self-titled, Allison Krauss, Union Station, new favorite, Dr. John, going back to New Leans, Michelle Shock, Kind-Hearted Woman, Rob Thomas, Something More, and The Date with the Smithereens by the Smithereens. Okay, so the first Elvis auction we're going to put up right quick, because I feel like there's about 30 in there we can auction. We'll try to get to whatever we can in the next hour. First is U.S. Mail. Stay Away, U.S. Mail, $10 start on Elvis. And then let's go ahead and put up It's Only Love, this Yellow Label promo. Yellow Label promo, It's Only Love and the Sound of Your Cry. So let's do U.S. or Love, both for Elvis, and those are $10 starts, okay? $10 starts on those. I'm going to lay what hadn't sold right over here, okay? All right, first thing is this. Danny Thomason on Dr. John, sold for $6.99. U.S. Mail has a bid for $10, and that leaves the Smithereens, Rob Thomas, Michelle Shocked, Allison Krauss, Seal, and Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. I Want My MTV. $6.99 on all those. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me grab this, and that, and these, okay? $6.99. So, Regina, if you're going to bid, you can't put Elvis. You'll have to put U.S. Mail or promo. Otherwise, I don't know which one you're bidding on. We got Sister Hazel, Somewhere More Familiar. This is Sister Hazel, self-titled. The Strokes, Room on Fire. Sting, 10 Summoner's Tale. Phil Collins, The Hits. Weird Al Yankovic, Running with Scissors. ZZ Top Tribute. ZZ Top Greatest Hits. ZZ Top Recycler. ZZ Top Eliminator. And ZZ Top Rhythmine. That's $6.99. The Allison Krauss was Allison Krauss and Union Station, new favorite. Allison Krauss and Union Station, new favorite. The CD case has a lot of wear on it. $6.99. It's nice on that, okay? U.S. Mail has a bid for $13. First is Scott on ZZ Top. Well, you can have one of 5. You can have Rhythmine. You can have Eliminator, Recycler, Greatest Hits, or Tribute, Sharp Dressed Men. George Jones first on PC. If that's for Phil Collins, that was the only one, and that's Hits. Jennifer Schrader was next. Scott Arnold also got Weird Al Yankovic. And then Shannon next on PC. Jennifer Schrader gets Allison Krauss. And then ZZ Top is up to Scott. He can have Rhythmine, Eliminator, Recycler, Greatest Hits, or Tribute. If he doesn't want Tribute, Danny Thomason does. And that leaves Sting, The Strokes, Sister Hazel, and Sister Hazel. Current bids on these two Elvis singles are the following. U.S. Males at $13, and that means Wolverine, you're out. And Love, promo, Biddlecombe and Wolverine are tied. Wolverine bid first at 10, so Biddlecombe, you're out. Scott Arnold wants Just Recycler, okay? That is so for $6.99. That means Danny gets the Tribute for $6.99, and that leaves Rhythmine, Eliminator, and ZZ Top. Nobody was next in line for those. All right, let's grab another handful then. How much are these CDs, Chad? They're just $6.99. Holy crap, you got to be kidding. I'm not kidding. These are just $6.99. Okay, $6.99 for what? Skid Row, 40 Seasons, the best of Skid Row. Boy, I wish that was available on vinyl. Slaughter, looks like a bootleg. Well, the CD's original. Hold on a second. The CD's original, but that's obviously like copied artwork, but they're Slaughter. That is Slaughter, but it's kind of Frankenstein. Belong to Smithereens, the best of Smithereens. Megahertz, Eins I Won. Never seen that before. The very best of Meatloaf, Meatloaf Bad Out of Hell 2, Meatloaf Storytellers, VH1. Matchbox 20, More Than You Think You Are, and Matchbox 20, a classic, Yourself or Someone Like You. $6.99 on that. So I need to make sure. Okay, so Regina, you're out on U.S. Mail. Scott or Wolverine has it for $15. And then Biddlecombe, I just want to make sure you know that you and Jason bid simultaneously. Okay, he broke the tie. Jason, Steve has broke the tie. He's back in at 12. And then U.S. Mail is Regina, you're out. Jason has that for 15. Danny, Danny, ZZ Top is Brooks and Dunn, Trace Atkins, Kenny Chesney, Alan Jackson, Willie Nelson's on here, Hank Williams Jr., Hank Williams III. That was a country tribute to ZZ Top. Yes, country artist. Danny was first on that Skid Row. Christina second. Slaughter, so to Amanda Davis. I'm assuming you're okay with the bootleg artwork. The disc is official. And then Javi wants Best of Meatloaf. Okay? And that leaves Matchbox 20, Yourself, Matchbox 20, More Than You Think, Meatloaf, VH1 Storytellers, Meatloaf Bad Out of Hell 2. And what is this band? Megahertz? Looks interesting. At first, I thought it was Insane Clown Posse. Which is, man, we get requests for their stuff all the time. It looks like one of their characters. And then the Best of the Smithereens, okay? Those are all $6.99. E-Pick Question, $sign, E-Pick, $sign question mark. Next thing is ML Story, VH1 Storytellers, Meatloaf. That is sold over here to Topographic, and U.S. Mail has a new bid for $25. And Biddlecombe, you're out on the promo. Uh-oh, you're going to have to go up against your buddy Jason on that one. Here we go. Could get interesting, folks. Let's grab another handful of, oh my gosh, there's some good titles coming up. Okay, first thing we have is Steely Dan, Aja, Steely Dan, A Decade of Steely Dan, Soul Asylum, the best of Soul Asylum, The Smithereens 11, Stevie Nicks, Trouble in Shangri-La, Steve Miller Band, Wide River, and Steve Miller Band Live. $6.99. Megahertz is German Industrial. That's good to know. Now, Danny, are you asking what the bid is on the Elvis right now? If you're asking, I think he's asking what the bid is. This U.S. Mail's at $25. Regina's out. And then this promo of It's Only Love and The Sound of Your Cry. It's Only Love and The Sound of Your Cry. That one right now is it's at 15 with Wolverine, okay? FM could be on this one. It is, yeah, first track, John Durden, it's on that one. And then over here, James Young on ZZ Top, my bad. So James Young, let me know, there's 3 ZZ Tops left, Rhythmine, Eliminator, or Greatest Hits. You got dibs, okay? And then George Jones on SML, that was SML, Steve Miller. If so, there's 2, Steve Miller Band Live and Steve Miller Band Wide River. Javi wants best of Soul Asylum. That's so to Javi Soto. U.S. Mail 27. Elvis Presley's at 30. U.S. Mail, Regina, you've been outbid. John Durden gets Steely Dan Decade. MIT wants both Steelies. Well, there's one left. You can have Asia. That is sold to MIT Lab. John Durden got the other Steely Dan. That leaves Stevie Nicks and Smithereens. And then he wants Steve Miller Band Live. That leaves Steve Miller Band Wide River. And then James Young wants ZZ Top Greatest Hits. Nice call there. I had one of those signed one time, all three of them. We sold it here live about 2 years ago now. It's been, wow, a year ago. 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. We got all those crazy autographs. We had some fully signed ZZ Top albums, too. I wish I had those back. They've definitely gone up in value. Holy crap. Look at some of this stuff coming up. All right, let's knock out this top layer. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the box, just excited to see what I can see, but there's stuff still on top. So let's grab stuff off top. Also, we have Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 1, another copy of that. John Mayer Battle Studies, The Doors Greatest Hits, The Doors self-titled. Wait a minute, that artwork doesn't look right. Printed with iTunes. Weird. I wonder if they that's an official disc, but it says, that's what that other thing said, printed with iTunes. Hootie and the Blowfish Musical Chairs, which we had a sealed copy earlier. And Joe Walsh, the anthology, a double disc Joe Walsh. That's pretty crazy. Joe Walsh, that's a double disc, $6.99 on that. Steve Miller Band Live, already claimed. Also, if that other Peter Gabriel is in sharp condition, I'll take that too. Okay, Peter Gabriel, you're talking about Shaking the Tree. I mean, it's got some scuffs on it right there. I don't know what you mean by sharp condition. Or define sharp condition. And then I'll make a decision if you want that or not. Next thing over here is U.S. Mail's at 30. There was already a bid on 30. Whoa, don't want that to fall down in there. There was already a bid for 30 on that, Regina. And then Scott Arnold gets Rhythmine for $6.99. John Durden gets JW, and I think that was for Joe Walsh. Jeff Brent was next on Joe Walsh. And George Jones third on Joe Walsh. MIT wants both Eagles, so Greatest Hits Volume 1 and 2. And then Hits 1 and 2, got it. And, okay, so that leaves Hootie and the Blowfish, The Doors, John Mayall, Eagles. And now, out of all 5 ZZ Tops, we're down to 1, Eliminator. The Doors is self-titled. It's an original disc, but the artwork is reprinted. And then Greatest Hits, which is enhanced CD. The Doors Greatest Hits enhanced CD. I don't know what that means. But Scott, you got dibs. And then Regina, U.S. Mail is at $30. And that's what you bid, but he already bid. And then over here, Biddlecomb's going to give Boxel a bad haircut. And that means he's out. And that means we got to sell this. And this yellow label here is sold to Wolverine for $15, okay? And now Regina's at 32 on U.S. Mail. Scott does take the Doors Greatest Hits. Topographic, you were right behind him on that one, okay? Let's grab another handful. And, okay, this is almost all the same artist. This is really just 2 artists here. That's okay. All right, so let's knock them out. We have Counting Crows, This Desert Live, Counting Crows Recovering the Satellites, Hot Rocks Double Pack, Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, The Best of the Rolling Stones Jump Back, Rolling Stones Steel Wheels, Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Rolling Stones Some Girls, and Rolling Stone Big Hits Hot Toddy and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones. Patrick Francis says, I claimed Rhythmine 5 minutes ago. Let me see if that's on my feed. Patrick Francis saying he's in on Rhythmine and I missed it. He was. Patrick Francis got Rhythmine, okay? That does not go to Scott Arnold. Patrick Francis got Rhythmine earlier. We need to change that. All right, so let's jump back over here. Change this CD to Patrick Francis. He threw a challenge flag and he won. Sorry, Scott. I missed that. Things are moving very, very fast. Very, 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 very fast, okay? You got to stay on top of me. U.S. Mail 32, U.S. Mail 35. Regina, you're back out. Shakedown, you're first on Counting Crows. You can have Recovering the Satellites, which I heard is about to get a vinyl reissue, and This Desert Life. Okay, next was Scott Arnold, and then John Durden is, he's passing on Counting Crows, no problem. John Durden is first on Rolling Stones. You've got a lot of picks. High Tide Green Grass, Some Girls, Tattoo You, Steel Wheels, Jump Back, Rock and Roll Circus, which is a pretty cool set, and then Hot Rocks. Okay, and then Topographic is next in line for Circus, Chris next on Tattoo You, Danny next on any of the Rolling Stones, and then, so Scott, right now, you've got dibs on Counting Crows. This Desert Light or Recovering the Satellites, okay? I think he's passing too. Okay, so no claims on Counting Crows. John Durden's dibs on Stones, and he wants Hot Rocks, so did John Durden. He wants Circus, so did John Durden, and he wants Some Girls, so did John Durden. The next in line on the Stones was Topographic. He wanted Circus, already sold. Chris Frazier gets Tattoo You, and then Danny Thomason, you're next in line on Stones. Here's what's left. Jump Back, Steel Wheels, and High Tide and Green Grass. Those are your picks, and nobody next is in line. Danny's got dibs on 3. She's out on U.S. Mail after a very good battle. Wolverine gets that for $35, okay? Now, I pulled out some other requested singles here. I don't have a picture sleeve, and it's a reissue. This is like a 70s pressing. You got to remember, uh-oh, is this cracked? What is going on there? Dang, I think this has got like a crack in it. Look at that. Right there. I don't think y'all can see it. Yeah, see that right there? This has got a crack in it. Never mind on Jailhouse Rock. You'll probably play fine. I've had records literally where you could do this to them and they will just click, but we don't obviously need to put that up for sale. This is an original sleeve. Love Me Tender. How cool is this? Love Me Tender. $10 start. Let's just do one so it doesn't get too crazy, okay? Love Me Tender. $10 start. The best of track listing, Jump Back, Start Me Up, Brown Sugar, Harlem Shuffle, It's Only Rock and Roll, Mixed Emotions, Angie, Tumbling Dice, Full to Cry, Rockin' a Hard Place, Miss You, Hot Stuff, Emotion Rescue, Respectable, Beast of Burden, Waiting for a Flynn, Wild Horses, Bitch, and Undercover of the Night. That's everything from 71 to 93. $6.99 coming up right now. What is $6.99, Chad? That is these CDs. Holy moly, look what I found for Scott Arnold. Rhythmine. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Does this have a disc in it? Okay, yeah. Scott Arnold, I got you down for a Rhythmine, okay, if you're okay with that. And then Javi Soto wants CC, This Desert Life. That's so to Javi Soto. And next is... Love Me Tender has a bid for $15. Danny Thomason does want the Stones for $6.99. And next is ZZ Top, Antenna. Ziggy Marley, Love Is My Religion. Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Soul Asylum, and 9 Inch Nails, Broken. The cover on this one has a little bit of wear. I mean, it's not terrible, but it does have like shelf wear. By the way, and I think, yeah, these artworks have been reprinting. So on Motley Crue, that's not the original artwork, and the jewel case is broken. And that's not the original artwork on Ziggy Marley. Nope. That's not even the original CD, I don't think. No, these look like copies. I'm pretty good at catching copies. They're a lot lighter, or they just look different, okay? So Motley Crue and Ziggy, those are... Molly's the original CD. It's very scuffed. It looks like somebody bought a lot of loose disc, and then they tried to repackage some of these. So if I catch those, I'll definitely let y'all know. Okay, and then over here, Mega Blast on ZZ Top. There's only one, and that's sold to John Durden. Then Topographic. Old Man Hilton on M for Motley Crue. I'm assuming that's a pass. And then Jerry Torres passes. Scott Arnold got 9 Inch Nails, and Amanda Davis on Soul Asylum. Love Me Tender has one bid for $15. And right now, Wolverine wants to pay for that yellow promo he bought, but he wants to send it to Steve Biddlecombe for $0. Nice gesture. He don't want his haircut screwed up the next time. So thank you, and that is sold to Boxel for that winning bid, but also go ahead and send that to Biddlecombe, okay? Elvis 1016, and then... last two Stones are sold to MIT Lab. Okay, I'm gonna like just set these over here so I don't get these copied ones. We might get them all together later and like do a really cheap bundle on them. Somebody might, because I'm sure they'll still play, but you know, most of the value in the CD, the disc, the case, artwork, but that's up to y'all to determine that. Y'all are the consumer, but I know what most people like. They want a nice disc and a nice artwork and a nice case. Now the cases are replaceable, and honestly, for this kind of media, I encourage to replace the cases. If you buy cassettes or CDs, if you can get a deal on new cases, they look beautiful. Because, I mean, these have probably been moved across the country. They literally have, and in and out, so you just never know. But if you get them in brand new cases, they look spectacular. Okay, here we go. Let's do some for $6.99, and I'm going to grab this hand. Oh, I'm going to grab, I almost dropped them. Let me try not to grab 20,000 at once. Okay. What was it? Steve Biddlecombe, you told a story not too long ago about, did you cut somebody's hair like really famous, or I feel like you told a story or something. Anyway, that's a copy. Okay. The Best of Fleetwood Mac. The Best of Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac, Tangle in the Night. Madonna. What does this say? Something on a Dance Floor. Destiny's Child, The Writings on the Wall. Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water. It's a compilation. Deep Purple, When We Rock, that's a compilation. Bare Naked Lady Stunt, that has It's Been 1 Week. Journey's Greatest Hits, and Joan Jett, The Hit List. Those are all $6.99, okay? The last bid on Elvis was Wolverine at $20. Tyson, You're Out, and Danny, You're Out. Okay, and then these are all $6.99. Scott Arnold got Fleetwood Mac. There's two. There's Tango and The Best of. Elvis's Barber. Okay, that's what it was. That's what it was. That's pretty cool. All right, Joan Jett, Greatest Hits, Bare Naked Ladies, Deep Purple, Destiny's Child, and Madonna. Scott wants Best of. That's so to him. He was first. John, if you want Tango, it's yours. I'm assuming you wanted Best of. Amanda Davis on Journey, Greatest Hits. And let's go through another stack, okay? Next stack is going up right now. Let's grab these right here. I see something rhino. Ooh, what are these? We have Go Simpsonic with The Simpsons, original music from the television series. Simpsons Song in the Key of Springfield. We got two of those. That one has a crack in it. The Simpsons Sing the Blues. What is this? Jazz is on disc. It's a jazz sampler. Jean-Luc Ponty, Tom Scott, Earl Klugh. 21 Gun, Salute. 3 Pill Morning. Request Your Presence at a Black Tie Love Affair. Yes, 90125, and Yes, Union. Nice. Yes and yes. Okay, so Elvis has bids for 2120. MIT wants both Fleetwood Macs. Well, that means you can have Tango. That's sold to MIT Lab. Scott Arnold on Simpsons. So there's 4 Simpsons, 3 different ones, Scott. There's Sing the Blues, Songs in the Key of Springfield, and then Go Simpsonic with The Simpsons. Music from the television series. That's pretty interesting. Okay, and then next in line is John, but he's passing. And that leaves Yes Union, Yes 1025, 3 Pill Morning, 21 Guns, and the name of the album is Salute. That looks familiar. And then this jazz sampler, whatever that says, 5 jazz, I think. All right, all Simpsons, and of course I won't duplicate any. So that one's still available, the one with the cracked jewel case. Scott gets those 3. And then Joan Jett, The Hit List, is sold over here to Javi Soto. Okay, and now the Elvis is up to Danny Thomason. Wolverine has it for $25. All right, I'm also running out of room here. Let me take, let me put Elvis here. Let me put these back for just a second. Let me clear, cluck. Bojangles chicken. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Y'all got Popeyes over there in England, Biddlecombe and Boxall? Y'all know about some Popeyes? Huh? Y'all got some Popeyes over there in London, down by the Thames, Elvis over here. This is Wolverines for $25, and it's up to Danny on that one, okay? And let's grab another handful over here. First thing we have is this. These are $6.99. Here we go. We got Neil Young with Crazy Horse. That's called Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow, No Doubt, Rock Steady. No Doubt, Star Profile. Looks like some kind of book thing, unofficial, interesting. No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. Nickelback. Look at this CD. Every time it makes me laugh. We have Blue Oyster Cult, Heaven Forbid. I've never seen such thing in my life. Blue Oyster Cult, Heaven Forbid. Tori Amos, The Choir Girl Hotel. Very rare on vinyl. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Smash Mouth, Astro Lounge. Tori Amos, Boys for Pele. And Tori Amos, Little Earthquakes. Those are just $6.99.99. I had a Elvis RCA white label promo. I do. I think there's a couple in there. I've lost Danny on Elvis, so I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it as soon as I tag these CDs, okay? Next thing, Earth just keeps getting pushed. Yep, Earth is pushed back to November 21st. John Durden on No Doubt. There's a couple. There's, of course, their classic album, Tragic Kingdom. Some kind of unofficial full-color collector book and picture CD. And then there's Rock Steady, okay? So 4 No Doubts, 3 different ones. And then Scott Arnold wants all Tori Amos. Yeah, those are pricey on vinyl. Those are all 3 sold to Scott Arnold. John Durden wants Profile. John Durden on Profile, okay, and then Javi next on Tori Amos, then Amanda Davis, and that leaves Patrick Francis on BOC, Heaven Forbid. Is that an album? You know, I have a cousin that's like literally in Club Ninja, the fan club for BOC, and I'm assuming he would have this, but he is a major BOC fan. Okay, so that's sold to Patrick Francis. All right, so Love Me Tender is sold to Jason for $25. And yeah, let me try to find that white label promo that was in there. You know, we had one the other night too. Let me see if that was... I have a stack of stuff we didn't get to the last time we did Elvis records. You know, John brought me that whole box, but here's the promo at hand. Now, I'm going to use y'all's better judgment. Hopefully, Jim B's watching, because some of these can get expensive. So we'll know how expensive it is if Jim B starts bidding. We have Elvis Presley, Long-Legged Girl with the short dress on. And that's someone you never forget. That's a white label promo, and it is beautiful. EX Plus on that one, I would say, being conservative. Elvis is a $10 start. Okay? Scott Arnold says, charge me, but send choir to Amanda Davis. All right, so charge the Tori Amos choir girl. This one here. Scott wants to pay for it, but send it to Amanda Davis, okay? But he's going to pay for it. Amanda, you just got a free CD from Scott, okay? Elvis, $10. It already has bids for $20 and $20. Holy crap. Okay, and so that leaves No Doubt, No Doubt, No Doubt, Smash Mouth, Spin Doctors, Nickelback, and Neil Young, okay? Tickle Me EP. I'll try to get that one on deck, okay? Hopefully you don't have anywhere to go for the next hour. Next thing is going up right now. These are all $6.99, okay? Kid Rock Cocky, Kid Rock The History of Rock, Kid Rock Devil Without a Cause, 2 copies. Kid Rock with Allison Moore picture. What is this? I thought he did picture with, either way. Never seen that before. Led Zeppelin. This is disc 4 from the Crop Circles box set. That's disc 4 from the Crop Circles box. Morrissey, Sing Your Life. Moby, Animal Rights. Moby, Everything Is Wrong. Moby Play, and Aerosmith The Hits. Okay, $6.99. $6.99 on those. So Wolverine was in first at 20. Biddlecombe says he's out. Scott Arnold on KR, and that's a lot of Kid Rock, okay? So there is there's 4 different ones. Kid Rock featuring Allison Moorer, picture. Devil Without a Cause, 2 copies. History of Rock and Cocky. Okay, Cocky. Chris Frazier, you're second. Then Jerry Torres was next in line. Hessen put Liz. If that's for Led Zeppelin, let me know. That's disc 4 from the Crop Circles box. Scott Arnold got Aerosmith, and that leaves Moby, Morrissey, and Led Zeppelin on just that one. He wants Devil Without a Cause, okay, so give that to Scott Arnold. Next is Chris Frazier on Kid Rock. Let me know if you want Picture, Devil Without a Cause, History of Rock, and Cocky. Your dibs on those, okay? Hessen does want disc 4 from Led Zeppelin. That is sold. Mobies are still available. Kid Rock's 2 people in line. Final call for the Elvis promo for $20. $20. $20. All right. These are all $6.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Tom Petty Echo. Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. Tom Petty Wildflowers. Hold on a second. Okay, that's the original art. Tom Petty Last DJ. Tori Amos, another Choir Girl Hotel. Neil Young, Road Rock, Gold Stamp Promo. Neil Young Mirror Ball. Neil Young Harvest Moon, another Harvest Moon. Neil Young Tonight's Tonight, and Neil Young's Greatest Hits. All right? So he wants all but picture. So Chris Frazier gets this Kid Rock, that Kid Rock, and that Kid Rock. Those are all sold. And then Scott Arnold says he wants this Choir Girl. And so give him another one. And he wants this one. Tori Amos sold to Scott Arnold. And that leaves Neil Young's Greatest Hits, Neil Young Tonight's Tonight, Neil Young Harvest Moon, another Harvest Moon, Mirror Ball, Road Rock. I've never seen that before. And then several Tom Petty's. Last DJ, Wildflowers, Full Moon Fever, Greatest Hits, and Echo. Okay? It's a big stack of Neil Young and Tom Petty there going to the no sale. Shakedown wants Road Rock. Yeah, I've never had seen that before. That is sold to Shakedown. Javi next on Choir Girl. And then Elvis is sold for $20. Okay? Now, the next one I had over here ready to go was Oh Come All You Faithful and Merry Christmas Baby. I think Regina had requested this one. It's nice. EX are better. Elvis is a $10 start. Super Christmas gift. You know, I don't see that one too often, honestly. Okay? And am I done with my... Whew, I guess I'm out of water. Let me step up here and get one right quick. Holy crap. And blah, blah, blah. Oh, my gosh. Holy moly. I feel like y'all have got me down on the ground and beat me with a baseball bat. It's like that scene in Casino. Whew, that's a brutal scene. Holy crap. Burying that guy alive. Oh, my gosh. That scarred me as a kid when I watched that for the first time. I was like, golly, don't ever get mixed up in the mafia. Note to self, don't get mixed up in the mafia. Okay. Delicious water. I've caught my breath. All right, so the first thing is this. Elvis is at 15. And then Elvis is at 25, okay? I'm telling you, that one's not too normal to see. Okay, and then we have Javi Soto wants Tom Petty. Here we go here. Tom Petty Greatest Hits. And Javi wants Tom Petty Wildflowers. Okay, and then he also wants No Doubt Tragic Kingdom. All right. That's sold to Javi Soto. 3 for Javi. Neil Young wants Greatest Hits, sold to Sherry Darnell, and she wants Harvest. Harvest Moon. This one here looks pretty good. All right. All right. Now Elvis is at 25, and then another 25. Elvis 27, Elvis 30. Poor Joe Pesci and his brother. Okay, $6.99. Led Zeppelin Presents. That's a copy. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. Led Zeppelin 1. Sleeps with Angels. That just got put on vinyl in that box set. That one doesn't come through on vinyl. Pretty much not available. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. The Counting Crows, Hard Candy. Counting Crows live in New York City, Across the Wire. Counting Crows Saturday nights and Sunday mornings. Bare Naked Ladies Stunt, copied artwork. Cowboy Junkies Trinity Session. Miley Cyrus Breakout. I hadn't seen that. I forgot about that. I haven't seen that in a long time. It's not available on vinyl, in print, that is. Cowboy Junkies In the Time Before Llamas, and Cowboy Junkies Lay It Down. All right, so right now, the high bid on that Elvis single back there, Oh Come All Ye Faithful, is $35 with Regina. Wolverine, you're out, and Randall, you're out. Scott, you got first dibs on Zeppelin. There's Zeppelin 1, Zeppelin 9, or In Through the Outdoor, and Led Zeppelin Presence. So you got dibs on 3 Zeppelins. Counting Crows, Scully gets live in New York. That's so does Sully. I almost say Scully every time, but it's so does Sully. Elvis has another bid for 40, and Regina gets Molly, okay? So that leaves Cowboy Junkies, Lay It Down. Cowboy Junkies In the Time Before Llamas. Cowboy Junkies, The Trinity Session. Counting Crows Saturday nights and Sunday mornings. Counting Crows 13 Fresh New Flavors, Hard Candy. Tom Petty, To the Great Wide Open. And Sleeps with Angels, so to Patrick Francis. And Scott Arnold wants all 3 Led Zeppelins. All 3 Led Zeppelins. Elvis is now at 40 with Wolverine. Regina and Randall Jackson, y'all have been outbid. We're about 3 handfuls away from finishing the first box. And guess what, everybody? So we're 3 handfuls away from finishing the first box. There's 5 boxes in this collection, all about this same size. So that's what you got to look forward to, okay? There's a lot more to get to. There's a lot more to get to. Here we go, $6.99. We got Journey, Trial by Fire, Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic, 4-9 Blondes, Hey, What's Going On? Also, Tori Amos, Under the Pink, Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, Counting Crows. There it is. That's the one everybody's been trying to get for the last half hour. John Mayer, Room for Squares. Johnny Lang, Live to Me, Lie to Me. John Cougar, Self-Titled, and another Journey, Trial by Fire. First is Scott Arnold on Tory, sold. Scott Arnold gets the coveted Counting Crows. That's it. Mr. Jones. Next is 4-9 Blondes, so does Scott Oman. Jeff Church was next, and that leaves John Cougar, Johnny Lang, John Mayer, Talking Heads, Steely Dan, so to MIT Lab, Journey, and Journey. Have y'all seen the new trend with that 4-9 Blonde song? Boy, I see those every day. Have y'all seen the new trending thing with that 4-9 Blonde song? All right, and then Elvis is sold. And Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $40, okay? Randall Jackson, at this point, he is like, Chad, listen, there's only one thing that I want in life right now, okay? This is word for word from Randall Jackson. I don't know what you've got going on in your life, Chad, but there's only one thing right now in this world that I could ask for you. I have to bid on this Tickle Me EP. If you don't put this up right now, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind on you, Chad. Elvis Presley, Tickle Me. It is nice. We're going to call it EX. It's got a non-feelable scratch right there. Maybe VG Plus. We'll call it VG Plus. Nice sleeve. Elvis is a $10 start. Now, Randall, you've created so much hype on this, there's no telling what this thing is about to sell for. There is no telling. When you create artificial hype by requesting an auction, you are shooting yourself in the foot. This thing is liable to bring $200 or $300 now. $10 start on Elvis Tickle Me. I would say it's VG Plus EX and a beautiful sleeve. $10 start. All I got to say is good luck. May the odds ever be in your favor. Over here, we have Ray Red wants Cowboy Junkies llama. Right here in the time before llamas. That's sold to Ray Red. $6.99. Okay. And then Elvis has a bid with Wolverine for $15. Randall, you hadn't even bid yet, and you've already been outbid, buddy. You hadn't even bid yet, and you've already been outbid. Good luck. Y'all about to see a war commence, okay? If anybody asks you, say, if you see somebody tomorrow, Sunday, and they's like, what did you do last night? Well, I watched a live war on Facebook, YouTube, and X, and Twitch Live. Literally a live war. And they're going to be like, a war? What are you talking about? I saw 2 guys, possibly 3, absolutely go to war over an Elvis Tickle Me EP. When they were done, they were both bleeding. Scorpions, Crazy World, Scorpions, Crazy World, 3 Doors Down, self-titled, 3 Doors Down, The Better Life, 38 Special, Bone Against Steel, 38 Special, Rock and Roll Strategy, 38 Special Flashback, and 38 Special Flashback. The bid is 15, 25, 30, 35, and 40. Wolverine has it for $40. You've tied Wolverine. He has it for $40. Scott first on Scorpion. Sold. And Mike Ospaw on 38 Bone. Sold to Mike Ospaw. Now Elvis is at 45. Now Elvis is at 50. You're literally bidding against somebody that works at MI5. He works for British Secret Intelligence. So he literally, it's like Jason Bourne. He shows up at banks and there's box offices, those lock boxes full of foreign currencies, okay? This guy's being funded by the British government. So you're up against the crown, all right? You're bidding against the crown at this moment. Hopefully you got some of those like Doge payments coming into your account that all those, you need to get hooked up with some of those like all those billions of dollars that get deposited every day in people's accounts. 38 Special, 38 Special, that is Flashback, sold to Javi Soto. All right, I just took to the back another tower of CDs. 38 Special, 38 Special, 3 Doors Down, 3 Doors Down, and Scorpions, okay? Let's get through another handful of CDs. Now, I could easily pull these out, but somebody's about to get really dang lucky, okay? We have Led Zeppelin, the early days, later days, double disc, and I've got 2 of them. Wow. 2 Zeppelin, just $6.99. Later days, early days. $6.99, $6.99. 1 sold to Shakedown and 1 sold to Scott Arnold. All right, that's done. And after that, Elvis is a final call for $60. Randall was like, I didn't realize I was going up literally against British intelligence. Next thing is Muse. The jewel case is cracked. Muse the Resistance. Moby Songs 93 to 98. Moby Hotel. Moby 18. Puddle of Mud Come Clean. Genesis Live and Kid Johnny Lang and the Big Band. Okay. Elvis Tickle Me EP. Wolverine has it for $60. Final call. Shakedown got a Led Zeppelin, Scott got a Led Zeppelin, John Durr next, then Topographic, then Jeff Brent, then Sully, and Scott Oman on PM, Puddle of Mud, so does Scott Oman. That leaves Kid Johnny Lang, Genesis, Moby, and Muse, okay? And Amanda Davis gets Muse. All those are still available. Randall, we had a Tickle Me earlier, and you never know. There could be another one. There could very easily be another Elvis Tickle Me. I may tell you, I may not tell you. Hopefully you don't have any plans for the rest of the night. I may tell you, I may not tell you. We also have 10cc Deceptive Bins. This is the Honey Dog Seek a Ghost. Also, we have Mad Season by Matchbox 20. That's not the band Mad Season. And Hooba Stank, and Steely Dan 2 Against Nature. So that stack left Steely Dan, Hoobastank, Matchbox 20, The Honey Dogs, and 10cc. Right, Elvis Tickle Me EP is sold for $60, and that is sold to Wolverine. All right. I wake up in the morning, I say, what's going on? All right, Sully on Steely Dan, and James Young on Hoobastank, The Reason. All right. And Amanda Davis, you're next on Hoobastank. Let me know if you're okay with self-titled here. Boy, that's weird looking. It looks like the CD's off-centered. Okay, but that's the only one left. All right, we have successfully went through a whole banana box of CDs. So let's get started on the next one. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it, but we'll definitely get started at least, okay? And we need another Elvis single, don't we? That's right, Chad, we do. All right, let's pick another one out over here before I trip and fall over. Them. Okay, so next in line is, hold on a minute. I don't recall having this one. Oh, okay, I didn't recognize the back of it. We haven't had this one tonight. Unfortunately, though, it has a tear. Frankie and Johnny, Please Don't Stop Loving Me. It does have a tear up here, but I don't think we have definitely not had this one tonight. It's got a couple of visible scuffs right there, but they're non-feelable. So VG, just because of that, Elvis, a $10 start. We'll go through it fast. If it keeps getting bids, we'll take it till the very end. Hoobastank is sold to Amanda Davis. Okay, MIT Lab, you were second on Steely Dan. All right, new box. Let's get started by grabbing a handful right out of, let's do these. Oh man, let's get started right here. Okay. So I've got Allman Brothers, 7 Turns, U2 October, Tori Amos, Abnormally Attracted to Sin. That is Madonna, Hard Candy, Loverboy Classics, Loverboy, Live Loud and Loose, Louis the 19th, Best Kept Secrets, Marilyn Manson, Remix and Repent, and Leonard Skinner, Double Platinum. Elvis, $10 start, going once. Going twice. Hey, what's going on? Scott Arnold on Marilyn Manson, and I say, hey, that's sold to him for $6.99. We got Leonard Skinner, so to Jeff Brent RTO. We got Louis the 14th. What is going on here? Yeah, that's Louis the 14th. Louis the 14th, Loverboy Classic, so to Sully. That also leaves Loverboy, Live Loud and Loose. Madonna, Hard Candy, Tori Amos, Abnormally Attracted to Sin, U2 October, and Allman Brothers, 7 Turns. All right, next handful of $6.99 CDs. We got Mark Knopfler, Selling to Philadelphia. Mark Knopfler, The Rag Picker's Dream. 2 copies of that. Mark Knopfler and Emmylou Harris, All the Road Running. Madonna, Erotica. That's Madonna, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Madonna, American Life. Madonna, Dick Tracy. The Fugees, The Score. And The Very Best of Aerosmith. That's in a bizarre case. Very Best of Aerosmith. Regina's in on Elvis for $10, going once, going twice. Regina's in on Elvis, going once, going twice. How about I move it up here? You can see it better. $10 on Elvis, going once, going twice. All these are $6.99. By the way, let me check time because I'm sure some of y'all are getting a little droopy-eyed. I'm seeing claims go down exponentially. We still got over 100 and, let me refresh this. Hold on a second. Up to date. We got 15 minutes left. There's 116 people still watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, and X combined. 116 people. So we're going to stop in 15 minutes. So get the claims in you want right now. Now's the time. We got 15 minutes left to sell Elvis auctions, and we got 15 minutes left to sell CDs. Aerosmith, Fugees, Madonna, 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 Mark Knopfler, and Mark Knopfler. Okay? I'm going to start a new stack back there. These are all $6.99. Here we go. More $6.99ers. This looks like, I know this band. Everclear, yes. So much for the afterglow. Everclear. The Cores. Talk on Corners, 2 copies of that. The Cores Unplugged, that's Leonard Skinner, One More for the Road. Madonna Vogue, Madonna Bedtime Stories, yep. Slipknot Volume 3. Machine Head, Machine Head, Through the Ashes of Empires, Martin Knopfler Shangri-La, and Martin Knopfler Screen Planning. Okay. Elvis is sold to Regina for $10. Now, earlier during all those requests, somebody asked for Kentucky Rain. The sleeve on this one's pretty worn, though. It's worn with ring wear. The vinyl's not bad. It needs cleaning, though. Actually, you know what? We probably don't need to run that one. That one looks kind of messed up. Let's not pretend I had a Kentucky Rain, okay? Instead, let's go ahead and put up this right here. I'm still trying to find ones in this other stack that y'all didn't see earlier that we haven't put up yet. Okay, I like doing ones we haven't had yet. And this one here. Uh-oh. I found one. Somebody asked for this. Hound Dog. I think Biddlecombe did. VG Plus. The sleeve, unfortunately, though, is pretty worn. Yeah, it's kind of got that chipping going on. So a VG minus sleeve, but there's another black and white Hound Dog. $10 start on that. What do you have in 38 Special? The only one I have left in 38 Special is Flashback and Rock and Roll Strategy. Flashback and Rock and Roll Strategy. That's the only two I have left right there. Okay, and then Scott Arnold on SL. And SL was for Slipknot. And he also got Machine Head. Scott Oman next on Machine Head. And Topographic on Cores Unplugged. Okay? Those are all done. Next for $6.99. This box is actually a lot smaller than the other one. So we'll be through this box in no time. Let's grab these right here at $6.99. So more $6.99s coming right now. First thing is Regina's in on Elvis. Indigo Girl, No Bads, Indians and Saints. Indigo Girl, Indigo Girls. Indigo Girls again, self-titled. Indigo Girls again, Rites of Passage. NXSX, Billy Joe, Innocent Man. Great White, and this is Twice Shy. Liz Fair, Exile, and Guyville. And then NXS Full Moon, Dirty Hearts. NXS Kick, and one more NXS, The Greatest Hits. Elvis 10, Elvis 15. A current battle between Regina and Steve Biddlecombe, okay? Scott Arnold wants NXS Kick, and that leaves NXS Greatest Hits, NXS Full Moon, Dirty Hearts, Liz Fair, Great White, and that one was called Twice Shy. Billy Joe, Innocent Man, NXS X, Indigo Girls, Indigo Girls, Indigo Girls. Okay? Amanda Davis wants Great White, Twice Shy. Boom. There it is. Woo. There it is. So to Amanda Davis. Next is I get real high and I say, what's going on? All right, we got Don Henley, The End of Innocence. Don Henley, The End of Innocence. Goldfinger. Nothing to do with James Bond. This is Disconnection Notice. The Go-Go's Collection, VH1 Behind the Music. The Go-Go's Greatest Hits. Bryan Adams, Room Service. Bryan Adams, Waking Up the Neighbors. And Bryan Adams, 18 Till I Die. He played in Nashville last night. Bryan Adams did. Regina's backing on Elvis at 17. Sully wants the two Martin Knopflers from the last batch. You wanted Mark Knopfler screenplay. Okay. Well, let me get them all together because honestly, there was 4 in one crate, or one stack, and then there was 1 there, and then there's 4 down here. So let me give you the titles, and you can let me know exactly, okay, Sully? Sully, every time I hear that, there's a Paul McCartney song. Do you know the song Sully by Paul McCartney? I hear that like it automatically plays in my head. So Martin Knopfler and Emmylou Harris, All the Road Running. Martin Knopfler, The Ragpicker's Dream. Martin Knopfler, Saint of Philadelphia, and Martin Knopfler, Screen Planning. Screen Planning, okay? Amanda Davis on Liz. That was also in the last stack. Liz Fair, Exile and Guyville. That's so to Amanda Davis. George Jones on Go-Go Hits. Elvis 19, Elvis 20, Biddlecombe 20, Danny 19, Regina out. Okay, so Danny, you're out. Sully wants Mark Knopfler screen playing, okay? All right, you got it. And Soily. Is it Soily? That's right, Soily. That's right, Soily. S-O-I-L-Y, yeah. Brian Adams, Soily. I still hear Soily, though. Mark Knopfler, middle stack top. Oh, yeah, Shangri-La. You're right. There was two. I made that a lot more difficult than I did. I made that. You were right. There was two. I went back and I didn't even need to. My bad. Okay. All right, we're good. Elvis is at 21. We're good for another stack. I think Soily was just something live he played. It's on that one-hand clapping that just came out, which was originally a bootleg type deal, so I don't know much about that detailed, but okay. Over here, we have Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven. That is Gwen Stefani, Love Angel Music Baby, the Guess Who Ultimate Collection, 3 CDs. Cowboy Junkies, The Caution Horses, Indigo Girls, Become You, Daughtery, Bare Naked Ladies, Are Me, Pet Sounds, Beach Boys Sounds of Summer, Donald Fagen, Night Fly, and Don McLean, American Pie and Other Hits. Okay. Elvis Presley is sold to Danny Thomason for 21. Jim B on Great White Guess Who for $6.99. Scott Oman on Bare Naked Ladies. So does Scott Oman. Can you hold up Bryan Adams to see covers? The Bryan Adams in here are 18 Till I Die, Waking Up the Neighbors, and Room Service. Okay. James Young next on Guess Who. Topographic on Pet Sounds. Amanda Davis on Daughtery. Don't call me daughter. Next is Chad. Will there be a show tomorrow? And does it goes on Monday's invoice? I need to buy more albums. You have about 7 minutes left to buy stuff before invoice and cycle close. There is 7 minutes left before this week's invoice and cycle closes. Room Service is sold to George Jones. When I say goodnight here in less than 420 seconds, then invoice is closed. The only other chance is the video in the morning, the 6 a.m. video in the morning, and the 9 a.m. video in the morning. The 6 and 9 a.m. video posted in Whole Lot of Records will be the last actual thing tagged. This is it. No show tomorrow. No show tomorrow. And if I did, that would be a new deal. Okay? That would be a new deal. Another Elvis. Yes. Okay? We haven't had this one tonight. Hard-Headed Woman from King Creole. Hard-Headed Woman from King Creole. $10 start. Nice EX. Elvis is a $10 start. Does have a 34 written on the cover. All right, we sold Room Service. Over here, we got Bon Jovi, The Circle, Bon Jovi, Crossroad, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, another Slippery When Wet, Bon Jovi, Lost Highway, Bruno Mars, Unorthodox Jukebox, and Brian Wilson, Imagination. Javi Soto wants Bryan Adams, Wake Up the Neighbors. That's so to Javi Soto. Did I miss something else earlier? I don't think I did. Okay, we're good to go. Those are all $6.99. Elvis is a $10 start. We got Brian Wilson, Bruno Mars, Bon Jovi, and Bon Jovi. Green Day CDs from the Hot Picture. Oh, boy. I could have swore, where did you... Oh, no. So where did I post those at? Green Day? You know, I thought... Well, have we already shown them? Let me see what I've actually... I don't remember what I posted over here. I've already got you tagged for Room Service. That would have been in our group, right? Let's see, Green Day. Have we not gone? Oh, that's a great box. What happened to that box? You're right. That is a good box. Holy crap. Let me see if I can find it right quick. This box has like 2 handfuls left. Brian Wilson, Bruno Mars. I've already done that, okay? George Jones got room service and Javi got Waken. I've already tagged those. Sherry got Bruno Mars. Yep. Okay, let me see if I can find that box. I know what you're talking about now. Let's knock out all these. Here's the next banana box, okay? It's let's knock all these out, and then I'll go try to find that one. That will be a great last blast, okay? Jimmy Buffett, Greatest Hits. James Taylor, Hourglass. Don Henley, Inside Job. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. Don McClain sings Marty Robbins. Don McClain Classics. Gwen Stefani again. Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. Heart, Desire Walks On. Heart, Bad Animals. Heart, Rock the House Live. That is reprinted artwork. I can tell those are both reprinted artworks on Heart. Heart, Greatest Hits, 85-95. Don Henley and Don Henley's Greatest Hits. Henley's Greatest Hits, okay? There's that, and then Elvis 15, Elvis 20, Elvis 22. A hard-headed woman, Don't come around here no more. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Don't come around here no more. Ooh. Whatever you're looking for. Will Smith, Born to Reign. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Whitesnake 87. Green Day 21st Century. Green Day Dookie. Green Day Insomniac. Green Day International Super Hits. Green Day Warning. Whoa! That one slipped. Green Day Warning is slippery. It is. It's like glossy. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Pink Floyd, Final Cut. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd, Animals, and Weezer, Pinkerton. All right. So first thing we have is the following. Elvis was at 20. Elvis 22. Elvis 25. James Young got Don Henley's Greatest Hits. Sherry Darnell got both of the Jimmy Buffetts, okay? That was Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor, and the Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits, which was down here on the bottom. Those are sold to Sherry Darnell and Sherry Darnell. Jeff Brent, you're next on Don Henley. Somebody bought it before you could check it. Somebody bought it before you could check it. Elvis got a new bid for 26. Danny outbid Regina. Steve Biddlecomb's out. Patrick Francis, third on Don Henley's Greatest Hits. Wolverine came back in on Elvis at 30. Scott Arnold was first. Scott Arnold was first on Pink Floyd. So, Scott, you got dibs on Animals, Wish You Were Here, Final Cut, Momentary Lapse of Reason. So, Scott's got dibs on 4 Pink Floyds. Jeff Brent put WGH. That's Whitesnake Greatest Hits. That's so to Jeff Brent RTO. James Young, first on Green Day. He asked and he shall receive. So, James Young, do you want Warning, International Super Hits, Insomniac, Dookie, or 21st Century Breakdown? Maybe you'll just take them all. And then Jeff Brent put WYWH. WYWH. I'm not for sure on that one. How much is PRTISON? How much is Per Is Soon? MIT Lab wants all the Pink Floyds if Scott doesn't take them. Elvis 31, Elvis 35. Okay, Scott Arnold had dibs on all 4 Pink Floyds. He takes all 4 Pink Floyds. Jeff Brent, he's already bought all the Pink Floyds. He wants all but Dookie. You're getting Insomniac. Nice. That has Brain Stew. Da-dum. 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 All right, all but Dookie. All right, so 4 Green Day, so did James Young. Sorry, I forgot I posted that picture of that box. Scott Arnold's going to take Dookie. And that leaves Whitesnake self-titled, Will Smith Born to Reign, and Weezer Pinkerton. And Elvis is up to one person, Danny Thomason. Holy crap, we've stacked up a bunch. This is a great box, and this means y'all have got to come back Monday night so we can finish it. But I'll go ahead and grab another handful. Goodness gracious, look at these right here. Where should I grab? Let's grab right in here. $6.99. Oh, man, here we go. First thing I have is this right here. We have Eagle Eye Cherry. This is Desireless. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Skeletons from the Closet, the best of the Grateful Dead. The very best of the Grateful Dead. The very best of Prince. We also have The Used, Weezer, the Green Album, The Best of Warrant, and Weezer, Maladroit. I've never seen that one before. First thing we have is Elvis Presley. Haven't heard back from Danny. Final call. Scott Auto first on GNR. I'm going to start a new stack because this one's got out of hand. So first thing we got is GNR $6.99. Jerry Torres, you're first on G. Was that for Guns N' Roses or was that for Grateful Dead? Okay, your pick. And then Shakedown, you're next, depending on what Jerry Torres says. Scott Oman on War for Warrant. That's so does Scott Oman, confirmed. Mike Ospaw, 30 line for GNR. Susie next on Warrant. And 10-second timer on Elvis for Danny Thomason. He wanted GNR. So Shakedown, do you want Skeletons or do you want the very best of, or Shakedown might take both. So what does that leave? Weezer Maladroit, Weezer Green Album, The Used, the very best of Prince, and this is Eagle Eye Cherry, Desireless. He wants the very best of the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Shakedown, and this is sold, I lost Danny Thomason. This is sold to Wolverine for $35. Donna gets Prince. Prince is sold to Donna. Sully wants both Weezer. Weezer sold to Sully. That leaves The Used and the Grateful Dead Skeletons from the Closet. Okay. Let's jump over here and see what happens. Let's grab this handful right here. These are all going to be $6.99. Hope everybody's ready. Fingers on the trigger. Beatles, Yellow Submarine song track. Beck, Mellow Gold. This is Beastie Boys, the end sound from Way Out. Also, Weird Al Yankovic, that's Dare to Be Stupid. The Wallflowers, the Wallflowers, the Wallflowers, the Wallflowers, the Wallflowers. How about the Wallflowers, Wings Greatest Hits? And we have My Generation, the very best of The Who. I think Facebook has ended. I don't even think we're live on Facebook anymore. Yeah, we're done on Facebook. I'll do a couple more handfuls for our Twitch and YouTube. We're done on Facebook, though. Comments have ended. That's probably why Danny couldn't bid anymore. Elvis is sold. That's probably why we lost Danny, Steve, or Jason. Okay, and Jeff Brent says, Jeff Brent is literally trying to message me. Wish you were here and wish you were here. Facebook's over. This might be our last handful of CDs, okay? So first thing we have is this. We have Topographic gets the Beatles. I'm glad you got that because you asked for it. I was hoping you might be first. Shakedown on BB for Beastie Boys. Scott Arnold on AL. Weird Al, so does Scott Arnold. And then MIT Lab next on Beatles. But you do get Wings, MIT Lab on Wings, okay? So that leaves My Generation, the best of The Who. Wallflowers. By the way, Wallflowers, if you can tell, is Bob Dylan's son. It's amazing. Somebody's talented as Bob Dylan to have a son to be in a successful band like the Wallflowers. I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise, but, you know, a lot of big musicians like that, their children sometimes don't, you know, that's big shoes to fill, but still, he's been in a big band. All right, I'll do one more handful, okay, and then we got to stop because it's kind of unfair to the YouTube people. We'll do one more, or it's unfair to the Facebook people, and let's do one more handful, okay? Elvis auctions are done until Monday. Here we go. Pink Floyd Relics. Music of Pink Floyd, Orchestral Maneuvers, Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table, Dave Matthews Band, Crash, Dave Matthews Band, Red Rocks, Dave Matthews Band, Merchandise Volume 7, Dave Matthews Band, Live at Folsom Field, and Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Okay? Did I have an Essential Heart? I did not have an Essential Heart. No, I had Heart's Greatest Hits, 85 to 95. That was the last handful right there. We're ending on Dave Matthews, yeah. Well, let's say we end on Pink Floyd, okay? I mean, I don't have a problem with Dave Matthews, but we'll say we ended on Pink Floyd. Relics and Orchestral Maneuvers. Now, I have yet to make a post all week in the group for $6.99 CDs. Now, it seems like this would be a great time to do that, right? A fantastic time to do that because There's all these left over, which is a lot. And golly, look at all the waiting list I have over here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I've got 24 waiting lists of stuff to order. I'm going to have to do that tonight so they process it early Monday. Holy crap. Pink Floyd, MIT Lab, do you want relics or orchestra maneuvers? Thanks, everybody, as always. Another successful week. Another successful week here at CollectCo, thanks to y'all. Incredible customers. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. If y'all could see what's already crated up over here we've sold, plus everything tonight, all the 45s, all the toys and lights and everything. It's my job to manage all the chaos every night when I start these sales. It gets out of hand sometimes. It's just wild. And I try my best. The customer base keeps growing. And so more and more people find out about us, and we keep selling more and more. And it's about every molecule of my brain power every night to keep everything under control for about those first, 2 hours. A couple times this week, it was just like crazy. Just people asking about pre-orders and me ordering stuff. And it's just like people wanting to buy stuff. It's not like bad. It's literally people trying to purchase stuff from me. It's like I can't take it all in so fast. It is amazing. Like, I'm not complaining because it could be the other end. I could be on here trying to beg for people to get on here and buy stuff. The first couple hours, every night now, when we start a sale, there is so many people wanting to order stuff, pre-order stuff, ask about stuff, and buy stuff. I literally sometimes can't even control it anymore. I think it was 2 times this week, my brain almost exploded. People was trying to pre-order, buy, reserve so much at once. I was like, we almost need like a hotline where people can call in and like order stuff. Because it's like the messages that come in, people wanting to pre-order and special order. It is overwhelming. So that is like a great thing. It's pretty insane, honestly. Elvis light, it's big on my list. So it's kind of like I've got to do them in order so they don't get out of hand. But we've got to knock them out. MIT Lab on both Pink Floyds. And then Patrick says, I'll take that one. It's about that time. Are you talking about Dave Matthews Band? It's about time. Was that a claim? Or did I miss something there, Patrick? Okay. Maybe not. Elvis lights will come. And then Donna, do you want Coltrane Blue Train or the best of John Coltrane, Donna? Coltrane Blue Train or the best of John Coltrane? There's 2 left. Elvis lights will happen in the future. Elvis lights will happen. There's 2 John Coltrane CDs unclaimed. Okay, I'll pull those for you. I'll make sure they end up on your invoice, okay, before I photograph these for a post. Anybody else? I've got Mexican food up front, but I got a lot of work to do. I've got to order stuff. I got to clean up. I got to get to the gym for sure. I haven't been to the gym in like 5 days, so I feel like I've gained 20 pounds. It was a bad late night joke. Okay. But long story short, thank y'all so much. I would say we have added, we're projected to add another like 40% in growth to our company once again from last year. And we went on this amazing streak. We went like double, 50%, 50%. I mean, if you know business, it's like these incredible milestones we keep hitting. So it seems like when I go live every night now, there's just about as many people watching as there always has been, but it seems like we've really locked into this core customer base of buyers, and I get thrown so much at me. And 8 hours isn't enough. I mean, y'all see right here, I know it's Saturday night, but there's 107 people still watching, and I bet we could sell CDs for 2 more hours. But it would mess me up. I would start making a lot of mistakes here in a minute. My brain can only take so much. So thank y'all, as always, the 68 Special Light. Yeah, That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I'll have him look into that for me, for sure. All right. So I'm going to clean up, eat, well, go to the gym and then eat and go to sleep and come back here tomorrow and organize this place so we can have another big week. We go right into another week. We go right into another week. So tonight ends invoicing. Anything you've bought, it's over. Okay, $8. Monday, when I say, and we're live at Collectco Monday night, that will start new invoice. And technically with the video in the morning, or the video Monday morning, okay? So there's that. I think we're done. I didn't have to stress over Tennessee football this weekend. I won't have to stress over Tennessee football next weekend. And that's it. And I'm in the feed. Thank y'all. Y'all were amazing customers. And we're done. If y'all have